This young man is our protagonist, Kim Dane, 22 years old. One fine day, he accidentally gets transported into the world of the manga Stardust. A huge admirer of Stardust's heroine in the original story. Dane originally wanted to become a hero to stand by her side, but then he changed his mind. Because he realized that even as a hero he wouldn't be able to protect her. So he decided to become a villain to quietly protect her. First, he had to start with a plan to hunt down villains that he devised. And right now, Dane is about to take down one. Based on his knowledge of the original, he'll become stronger later and eliminate troublemaking villains while they're still weak. There's no way he'll let this trash torment Stardust again. Through thermal goggles, our protagonist can easily observe the target inside the house. Seeing this, Dane cheerfully loads his gun, thinking to himself, good thing I have abilities that make this plan possible. First, teleportation, and second, the power to move objects. Cut to inside the room. The villain, who had been intently watching and plotting, suddenly finds a gun appearing in front of him. And at the same time Dane's figure appears behind him and coldly says, "Goodbye, Rhino." Immediately after, a shot rings out and the Rhino Man collapses to the side. Paying no mind to his fat body, the male lead gently takes the paper he was reading and murmurs, "Is this the mall blueprint? Just as I thought, he was planning a terrorist attack this time too." This guy is Rhino, who becomes an S-rank villain later in the original. He's that crazy masked Rhino who kills hundreds of people. Unaware of the male lead's thoughts, Seo-eun's voice comes through the earpiece. The police and the Hero Association have been notified, they'll be there in 5 minutes. Dane smiles and nods, all right. Thanks, Seo-eun. Seo-eun replies in an annoyed tone, if you're grateful, buy some cantaloupe ice cream when you get back. Not giving her time to complain further, our protagonist cuts the connection. Next, he dips his finger into the pool of blood on the table. And writes something on the glass wall. He then flashes a sly smile, maybe I should leave you a present. Time flies, and a short while later, Rhino's room is filled with police officers. A female voice asks, so the dead person over there is Rhino? Hearing this, the black-haired officer nods in confirmation, yes, that's right. He's been confirmed as the S-rank villain Rhino. Based on the modus operandi, the perpetrator in this murder is believed to be the same one who killed the A-rank villain in Zodiac and escaped earlier. And also, he hesitates and points to the wall ahead, where the words, "For Stardust," appear. This makes the female hero so furious she trembles. She growls, that insane bastard, I will catch him for sure. Soon after, news of Rhino's death spreads across the papers, sending netizens into a frenzy of discussion. Someone comments, but if he's only hunting other villains, isn't he a hero? How is he a villain, seriously? This guy's okay, villains always escape prison anyway, so I support killing them outright. He does what the heroes can't, doesn't that feel satisfying, buddy? Watching those heroes at work makes me so mad. Cut to Dane's location. After reading everyone's comments, the general lost his mind as things weren't as he expected. Annoying, this is so annoying. Truly a nuisance, I tell you. This is a nuisance, he said, his eyes glaring fiercely. At the same time, a female voice complained, you've been muttering this whole time. What do you mean by nuisance? The white-haired girl is Han Seo-eun, who possesses superintelligence. Responding to her question, Dane's eyes almost sparked as he turned to explain, they even thank him after he kills other villains. At this rate he'll get praise as he passes by. What about the heroes who lock you up, huh? The assistant seemed to guess something and coldly uttered a name, Stardust. Dane quickly nodded and continued, right, and worse because Stardust will be even more tragic. To stop that, you have to engrave in everyone's minds that you're a very, very evil person. Alright, Seo-eun, get ready. The villain ego's tick officially debuts. The young man said this while pointing directly at the bomb he'd prepared earlier inside his backpack. Cut to a tall tower. While people were touring around, a loudspeaker suddenly announced, "This is the scene for everyone on the 11th floor to enjoy. Now please savor it. 3, 2, 1. Hello everyone. My name is the villain Egostick." Along with these words, images of masked Dane repeatedly appeared above the glass. Witnessing this, people panicked. Seeing their reactions, the protagonist smiled in satisfaction and continued, So you wonder who Egostick is? The one who recently took out Rhino and Zodiac before that. None other than me. But enough, stop the nonsense. See that over there? Dane said with a smile, pointing toward the tall tower behind him. From this image, people began to recognize it as Tower 127. On this side, Dane continued his cold proclamation. He pointed to Observation Tower 61 and said further. And there. I've planted bombs in 2 places there. That's what I'm saying. Hearing this, the crowd turned so pale with fear their faces were flushed. Chaos erupted everywhere. What is this? The doors won't open. I don't want to die here. Someone shouted while trying to escape but failed, and their images were broadcast live for others to see. Back to the protagonist, he was using his power to control countless floating cameras around him to capture every angle and said, "Then let the game begin. Where there are villains, there will be heroes, right? The hero responsible for Soul, Stardust, to stop me. You should come now." No sooner had he finished speaking than Dane startled, noticing a figure streaking toward him at rocket speed. This made Dane panic, hurriedly adjusting his clothes. And his mask. He felt a bit flustered. Phew, what's this level of? Finally I get to meet her in person. Opposite him, Stardust also landed on the helipad. Her landing was so powerful it kicked up dust and smoke everywhere. Seeing her figure, Dane's face went dumbstruck. The image of a beautiful, powerful female hero left Dane speechless for a moment. Unaware of the protagonist's thoughts, the heroine, upon seeing him, clenched her teeth and demanded, "Your name is Egostick?" In response, Dane merely coldly pulled out a detonator and threatened, "Stop right there. If you take one more step, I'll press it immediately. You know that." Flashback to when our protagonist Kim Dane was just 15 years old. The loud, gut-wrenching laughter of the person glaring from the TV wouldn't stop. Ha 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 ha. His face was gleeful, laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Back then he was truly baffling. Was Jackie really insane? Even for a villain, this concept was over the top. Now that he understood a villain's mindset, he let out a tremendous laugh. Ha 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 ha. Despite the hero before him staring with rage, ready to smash him to bits at any moment. The world seemed to freeze, even the anxious crowd below appeared to be reduced to just one hero and one villain on the rooftop. Rewinding a few minutes before the two officially met. Kim Dane pointed at Stardust with a smug look. "I know what you're thinking right now. Even my subordinate controlling the broadcast has a detonation switch, so don't think you can overpower me with strength." The hero's step faltered briefly at those words. He spread his arms as a swarm of drones hovered behind him. "This stage I created is just for Stardust. How do you like it?" She returned a scowl. "You monstrous jerk, release the innocent people now, then we can fight and arrest you afterward." Kim Dane kept a casual smile, leaning and raising his hand toward the camera. "Yes, I'll release them. That's what the righteous hero Stardust says, so pay attention. Everyone, look at me, now I'll hack elevator A at each observation deck." He snapped his fingers with a click. A sound echoed in the elevators of both towers. Stardust's brows knitted slightly, for she knew the nature of these villains too well. This wouldn't end so easily. The residents in the building, seeing the elevators working again, rushed forward. "Hurry up," a voice shouted to stop them. "Wait." This was still part of Kim Dane's plan. If he released them immediately, there'd be no fun. The down button is lit over there. He excitedly told them, just press the button at the other observation deck and it'll explode easily, right? His tone hummed, let's see. There are 30 minutes until the bomb detonates, then he grew wildly excited, before that, hurry up and press and get down. Kim Dane became a devilish tempter to the weak-minded crowd, hurry, after all they're complete strangers to you, right? The big screen showed chaotic scenes inside the building, children crying and arguments blending together. Stardust ground her teeth and cursed the bastard. Kim Dane pretended not to care about her mood. Today I'll show everyone the depths of human selfishness. This is Egostic's game. Those inside the building panicked. If the other side presses first we'll die horribly, but we still have to live, right? It'll explode when time's up. It said 30 minutes earlier. Does that mean you want to kill the people over there with just this one button? They were all worried, uneasy, and suspicious. Will they press it over there? There's no time to think like this. The bomb will detonate in a few dozen minutes. So what now? They will press the button. Ah. The situation was truly chaotic now, some people couldn't sit still. Damn it, what is the hero doing right now? Stardust steadied herself and couldn't act rashly. Even if she lunged and took him down in an instant, if there were detonators elsewhere it would be utterly useless. If this continues the hostages will, her gaze chilled to ice, her voice gritted. Is playing with people's lives fun for you? Opposite her, Kim Dane still looked nonchalant, eyes squinting in a smile. Haha, the fun isn't in that. Stardust, one of Korea's few A-rank heroes. Someone who believes in justice and never compromises with evil. Honestly, I quite respect you. Stardust. Those words made her flush with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? He gleefully rubbed his nose with pride. I just wanted to praise you while the whole country is watching you on TV. Kim Dane's voice again drew attention. Seeing her helpless and unable to act. His face went mad as he fondled the bomb button. It's really fascinating. His form dimly began to vanish. I'll give you a chance to join the game. Now I'll connect you with those anxiously waiting for a hero. Stardust stared at him warily, confused. What? Kim Dane continued to perform. If you succeed in persuading them and in 30 minutes no one presses the button. He crossed his legs and grinned wickedly. The bombs won't detonate. Stardust, of course, didn't believe him. You expect me to trust a bastard? He not only showed no fear but taunted, better than letting them helplessly stare at the sky, right? She helplessly clenched her fist at her side. Kim Dane ignored her opinion and motioned with his hand, now, so. A loud shout rang out as all the cameras swarmed around her. 3, 2, 1 inch. When the 3 count finished, a dramatic scene began. The hero's face appeared on the large LED screens across the buildings. The crowd immediately recognized her, Stardust. Stardust. She took a deep breath against the invisible pressure. She looked into the camera as if looking straight into their eyes. Hello everyone, I am A-rank hero Stardust. Each person has their own belief in their heart. Her handsome face softened. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. The half-real, half-illusory world felt like a dream. I will be portrayed to the public as the terrorist villain. My dream comes true. And she will shine. This stage is for her. Stardust. Her appearance shines so later people can be proud of the choice they make today. Show this villain. Her voice was like a warm breath that reached everyone's hearts. We are strong. Their gazes gradually steadied, our faith will not waver, we will never bow to evil. Thank you, everyone. Kim Dane slightly curled his lips in a mysterious smile. The countdown on the screen showed only 5 seconds left. Those trapped in the building held each other and prayed. Stardust's face was filled with worry as she watched the screen. As the count reached its end, everyone closed their eyes and braced themselves. Everyone was tense and anxious. No one knew whether the punishment would come down or if the villain was telling the truth. That was also the moment Kim Dane stepped onto the stage. Right now. All the cameras fell as his incredulous roar echoed. Impossible. Those selfish people should have been looking out for themselves, right? The camera had caught his puzzled, anguished face. Wouldn't they rush out to save themselves? No. Impossible, there must be at least one person who pressed the button, someone selfish like me must have pressed it. Kim Dane clutched his head and muttered, overacting. How can people be this kind? At that moment Stardust spoke. Egos tick, people aren't as selfish as you think. Her image appeared, radiating a brilliant halo. No one is completely selfless, but I believe in people's goodness. It's thanks to you, Kim Dane, Stardust, you made them unite. He suddenly changed expression and chuckled. Interesting, isn't it, Stardust? Before Stardust could rush forward, he politely bowed. The next game will definitely. Kim Dane looked at her one last time. Well. Stardust's blue eyes, full of resolve, made him exclaim, her gaze was righteous. Finally he disappeared with a declaration, I will win. All the citizens erupted in joyful emotion. They burst into tears, hugging one another in celebration of the hero's victory. They all chanted one name in unison. Stardust. Stardust. Yet the hero remained silently suspended in the air. Kim Dane quickly teleported to another location. As soon as he landed, he collapsed helplessly. He painfully groaned, oh my God, I'm dying. This was the consequence of teleportation. The lethal side effect of instantaneous travel injures the body, proportional to the distance covered. His body grew heavier to the point he couldn't even crawl. Ugh, I'll probably be bedridden for days, a girl exclaimed. I told you not to change that hat again. The white-haired girl looked at him with disdain. It looks awful. Kim Dane feebly begged, Seo-un. I'm really about to die. Give me a glass of water. The girl cruelly brushed off her skirt and walked away. Drink it yourself. Leaving him frozen in place. The large LED announced breaking news, 0 casualties from the building terror. Stardust hovered in midair. She gritted her teeth with hatred. Playing with other people's hearts. Next time I'll definitely catch you. She vowed to remember that name until she had him. One early morning at the Korean Hero Association, the association of people with superhuman abilities in Korea. The big screen displayed countless tabloid posts online. These were recent headlines. The radio broadcast kidnapper watched by the whole country, who is the villain who named Hero Stardust? Review his actions. Who is A-rank villain Egos tick? A hot topic. No real casualties from the terror spread across the peninsula, the broadcast hijacking extended overseas. Is Korean broadcast security okay like this? The meeting host turned to the next slide. Next was a dossier analyzing Egos tick, villain profile with some information linking Kim Dane to the villain Egos tick, male, mask, presumed ability to degrade residency identification. Seoul. A portly, balding uncle spoke up. Then let's begin the briefing. This is Park Jun-ho, chairman of the Korean Hero Association. Images appeared of several closed-room murders. He looked exasperated. Alright, we've seen this section many times, move on. Yes. The host continued the presentation. I will explain the details of yesterday's incident. First, it appears the perpetrator exploited instantaneous teleportation to place bombs on the exterior of the building in advance. After disarming, it was confirmed to be a high-yield homemade bomb with enough force to blow off an entire observation deck. Determined to be a high-performance improvised explosive. The conclusion is that he likely manufactured it himself. Park Joon-ho rubbed his shiny bald head in distress. Still no leads on the kidnapping. They do have some specific analyses. However, because no one with wave-related powers has appeared before, we think it's highly likely he has a very skilled tech accomplice behind him. Their tentative hypothesis was only this much. An accomplice? Very likely that person is the bomb maker. The secretary's expression turned serious. There's one more thing I want to add. That he seems to be very obsessed with Stardust. Everyone's gaze immediately fell on the blonde-haired woman. From the small clues, he could be certain that the perpetrator left a message aimed at her at the crime scene, addressed to Stardust. And in this case it was also confirmed that he directly referenced her through the words of the A-rank villain responsible for Seoul, Stardust. Park Joon-ho, hearing that, directly asked the person, how did it feel to meet that guy in person? He pointed straight at her, Stardust. She stood up slightly and offered her view. He seems like someone with a psychological disorder who enjoys toying with people's hearts. Moreover, he has the capability to organize large-scale terror attacks. He's a truly dangerous villain. 2 days later, after that terror incident, in Dane's room he lay bedridden groaning, "Oh my God, I'm going to die." He tried to force himself up, stumbled into the kitchen to find something to eat. As he gulped a bottle of orange juice, a sudden sound rang out. "Is it happening again?" Kim Dane, startled, spit out the drink and panically explained. "Ah, that's not it. Seo-eun. I'm not like that. Now let me introduce this girl. This is Han Seo-eun, who has a superintelligence ability." At first he wasn't used to the girl calling him Appa like in the original story. According to the original story, she would grow up to become an S-rank villain, a genius hacker. Well, that's in the original, for now I've kept this girl by my side. The girl angrily made a fuss. "This is my home. Don't act like it's your house." In truth, the two of them were at Han Seo-eun's underground base. He smiled offhandedly. "Haha. Anyway, I pay for living expenses and everything." Han Seo-eun immediately shushed him. "Shoo, anyway you should shut up and drink. Understand?" Kim Dane chuckled softly at that cute threat. He gently patted the girl's head. "All right, I get it." The warm moment didn't last long before the girl bashfully pulled him and the drink away. "Ah, something else happened. Hurry up." The door to the high-tech electronics room opened and closed. Han Seo-eun sat before the advanced control screens. "Remember the girl named Lee Subin I mentioned before? She's a candidate to be our assistant." Kim Dane didn't need to think much. "Ah, the girl active on the deep web? I think she's a fan of mine." The girl made a few keystrokes and pointed at the screen. "Look, she's present here." The broadcaster's voice rang out, "Egostic's fanatics are carrying out a hostage-taking terror incident in central Incheon. They have planted bombs in that building." He froze and moved closer to the screen. "What the hell? These lunatics, is that girl being held hostage there or what?" Han Seo-eun pointed at the trembling person holding the gun. "No, the masked girl over there." The broadcaster reported the situation. Egostic's followers declared they will not negotiate, they only intend to terrorize him to death. Police confirmed that so far at least 3 people have died due to the terror and about 300 hostages remain trapped in the building. His voice faltered. "Seo-eun. What are our principles?" The girl still remembered her older brother's instruction clearly: never, under any circumstances, kill civilians. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light. "We have to clean those guys up. Help me, Seo-eun." Han Seo-eun nodded firmly. He kept thinking about how to handle the man while the girl would observe the scene and make deductions. At the sight of the kidnapping terror, Stardust stood before the blazing building. She pressed her lips and stood silent for a long moment. Then she spoke into her radio, "Headquarters, I request permission to breach," but the reply was denial. "Await orders, after police finish negotiations they'll permit entry, with a kill order if necessary. This incident made her hate him all the more, all because of that bastard. Previous terror attacks had mostly been the domain of superpowered villains. This spectacle, to a greater or lesser extent, caused a major shock in the villain community. But this time he didn't center it on superpowers, he used explosives and hostage-taking as his spear to pressure the heroes. Clearly his image of pressing us had inspired other ordinary people. She fumed angrily. The very next day similar kidnapping crimes occurred. Then a radio announcement crackled in, Stardust at the scene, Egostick is live-streaming the interior on YouTube. Check it now. She was stunned. She immediately pulled out her phone. Indeed, the new villain who'd been mocking others' deaths had appeared. Viewers flooded in rapidly. What is this? Is the villain live-streaming the terror? The world's #1 villain in the chat was full of maniacs. Is this a crime scene? Release Kim Sun-yu, release Kim Sun-yu, where's moderation? They're hijacking the broadcast again. The footage showed Egostick inside the building confronting a group dressed just like him. They raised their guns and shouted, "Who are you?" They quickly recognized him. And they rejoiced instantly. Our hero, Egostick, has descended right here. Egostick, not knowing what they were expecting. He's here, he's really here, woo, he'll personally wipe out these idiots. Kim Dane's expression was not pleased with these people. God, I teleported a long distance again so my whole body aches because of these idiots. Damn it. The terrorists were puzzled. Egostick. Suddenly a laugh boomed. Haha, this is interesting. Ha ha ha, they forced a laugh despite not understanding. At that moment Han Seo-eun reported, 3 o'clock position, the man standing by the pillar is holding an explosive detonator. He glanced at that man and confirmed it. And immediately the man received his fate. His body was pitilessly blown open into a large hole. The terrorists froze and shouted, "No, this isn't Egostick, it's definitely a disguised police officer." They hastily trained their guns on him. But before any trigger could be pulled the guns were ripped from their hands. What followed was barrels thrust straight into each of their faces. Kim Dane sneered, raised his hand and used his power. "I've never had such foolish lackeys like you before." Countless shots rang out, the building billowed with smoke. The agonized screams of those shot echoed through the live video, comments showed confusion while some sane viewers spoke up. Are they on the same side? Why are they all taken out? Just kill them all, so satisfying. Who is Egostick to be this ruthless? Those lunatics. People are dying. What are the heroes doing? The villain is taking over. Ha ha ha, what will happen to those people? Boo-hoo, is this a psychopath trying to kill everyone? Not only that, Egostick looks handsome from behind too, right? There are so many crazies here. This is real, folks. At that point superiors finally authorized Stardust to enter. Top priority is ensuring the hostages' safety from the terrorists and Egostick. She wasted no time and rushed in to confirm. Only one person remained unshot, and he was the one he needed to find. Han Seo-eun's voice rang out, "Please save her. From what I can tell, she's being dragged and forced by those maniacs. She isn't part of the terror." She curled up, clutching her head and sobbing in a corner. "Ah, help me." Sniffle. Kim Dane's hand made her gasp and hiccup. Hic. He outright threw her mask off. Her voice asked, "Did I do something wrong? Did I or not?" Lee Subin, eyes brimming, choked out, "Okay, I admit it." She cried even louder. "Okay, I admit it." Kim Dane had no patience for that. "If you keep crying like that you'll get shot." Lee Subin fell silent and clamped a hand over her mouth. And his steps turned toward the civilians taken hostage. Yet he solemnly bowed his head. "I'm sorry, although this wasn't caused by me, I feel a great responsibility because copycat acts sprang up from my case. This action set the comments alight. What the? The villain is bowing. Wait, what's really going on here? He then spoke earnestly, to the hostages and everyone affected because of me, I will transfer compensation to your accounts. Please check them. I deeply apologize to the 3 victims who died. I will pay the highest compensation I can. Still, Kim Dane hesitated inwardly over the downsides of this. Oh man, transferring from fake name accounts is easy to trace too, I don't know. Seo-eun will handle it, right? Han Seo-eun sighed and urged, now take her home, which made it clear the girl had agreed to do it. Okay. Kim Dane hoisted Lee Subin onto his shoulder. His body immediately felt shattered. The after effects of teleportation make me tremble. Suddenly, a shockwave hit the entire floor. Kim Dane realized the only one who could do that was Stardust. She was charging in and hadn't yet shaped a clear picture of the situation here. A few days later the uproar continued at Yunhee University. At a certain cafe, KPS News reported that the villain would be responsible for monetary compensation. The public fell into turmoil. Villain Egostick bowed at the terrorist attack scene. Verifying the hostages' accounts isn't easy. What kind of person is he? KPS will investigate thoroughly. A blonde girl sat alone at a table, eyes fixed on her phone screen. Her fingers skimmed through the comments. Everyone was talking. Who is Mango Stick anyway? Mango Stick sounds legendary. Does Mango Stick only save women? When not a hero, Stardust is an ordinary person named Shin Haru, currently a college student. For some reason she sighed wearily. She recalled how she had stormed into the building with reckless determination. That assault sent shockwaves through the whole building. As she rushed in she immediately caught sight of Egostick's surprised face. She locked onto the target at once, Egostick, you bastard, this time I'll definitely catch you. She abruptly changed direction and charged. Fortunately Kim Dane's legs went limp at that moment and he managed to dodge. Stardust was truly impatient and couldn't react in time. Oh dear. And just like that she let the villain she needed to catch slip away. The more she thought about it the angrier she felt, Shin Haru sighed in frustration. Just then, another girl came over and pulled out a chair. She gently asked, Haru, what's wrong? Is the assignment too hard to do? Kim Chae-hyun, Haru's senior, roused her and looked up. Oh, it's nothing, sis. She awkwardly turned back to her lesson. I'm fine, just a bit distracted. Stardust, a top-rank A hero of Korea, is actually Shin Haru. As a hero she hides her identity with a cognition-reducing filter, so everyone thinks she's just an ordinary student named Shin Haru. Well, maybe she's not entirely ordinary either, since every man's gaze lands on her. Anyway, recently she's been worried about one thing, Haru keeps muttering the name Egostick all day. She circled that hated name with resentment, people are selfish, after all. A big question arose in her mind, why would he save the hostages? Suddenly the person in front of her pinched her cheek. Look at you, making that sad face again. Chae-hyun cheerfully suggested, forget the homework for now, let's go get mango cake, your favorite, Haru. Haru's face immediately lit up at the word mango. But her mind was instantly replaced by Egostick's crazed expression and perverse laugh. Ha ha ha. Haru's wink turned into a clearly darkened expression. Chae-hyun froze, studying her expression closely. Even mango won't fix it. No way. She snapped her pen and mumbled, mango is mine. Chae-hyun soothed her like a child. Alright, the mango is yours, all yours. A fire burned in her heart like hellfire. That name, Mango Stick, no, Egostick, got stuck in my head, I'll make him reveal himself. Despite her anger, she still adorably ate the mango ice cream. In the heart of Seoul, where the villain and the haunted hero live, stood an ordinary-looking house. But when the front door opens, there is a second door beside the entrance. When that second door opens, to everyone's surprise, an elevator appears. After entering the elevator and inputting the code, the doors close and the lift begins to descend. Going down dozens of underground floors, the destination is Egostic Space. Kim Dane proudly lounged in a glass chamber, nicknamed the Egu Base. Seo-eun looked annoyed. Why would you just name someone else's house that? He offered a perfectly reasonable explanation. Seo-eun, between us there's no distinction whose house is whose, right? Your home is my home and my home is your home. The girl poutingly sneered but didn't deny it. What the? That's ridiculous. Suddenly his knee wouldn't let him be so carefree. Pain shot through him, making him writhe and scream loudly. Ugh! Seo-eun scolded irritably. Don't talk nonsense, lie still so you can heal faster, don't make a fuss. Kim Dane whimpered, don't say that, teleporting and carrying someone at the same time tires me twice as much. Ugh! Suddenly he smiled slyly. Han-eun has superintelligence. He was surely casting a covetous glance at the girl sitting on the sofa. So, what chapter are you on? His face showed satisfaction. Although recruiting a helper wasn't for this reason, the recovery capsule was truly the best. Seo-eun casually gave him a thumbs up, her gaze odd. What's that? The door suddenly opened. The person he had risked everything to rescue stepped in. I'm back, saw the fridge was empty, so. Lee Subin asked shyly, does anyone want any snacks? Kim Dane jumped and shouted, wait, aren't you wanted? She recounted it cheerfully. I covered my face before going out. He was stunned and alarmed, that was even more suspicious. But little Seo-eun put her book down and obediently ran over. Yet from this behavior Kim Dane formed a strange suspicion. Could she be asking him to bring someone home to do chores? He immediately teleported in front of the girl. Why did you tell him to bring this person here? The girl unwrapped the ice cream she had and replied nonchalantly, oh, I was going to ask them to help with something. Kim Dane flailed, what? He whispered urgently. That's something to consider before someone becomes a terrorist. He opposed bringing a terrorist into the house. Seo-eun. Can you guarantee she won't fire a gun in our home? The girl sighed and denied it. That won't happen. She affirmed decisively. And this person had no intention of joining the terrorists, she was almost forced out by his henchmen. Then she pointed at the girl, sis. Oh no, bro wait, sis, you're Lee Subin, right? The girl startled, how do you know my name? Seo-eun's manner clearly showed she understood. I know everything. Sister Lee Subin. The girl even knew her household registration. Your parents are researchers at the Han-eun Corporation, right? Her face went pale. How did you know that? Seo-eun casually explained, I read the posts you wrote on the deep web. Those shielding programs have lots of loopholes. Do you want revenge? The girl stepped closer to Lee Subin, Han-eun Corporation, do you want to avenge what they did to your parents? I'm looking for the heads of the Han-eun Corporation, I've been harmed a lot too. The girl clearly offered, we have to find those bastards and crush them before I can feel at ease. Will you help me? In an instant Kim Dane understood Seo-eun's motive. So that's it. That other girl was also a victim of Han-eun, like Seo-eun. When I wanted Seo-eun to become my first aide, I persuaded her by promising to help her get revenge. Of course, my goal was to prevent her from becoming an S-class villain later. But anyway. This Lee Subin in the original work left no impression on me, so she's probably just a supporting character. That might be proof she's harmless, but let's see if she can help me first. Suddenly he snapped awake seeing the two girls hugging and crying. Kim Dane stood dumbfounded amid their sobbing. Wah wah sis, hick hick. Seo-un. The events moved so fast he couldn't keep up with the emotions. Seo-un, Seo-un. Her cool image was ruined. He silently watched the two of them getting emotional for a long while. Then settled back into the chamber. Well, I'll just lie still. That evening at a cozy restaurant. Everyone felt worried for a young couple. The restaurant was quiet except for the wife's hiccuping sobs, hic hic. Tears streaming down her cheeks as her desperate voice sought an answer. Why are you like this with me? Yet the person opposite glowered darkly at her, killing his appetite. I'm confessing to you, so why do you look so sad? This incident led someone to report it to the police. A cold-faced man approached their table. There's a report of an assault. Come with me to the station. The man muttered curses. Oh damn it, let me eat a bit, go away. The officer couldn't wait any longer and placed a hand on him. Fine, consider yourself under full arrest. His body flashed a red light. Suddenly the policeman was teleported to the edge of the rooftop railing. The man's perverse voice sounded behind him. Shall we both go to the station together? He disdainfully delivered a kick. Fine, but I'll take you first. The policeman, caught off guard, fell from the high floor. The man wore a cold smile. Who do you think you are to argue with me? Fake cop, this is an A-rank villain. Kim Hak-chul, did you spatially teleport? The world appeared in a dazed blur, a scream rang out. You think killing me will change this world? Han Seo-un. The White Witch S-rank villain looked completely different now. Stardust couldn't tell the hero's expression as a call cut off the reverie. Hey! Back to the present, Han Seo-un. A 16-year-old who loves orange juice shouted, You drank all my orange juice again, didn't you? Lee Subin, awkwardly washing dishes, spoke up. Seo-un, I'm sorry, I drank it, that was me. I'll buy you another one. While Seo-un was scolding her brother, she ran over and hugged her. The girl changed her expression in a flash, smiling brightly. It's okay, sis. Kim Dane watched this and sneered, thinking he would have handled it differently. He suddenly spoke up, Hey, look at that, so you finally stopped pretending to be a boy. The girl angrily shouted. You, Kim Dane, she had him on the hook. Ha ha ha. The three of them lived happily and peacefully. Recalling the misfortune mentioned in the original, Han Seo-un with superintelligence. She was the only survivor of the Kai Hoa project conducted by the Han-un Corporation. Hundreds of children were subjected to illegal experiments. One day, a child developed an unexpected complication. Everyone involved died, except Seo-un. The building collapsed at that time. Afterward, badly injured, she escaped from the research facility. She hid in an underground bunker and set up the refuge she has now. She lived alone like that for many years. Until I found her, Kim Dane's sudden arrival came when she was finally stable. A chair crashed down, making a loud noise. Seo-un bristled like a hedgehog, on guard. Kim Dane calmly made an offer. Don't you want revenge on them? I need your help too, Han Seo-un. Under the girl's fearful gaze. He reached out a hand in a friendly gesture. I'm not here to harm you. I'm here to save you. Unlike the original, where Seo-un's grief led her to become an S-rank villain and die later. Poor girl. I promised I would never let her fall into villainy again. Still, he had some doubts. Now that she's complicit with me, does that make her a villain? In any case, let's keep to the right path. Sensing his stare, Seo-un turned back to retort. What are you looking at? You don't even understand, so stop staring. Kim Dane's gaze swept to the other girl. Subin's parents were researchers but are deceased. She self-studied and was admitted to a prestigious university. He also knew the details about this girl. Majoring in computer engineering, she'll likely handle technical support for Seo-eun later. He took a casual sip of water. Though a character he hadn't known and found somewhat suspicious, he had to admit her cooking skills were top-notch. Suddenly Seo-eun held up a small spider. There, it's done, an external tracking sensor. Kim Dane's face twisted. What is he supposed to do with the tracker? The girl clicked her tongue in annoyance. TSK, have you forgotten our trade? She pointed at the person on the screen. It's for the villain on the list you picked. He was stunned with surprise. Was the teleporting person him? Kim Dane knew well, summed up his ability. This guy can teleport infinitely over short distances without taking damage. He can't be outshone by outside force, he's extremely troublesome. The girl laughed excitedly. The harder the opponent, the more urgent it is to handle them first. He groaned in pain. Do you understand how exhausting constant teleporting is for me? Seo-eun cheered. Work, egos tick. They quickly set off. The destination was a small apartment in a remote area. Kim Dane snuck atop a low building, anxious. Seo-eun. Can you get in yet? The girl urged. What? You haven't gone in. Get in now. Still, he was nervous and tense. Is teleporting straight into the living room really the right move? What if he's there? Seo-eun sighed and reminded him again. How many times have I told you, shoot bullets with trackers attached, even if he dodges the bullet by teleporting, he'll still be tagged. Kim Dane looked at the shiny gun. What? Why? The girl began to get irritated. Because I engineered it to be faster than the bullet. You're from the humanities, explanations won't help. Just go in. Still he hesitated. Wouldn't it be faster to just kill him out on the street? Seo-eun wanted to flip the table at her brother's stubbornness. He never goes out, always just teleports. I've investigated and prepared this plan beforehand. God, I'm so nervous. The girl was burning with anxiety and gulped down a bottle of water. Lee Subin anxiously cheered from the side. Egos tick, go for it. Hearing that, the girl shyly echoed, yeah. Egos tick, go for it. Kim Dane felt reinvigorated. Alright, thanks. Let's begin. He abruptly teleported into the criminal's house just as the man finished showering. The man was startled by his appearance. Ha! Immediately Seo-eun shouted, shoot. He raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Indeed. Two small spiders shot out instantly at unbelievable speed. But as predicted, Kim Hak-chul vanished from the spot. Kim Dane threw the gun away. Damn it. Seo-eun, did the tracking sensor stick? On Seo-eun's side they had the situation under control. It's attached, Subin, report the location. She quickly found his position. Right now. He's 500 meters east from here. He followed the direction without much thought. Okay. Suddenly he appeared in the middle of the street. Huh, what is that? What the? People around recognized him. Isn't that Ego's tick? Huh. It's really him. He frowned and scanned the surroundings. Damn, this wasn't in the plan. His appearance immediately went viral across social media. At Yunhee University Lecture Hall, Haru was concentrating on studying, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly a voice over the radio announced, Ego's tick has appeared in the city, superhero Stardust, prepare to deploy under the association's orders. She panicked, sprang up and shouted, what? Everyone in the class turned to look at her. Ah, sorry everyone. Haru hurriedly packed her things and left. Excuse me. She rushed off at top speed. What stunt is he pulling this time? Ego's tick. Seo-eun carefully checked the tracker. Hey, over there, right at the intersection ahead. Kim Dane quickly saw Kim Hak-chul staggering away. Had he been hit by the bullet? At that moment, the light turned red. He recklessly jumped out to block his path. "Forget it, just come." Seo-eun's panicked voice rang in his ear, "Dane." His eagerness to catch the A-rank criminal made him fail to pay attention to crossing. The truck. The truck came rushing toward them at breakneck speed. He didn't know if he could react in time to survive. While fleeing, Kim Hak-chul suddenly remembered that fateful day. "Hey Kim Hak-chul. When you stole our money and ran away, wasn't that fun?" The Kim Hak-chul of that time was weak and helpless, only able to whimper and beg. "I'll pay it back, please spare me." Feeling that wasn't sincere enough, he began shouting his pleas, "I'll pay it back." Those words annoyed the ringleader. He couldn't tolerate it any longer. He deliberately pressed his cigarette into the rope binding Kim Hak-chul. "I don't need you anymore." Seeing this, he struggled even more violently. "No, please don't, I'm sorry, just spare me this once." No matter how much he pleaded, the rope had already burned through and he fell into the sea. At that point there was nothing left to regret. Kim Hak-chul cursed them bluntly, "You bastards, you scum." As his face neared the water, he summoned all his rage and shouted, "I curse you all to die." At that very moment, Kim Hak-chul suddenly vanished. And when the group was about to leave, he reappeared suddenly nearby. This strange phenomenon drained the others' faces pale with fear. "What the?" Kim Hak-chul himself, still unharmed, looked bewildered. "Huh?" Once they calmed down, the group quickly rushed at him and captured him. Before long, Kim Hak-chul was surrounded. He hadn't moved an inch. This ability. After standing still for a while, Kim Hak-chul clenched his fists in joyful excitement. Now no one in the world could catch him. Thinking that, he quickly vanished, letting the two sides crash into each other before fleeing. No one could get back to the present when the truck that had noticed someone immediately slammed on the brakes. But he had already disappeared, appearing in the cab to give the driver a fright. Seeing he was unharmed, Kim Hak-chul was furious. Damn it! Sensing things were wrong, he turned and bolted. He timed it perfectly but still couldn't catch him. Son of a... As soon as he got out of the truck, Kim Hak-chul had teleported to the roof of a nearby building. Carefully observing, he ground his teeth in anger. It's really egoistic. Could he be wiping out villains not out of personal vendetta? The more he thought about it, the more Kim Hak-chul swallowed his rage. Clearly they had nothing to do with each other, yet. Down below, once out of the truck, Egostick was surrounded by many civilians. Yes, I'm busy working so I can't talk much. Oh my. Oh, don't be afraid, I won't hurt anyone. Now go to hell. Hey, villain A with the teleportation ability. As soon as those words were spoken, a crazy thought flashed through Kim Hak-chul's mind. Could he be specifically hunting down villains and finishing them off? No sooner had that thought escaped than Egostick appeared from nowhere. From then on, wherever Kim Hak-chul went, he followed. Trash goes in the bin, villains must be wiped from the world. Come on, over here. One piece of trash cleaned up today. Being followed too closely, he snapped and grabbed a nearby civilian. Why can I still hear that guy's voice in my ear? Kim Hak-chul immediately threw that person behind him and ran. While the girl was still dazed, he gently asked if she was okay. His gentleness made her blush. Yes, I'm fine. That Kim Hak-chul, after teleporting repeatedly, had exhausted most of his energy and could no longer hold on. He finally collapsed. Why me? After letting the girl rest, Egostick turned his attention to his original target. The level A villain with instantaneous teleportation. Seeing him say nothing, he pulled out a handgun and pressed it to his head. You have confessed your crime. Suddenly berated like that, the unconscious Kim Hak-chul still protested. Damn it, you're a villain too. Egostick sneered, yeah, but at least I'm not as despicable as you. With that, he turned and shouted to the onlookers, "Everyone, this trash stole tens of billions and murdered 4 innocent people. Those were someone's husband, father, friend, son. Do you want to spare this cold-blooded killer?" Asked like that, the people present didn't hesitate to answer briefly. "Finish him. Yes, finish him, kill him, kill him." Hearing that, Kim Hak-chul spat angrily. "You bastards calling to finish me, what makes me any different?" Ego's tick, pleased by the crowd's response, smiled. "Hak-chul, actually your greatest crime is later becoming an S-rank villain who kills hundreds and torments Stardust countless times." Snapping out of the thought, he turned stern and threatened, "You mean those two things are the same? Sorry, but it looks like you're going to die here." Immediately after that, a painful scream rang out, making Ego's tick cautiously look around. What struck his eyes was the jubilant delight of the civilians. This reaction surprised him. What the? Seeing someone shot dead in person, people should be terrified and screaming. After finishing, he stood up in bewilderment and watched the crowd's joyful faces. Aside from superpowers, this world isn't that different from his old one. But moments like this make him truly realize he's in another world. People here are really strange. After thinking it over, Ego's tick set that aside, took off his hat, and greeted them. "But I'm the villain here. Aren't you all afraid?" Seeing this expression, the surrounding civilians felt a bit uneasy. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Ego's tick knew its owner. Ego's tick quickly looked up at the sky. "Stardust, damn it, I've been drawing attention for too long." Stardust quickly landed, pointing at him and scolding, "Bastard." Ego's tick paid no mind and only focused on admiring the newcomer. Normally she's a slightly cold college girl, but as a hero she switches to an old-fashioned tone. Thinking this, the simple mode was activated, so cute. However, that demeanor was misunderstood by Stardust. "What did you do?" No matter how deluded he was, Ego's tick still wore a convincing villainous face. "What do you mean?" "I just dealt with a cruel level A villain who murdered people and robbed a bank, just doing the hero's job for you." Faced with that, Stardust couldn't argue. Seeing that reaction, he continued speaking. "Hey, what did I do wrong? A level A villain can be judged on the spot by a hero, can't they?" Unable to argue, she changed the subject entirely. "Ego's tick, do you think you're a hero?" That successfully stunned Ego's tick. "Huh. I'm a villain." Saying that, he suddenly realized something. With this many people, surely a lot are filming and praising Stardust, right? It's crowded here, perfect. Shaking off the thought, he chuckled and gave a perfunctory clap. "That's Stardust, it's illegal for a villain like me to punish the wicked. But I really can't accept her steadfast righteousness. Maybe I should withdraw today." Those words sparked another round of chatter among those present. Exactly, are villains only supposed to hide from heroes? He sounds impressive. In the end you were late and couldn't take down the teleporter. Honestly, Ego's tick didn't do anything wrong. These remarks left Stardust feeling unsettled and sad. Not only her, Ego's tick also felt the world had gone topsy-turvy. What is this? Something's off. At that moment, Han Seo-eun urged through the earpiece, "Babe, stop babbling and hurry up." Pressed and given the situation, he panicked and explained, No, I didn't mean I'm right, I'll keep doing evil, and Stardust can keep stopping me." "Well then, that's it for today." Saying that, he immediately used his power to disappear. With nothing left to gawk at, the crowd dispersed, leaving a pensive Stardust. "We should go too, right?" "Yeah, let's go." Once everyone had left, she walked over to the now-dead Kim Hak-chul, feeling sorrowful. Back at the base after returning, Ego's tick had collapsed and Han Seo-eun, waiting nearby, called out loudly. "Sister Subin, over here, hurry up. Lee Subin, summoned, rushed over in a panic. What's wrong? She sat down, examined him, and explained, it's a side effect of teleportation. After assessing, the two girls together dragged him back to the room. 1, 2. Just then, the phone in his pocket vibrated. It turned out a post about this afternoon's incident had been uploaded to a public forum to gauge reactions. Who prefers cool guy egoistic over old-fashioned Stardust? Definitely me. That evening, Stardust sat on some building and silently read the post. After reading it, she couldn't hide her sadness. Sitting on that rooftop, Stardust recalled some unpleasant events from her past. When she was just Shinharu, a 17-year-old student. A tragic thing happened. No, Mom, Dad. Seeing her anguish, the thief smugly held the wallet he'd just stolen, expecting her to obediently hand it over. After surveying his spoils for a while, he put it away, pulled out a handgun, and threatened, blame your stupid parents. With a gun at her head, Shinharu had nothing left to lose and wasn't afraid at all. Unable to show the expression that would disappoint the thief. He then smiled brightly and put the gun away. Lucky, huh, really lucky. With that, the thief flicked away his cigarette. Turned, and left. Leaving the one who had murdered her parents behind. Shinharu, resentful, could only collapse in helpless sobs. If only she had the power to protect her mother and father. No matter how much she regretted it, what had happened was done. Mom, Dad, I'll kill that bastard. After that vow, Shinharu sat by her parents' bodies and cried her eyes out. At that moment, a ray of light appeared in the dark sky. Shortly after, a meteor streaked straight down into the alley. The crying student Shinharu, noticing the strange light, looked up to see. When she looked up, a blinding shaft of light hit her eyes. Immediately after, the alley was filled with strange light. As the light faded, Shinharu lost consciousness and her hair changed from black to blonde. The next day, at the secret base. After resting fully, Kim Dane finally opened his eyes. Han Seo-eun had been waiting by the observation glass for this moment, ready to cheer. He's awake. He was then given a hot meal to enjoy. Suddenly Han Seo-eun brought her phone closer. Eat and listen. Immediately she read the article on the phone to him, a compilation of facts about level A villain egoistic real, state only the facts about level A villain egoistic. Reading the article carefully, Han Seo-eun recounted the countless achievements Dane had accomplished. Eliminated level A villain life, eliminated S-rank villain Zodiac. For Koreans already tired of prolonged crises, he even staged and contained special incidents at the observatory without casualties. It seemed the article ended there, but she read on. He also suppressed a group of fanatic troublemakers and hostage-taking terrorists and compensated the hostages. Pausing briefly, Han Seo-eun finished the rest of the piece. The level A teleporter had long been on the run. Despite a reward, authorities judged his capture extremely difficult. Really, Egostick doesn't look like a villain at all. Not yet satisfied, she smiled and added another detail. 7,842 likes and 12 dislikes. What do you think? Hearing this, Dane anxiously asked, and Stardust? At the name, Han Seo-eun couldn't hide her annoyance. Stardust? Look at the comments below. Before he could take the phone, she read aloud, honestly, Egostick is better than Stardust. What has Stardust even done? Hearing that, Dane almost spat out his food. She continued, King Egostick has already taken down 3 level A villains. After composing himself, Dane stammered, so why is Stardust being criticized? Han Seo-eun thought a moment then answered. Maybe because among the 3A rank heroes she operates the least. Shadow Walker or Icicle have single-handedly saved dozens or hundreds, while Stardust hasn't done much. After finishing the article, she hesitantly watched his reaction. See, that's how people respond. Hearing the comments, Kim Dane couldn't hide his despair. Most people feel that way. Not done shocking him, Han Seo-eun then showed a screen with a strange mango image. While Ego's Tick even has an actual fan club. This news officially shattered Dane. He sank to his knees, tearing at his hair. No way, these maniacs have a villain fan club. Unwilling to accept this, he stood up and began plotting. Okay, we can't leave this as is. After thinking it over, Kim Dane decided, start preparing the next publicity stunt. Seo-eun, Subin, can you two handle it? The two girls froze in panic at being singled out. Hey, again. Me. Ignoring their exasperation, Dane was excited and eager. We have to show Korea what a real villain is and who the true heroes are. Wait, Stardust, I'll bring you back to the top. At that moment, the awaited person was blissfully enjoying a mango frap smoothie. While enjoying the drink, Shin-haru suddenly noticed something. It turned out the cherry blossoms outside had burst into bloom, creating a romantic scene. Though poetic and romantic, her mind was filled with people's remarks, so heroic, only show up after finishing the job. Maybe they didn't even catch the teleporter. Recalling those words, Shin-haru sighed. A flood of negative thoughts swept through her like a tidal wave. The public was still fanatically cheering for Ego's Tick the villain slayer. More than the heroes who only suspended judgment and did their best, why were they being insulted like this? Refusing to sink into negativity, Shin-haru slapped her own face a few times. Snap out of it. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Haru, why are you slapping yourself? Hearing that voice, she came fully to her senses. And saw Kim Chae-hyun smiling gently as she sat down beside her, excited. Her sister smiled at her and suggested brightly, the weather's beautiful, let's rest for a bit. Invited like that, Shin-haru didn't hesitate to agree. Yeah, since when did the cherry blossoms bloom so fully? Kim Chae-hyun took out her phone eagerly. Oh right, do you want to see this? It's trending now, though Haru probably hasn't seen it. She showed a bouncing mango image and introduced it, so. Funny, right? Lately I find Ego's Tick really charismatic. Seeing that image, Shin-haru gritted her teeth in discontent. Even Senior Chae-hyun likes him. While scrolling, she suddenly noticed something. Oh, what's this? Kim Chae-hyun held up her phone. Haru, Ego's Tick is live right now. Surprised, she asked, really? As she took out her phone, the familiar voice sounded, this time Ego's Tick is targeting Stardust, head back to the association immediately and deploy to the scene. As soon as she heard that, Shin-haru slammed the table and stood up. Chae-hyun, I have urgent business, I have to go, sorry. With that, she turned and dashed out of the cafe before Chae-hyun could react. Huh? Haru? Running, Shin-haru resolved, wait, Ego's Tick, this time I'll definitely catch you. Meanwhile, at some cliffside. A familiar screen appeared, followed by Egostic's voice, long time no see. Hello everyone, I'm the villain Ego's Tick. After introducing himself, he watched the comments scroll by eagerly. How would people react? Crazy, did they treat this like some surprise event? Stopping the idle thoughts, Ego's Tick opened his phone and joked. There's been a lot of news about me lately, huh? I'm not a hero, I'm a villain, and I even have a fan club. Saying that, he flashed a wicked grin and aimed his phone at the tracks. Maybe everyone has the wrong idea. I'm the villain. Pointing to the hostages. He then pointed toward the train in the distance. Ah, the train's almost here. Are you watching, Stardust? That question prompted a comment, he's still a hardcore Stardust fan, huh? Ignoring it, he continued explaining. The rules are simple, your choice. Ego's Tick angled the camera down at the tracks and began to apply pressure. Keep the lever in place to save 1 instead of 5, Or pull the lever and sacrifice one for the many, pull the lever and one will buy. He thought of Lee Subin operating the train and kept up the pressure. Don't decide hastily. If you try to pull these people off the tracks, I'll derail the train immediately. Understand, Stardust? After laying out the rules, Ego's Tick invited her choice. You only have one option, pull the lever. No sooner had he spoken than Stardust appeared. You bastard, Ego's Tick. Without thinking, the girl rushed down and stood above. He watched with satisfaction. You're here then? Stardust. Looking at the hostages, she began to calculate. If I try to save them, the passengers on the train will be in danger. Think, Stardust, how can you save everyone? Seeing her hesitant expression, Ego's Tick, against his conscience, egged her on. Come on, the Pentakill's train is pulling into the station. How will our Stardust choose? She hadn't even acted yet when the viewers began to speculate. Ego's Tick was very pleased with those comments. Sure enough, everyone thought Stardust would pull the lever. But I believe the Stardust I know isn't that kind of person. At that moment, Lee Subin panicked and shouted through the earpiece. Dane, she's running toward me, what should I do? Seeing her charging silhouette, he reassured her, it's live, so mute the broadcast first. Don't worry, she won't come to hurt you, Subin. As things progressed, Lee Subin felt a bit more confident. Yes. Comforted by that, Ego's Tick continued playing the villain. Okay, turn the mic back on. Oh, is this for real? What is Stardust doing? She actually can do that? She'll be torn apart. Stardust, why are you rushing into suicide? Stop. No matter what he said, Stardust and the train collided head-on. And with all her strength. She tried to encourage herself, just hold on a bit longer. But suddenly the train sped up from that state. Which surprised Ego's Tick. Is it going faster? Realizing something, he panicked. Subin, wake up. Receiving no response, he was alarmed, he hadn't anticipated this. Seeing a dazed Stardust standing at the foot of the cliff, Ego's Tick continued his psychological assault. Come on, the Pentakill train is pulling into the station, how will our Stardust choose? Though he said that outwardly, inwardly he watched the girl below with eager expectation. The righteous girl would choose. The one he hoped for was now struggling through a torturous inner battle. After thinking it over and making her decision, Stardust gritted her teeth and dashed straight toward the train. Seeing her action, Ego's Tick was very pleased and lowered his hat. Good, everything is going exactly according to plan. Satisfied with how things were unfolding, he hauled a terrified, struggling woman closer to the tracks. When they arrived, Ego's Tick gently placed the pale-faced woman onto the rails. Not stopping there, he also used tape to secure her. Despite acting that way, Ego's Tick was inwardly groaning. Ugh, if it weren't for Shadow Walker, doing this at night would have been easier. Preparing a daytime terror attack requires so much attention. Despite his complaints, he finished the last knot. With the hostage secured, Ego's Tick used his teleportation power to return to the cliff to observe. Watching the 5 people he'd tied under the tracks, he was very pleased with the result. I'm a bit proud of this. Looking at the peaceful scene before him, Ego's Tick recalled some information. In the original story, Stardust weakens after clashing with a villain, but in return she grows stronger. So if I eliminate the villains ahead of time to help her, she'll lose the chance to mature. Shaking off that line of thought, he crouched down and wrote a few familiar lines on the ground. After finishing, Ego's Tick smiled smugly and told himself, consider this a special physical training ground just for her. Returning to the present and seeing Stardust charging full force into the train, he was a little surprised and hurried to stop her. What's wrong? That will shred you to pieces. Stardust. That scene also left the viewers at home discussing and despairing as they read each comment. This wasn't my intention. Outwardly he said that, but inwardly he was extremely pleased with what was happening. It was indeed his intention. At that moment Stardust had crashed into the train, shredding the locomotive's front to pieces. From atop the cliff, Ego's Tick observed and analyzed the scene. Her strength, both muscular and flight capability, is short by about 2%. She's still a hero near A rank level, so stopping this train might be beyond her ability. But there was one trait about her others didn't know. Studying Stardust's tightly drawn, determined face, Ego's Tick honestly judged that her powers would erupt violently when faced with danger. That thought in mind, Stardust was nevertheless gradually being pushed backward. Even so, he remained very confident. So she could definitely stop this. With that fierce belief, the train's engine began to clatter. However, instead of slowing, it accelerated. This phenomenon made Ego's Tick a bit uneasy. Is the train getting faster? Realizing this, he quickly called his accomplices, but Lee Subin had already been knocked unconscious. Subin, wake up. Receiving no response, Ego's Tick immediately fell into panic. I didn't prepare for this. Worst-case scenarios played out in his mind like a movie. Could it be, if the people tied to the tracks died? Even if her path was paved with flowers, the image of the brave superhero Stardust would surely be destroyed. Thinking of that, Ego's Tick tugged at his ear nervously. What should I do? At the same time, the train drew near the doomed woman. Noticing this, Stardust gritted her teeth and applied more power than usual. Seeing the train wouldn't stop, she summoned all her strength to hold it back. Even though the locomotive's front was nearly crushed to pieces, it still didn't slow down at all. Standing above, watching Stardust below, he prayed, please. As the distance between the train and the hostages closed, he could only beg, please, come on. Suddenly Ego's Tick noticed something. It turned out that after so much effort, Stardust finally managed to stop the train, and the whole thing had been captured on phone. Witnessing the unbelievable, Ego's Tick was visibly delighted. She blocked it, temporarily out of the dead end. Amid this raw, chaotic scene, he was filled with anticipation. Come on, show yourself. Stardust, will she be okay? The train was too fast. Staring at the live feed on his phone, Ego's Tick's thoughts ran wild. Could she be dead? Could she? At that moment the familiar figure of Stardust appeared. Seeing the girl he longed for safe and sound, he couldn't hide his excitement and cheered. A moment after remembering he was still the villain, he quickly composed himself. No, she stopped it. She did stop it. She can endure, huh? This isn't how my plan was meant to go. But. Focusing on the dazed Stardust, Ego's Tick hypnotized himself. She had found her own way to resolve the dilemma. Yes. That declaration caused the comments section to erupt once again. Reading every line with a face full of excitement, yes, that's the reaction we wanted. See. With that soaring pride, he heaped praise on the girl below. This is the hero named Stardust. Watch how her power ignites simply from the desire to save others. After exerting herself to the utmost, Stardust finally couldn't hold on and collapsed. Seeing this, his eyes filled with worry. Ignoring his public image, he leapt down to check on the situation. Approaching the girl, he winced when he heard a small curse, "You bastard, Ego's Tick." No matter how upset he felt, Ego's Tick stayed focused on the matter at hand. Alright, Stardust. You did very well in a way I never imagined. This is your victory. When he finished speaking, he brushed her hair aside to let her rest and offered a few final words. I'm leaving now, rest well. Other heroes will be here to help you soon. After making sure Stardust was resting, he stood up, took off his hat, and showed a mournful gesture. Yes, my little terror ends here. Thank you all for watching. Following his words, the screen went black and a shocking comment appeared. "Those two, what's with that ambiguous vibe?" The next morning, at the secret base, Han Seo-eun burst around full of energy. Wake up, come on, you sleepyheads." Kim Dane and Lee Subin were still exhausted and listless after yesterday's events. "Oh my god, I'm dead. Good morning, Seo-eun." That sight made the girl judge a little. Only one terror incident and everyone is this drained. Not scolding them further, Han Seo-eun pointed to the fully laid out table and invited them. "Come on." Looking at the steaming dishes, their eyes lit up like headlights. "Seo-eun, did you prepare all this?" Dane was fully awake now and stepped forward to ruffle Han Seo-eun's hair in praise. "Thank you." "Oh, it's nothing, Seo-eun." A little embarrassed, the girl pinched his waist. While Kim Dane was still squirming, Han Seo-eun quickly sat down at the table urging, "Hurry up and eat, it's getting cold." Then the three of them all sat down together and began to enjoy breakfast. Bon appetit. After saying that, each of them concentrated on savoring the delicious food. While eating, Han Seo-eun suddenly noticed the remote control nearby. And immediately reached out to grab it. She then ate quickly and ran to the sofa to watch TV. "Let's see the news." When the news came on, Han Seo-eun enthusiastically pointed at the screen to see how their deeds from yesterday were being reported. Next story. Hearing this, Dane couldn't hide his pride even while eating. His image as the villain must be firmly established now. Of course, Stardust also skyrocketed, two birds with one stone. At that moment, Han Seo-eun suddenly burst into laughter at the strange mood, leaving him puzzled. "Huh, what's that?" The girl pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly, "They say those two are dating." At that moment, the commentator's remarks rang out. "This is about A-rank hero Stardust stopping the train yesterday morning. First, please take a look at this photo." Immediately after, the moment he brushed her eyes to let her rest appeared. The commentator continued, "Looking at this, you can clearly see that the villain and the hero look like a couple." In another corner, Shinharu watched the entire broadcast, unable to contain his anger as he crushed a glass. Along with the person involved, Dane angrily shouted, "What the hell is this?" The host said that in Korea the most beloved villain is Egostick, and the rising rookie hero is Stardust. The dating rumor between them has recently been extremely hot. Reporter Park, what caused this romance rumor to explode? Reporter Park pointed at the screen and added, "Look here, do you notice it?" The host said, "Huh? Ah yes, this is a line of text with the name Stardust." Reporter Park slammed his hand on the desk, stood up, and said loudly, "No, it's not just a line of text sent to Stardust. This is a gift he gave her, that's the meaning." Then the screen showed the clip of Kim Dane kneeling on one knee beside the unconscious Shinharu as he said, "All right, Stardust, you did very well in a way I never imagined, this is your victory." Reporter Park pointed to that scene and firmly declared, "Look closely, if this isn't love, then what is?" As Mangostick spoke those final words and closed Stardust's eyes, Stardust quietly fell asleep. Reporter Park said, "If those two aren't dating, then what is this?" Elsewhere, Shinharu sat alone in the study room watching that discussion clip. Shinharu felt gloomy, propped her chin with her hand, and thought, "Is everyone sane? Rumoring that I'm dating that crazy villain. That's absolutely never going to happen." Shinharu fell silent for a moment. Then she wondered to herself, "What is this? Clearly I feel hatred and loathing toward that man, but now there's this confusing mix of emotions." As Shinharu sat moping and muttering to herself, a girl approached. Kim Chae-hyun looked at Shinharu with sympathy and said, "Haru, your spirit must be exhausted from all the studying." Then Kim Chae-hyun pulled out a flyer advertising ice cream and smiled brightly at Shinharu. "Today I'll heal you." She pushed the flyer aside and, eyes shining with emotion, said, "Trust me today, let's go out and have fun." In another place, persistent whining echoed through the house. Please, please, come on. Han Seo-eun was lying on the floor throwing a tantrum, desperate to go out. Lee Subin didn't know what to say. Seo-eun, don't be so whiny. Han Seo-eun refused to back down. We've already done 2 terror missions. Now I want to go out. Earlier Kim Dane had suggested, Subin, Seo-eun, how about we go out on a trip? The moment Han Seo-eun heard that, she immediately sat up and stopped the tantrum. The girl cried out in joy. Subin smiled as well. Kim Dane also held the same ice cream festival flyer Kim Chae-hyun had earlier. He smiled, thinking this scene wasn't in the original story, but it should be fine, right? Over with Shin Haru, her mood had also improved. She thought with anticipation, an ice cream festival. At the ice cream festival people were everywhere, the scene was full of life. Kim Dane marveled, wow, even on a regular weekday noon it's this crowded. Han Seo-eun walked beside him with a cone and asked curiously, are you wearing black again? Kim Dane laughed and replied, Seo-eun, men have to wear black. Han Seo-eun giggled, what nonsense are you talking about? Kim Dane looked rather surprised. Oh, she smiled so brightly. And even called me, like that. Kim Dane smiled softly, thinking she really did seem happy. Han Seo-eun pointed ahead excitedly, there, rice ice cream is here. Han Seo-eun then excitedly ran to the ice cream stand. Kim Dane smiled at Lee Subin, it's totally worth going out. Subin replied cheerfully, yeah, it is, she looks so happy. Lee Subin activated a personal perception dulling filter. She had already been on air once when Dane recruited her. Kim Dane tasted a spoonful of ice cream. He exclaimed in surprise, oh, that's really good. As he scooped another spoon, Kim Dane said, Subin, you should try some too. Lee Subin blushed and shyly looked at the spoon Kim Dane offered. Han-eun stood nearby and innocently asked, what's wrong? Chi. Hurry and eat. Lee Subin stammered, wait a moment. Blushing, Lee Subin slowly opened her mouth toward the spoon, thinking this was like an indirect kiss. Finally Subin tasted the spoonful of ice cream. Immediately her face lit up with enjoyment. It's really delicious. Han Seo-eun finished her cone and cheerfully ran to another stall. There, mango ice cream. Kim Dane hurried, hey, wait for me. Han Seo-eun stared at the ice cream display with bright, sparkling eyes. Then she quickly excitedly told the vendor, 1 cone, please. The vendor handed her the ice cream while smiling at Kim Dane. Oh my, this kid looks just like her parents, so cute. Kim Dane was speechless. What? Then he closed his eyes and accepted it casually. Haha. Ah yes, that's right. Lee Subin standing beside them blushed bright red. Han Seo-eun turned back and quietly teased Kim Dane with a smile. You really do look older, don't you? Kim Dane fired back without backing down. Maybe it's because you're short, not me. Han Seo-eun couldn't refute him and huffed. The vendor brought the ice cream over. Here's the kids' ice cream, 1 cone and 2 cups. Everyone took their ice cream. Kim Dane smiled and asked Han Seo-eun, you ordered for us too. She replied, you're the leader of the Mango Club, of course you have to get mango ice cream. The vendor, puzzled by Kim Dane's identity, asked, Mango Club? Kim Dane couldn't hide his embarrassment at the vendor's smile and awkwardly said, it's nothing. Suddenly Kim Dane's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out the vendor was showing off a picture on the back of his shirt, an image of Kim Dane as ego stick. The vendor grinned, I made it myself, looks good, right? Kim Dane had no comment. Han Seo-eun generously gave a thumbs up and praised, wonderful. A while later, the 3 of them sat on a bench relaxing and eating ice cream. Suddenly Kim Dane saw something. Kim Dane asked Han Seo-eun, did you know I used to be a master at throwing darts? Kim Dane prepared to show off his skill. I'll show you what I can do. Han Seo-eun seemed to catch him out. She asked, hey, are you going to cheat using a remote control ability? Kim Dane immediately froze stiff. The attendant said, there's an event going on. The attendant at the dart booth explained, if you hit it 10 times, you win that 10-layer ice cream. Han Seo-eun said, I prefer second prize. That stuffed bear is cuter. Kim Dane asked the attendant if the first prize could be freely chosen. The attendant agreed, yes. Kim Dane confidently promised Han Seo-eun, listen, I'll get it for you. Kim Dane thought to himself, acting focused while planning to discreetly add some power and launch it at the right moment. At that moment Kim Chae-hyun also approached the dart booth and asked the attendant how much a try cost. She had caught Kim Dane's attention beside her. He thought, this face looks familiar. Then Kim Dane suddenly jolted. He remembered who she was, Kim Chae-hyun, Shin Haru's senior from university. Kim Chae-hyun said, wow Haru, the prize even has a 10-layer ice cream. Another woman chimed in, let me try to get one for you. Seeing Kim Dane zoning out, Han Seo-eun asked in puzzlement, what are you doing? Hurry and throw it. At that moment Subin and Han Seo-eun finally noticed Shin Haru's arrival. The three of them immediately broke out in a sweat and dared not make a sound. Then Shin Haru glanced over at the three of them. She looked at Kim Dane, who was still frozen in his dart-throwing pose. Kim Chae-hyun beamed brightly and pointed ahead. Haru, over there they have rice ice cream. The two went to the ice cream shop, and Kim Chae-hyun reveled in the flavor. It's unbelievably delicious. In a cheerful mood, she looked at Shin Haru. Haru, try this. Shin Haru leaned forward and tasted the ice cream with her lips. After eating, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkled. This is delicious. Kim Chae-hyun held the tub of ice cream and beamed with satisfaction. Finally your face has relaxed, Haru. It seemed the two of them were drawn to something and turned their heads at the same time. She took Haru's hand, her heart full of rosy warmth. Come on, over there is the flavor Haru likes best. She looked toward the food stall with the mango flavor, let's go eat it quickly. Seeing the mango, Shin Haru's eyes gleamed with extreme delight. But not long after, her mood suddenly darkened and she lowered her face. The vendor happily turned around to reveal a design on the back of his shirt. I made it myself. Kim Chae-hyun praised it admiringly, oh my, it's so cute. Afterward the two sat to rest on a cool bench. Kim Chae-hyun stretched comfortably. This is great. She tilted her head toward Shin Haru. You like it too, right? Shifting from sulky to bright, Haru replied, of course, sister. Then Shin Haru closed her eyes and savored the moment. Under the large cherry tree, a few petals drifted down. Shin Haru thought how long it had been since she'd been outside to enjoy a view like this. She smiled at the corner of her mouth, eyes closed, wonderful. Not long after, Kim Chae-hyun pointed at the food stall in front of them. Haru, after you finish that, let's try that one next. Shin Haru watched her intently as she perked up. Darts. Instantly Shin Haru smiled brightly. That sounds fun. Balloons were neatly arranged and decorated along the top of the stall in vivid colors. A friendly attendant handed them the darts and said, there's an event, if you hit it 10 times you win that 10-layer ice cream. She watched them gently and answered, yes. Her characteristic blue eyes scanned around. Her gaze landed on 3 players sweating profusely. They look like a young couple, but why is the girl's hair silver? Wouldn't a granddaughter suit it better? She stared at Kim Dane, who seemed anxious, and thought, this man looks oddly familiar. After thinking a while, Kim Chae-hyun behind them shouted, Haru, come on, you try it. She quickly agreed, "Ah, yes." Shin Haru hurled a dart that emitted a brilliant orange light. Kim Chae-hyun laughed with delight, a bullseye on the first try. Kim Dane watched the sweat and felt a bit worried, thinking inwardly that Stardust's ability was monstrous strength and flight. He kept looking at her longer each day, but this monstrous power wasn't simply about being strong. Then he used the item in his hand to be more precise. At that, Shin Haru landed another perfect throw. Her physicality was extraordinarily superior. Excited voices cheered, 2 hits already. He bowed his head, somewhat disappointed, thinking that for now her power erupted terrifyingly when needed, but later she'd gradually become a superhuman beyond human limits. Haru threw darts happily. Not only her pentagonal sense but even her hexagonal sense had developed. In other words, instinct would make her notice immediately if something was off. Haru found it strange to see Kim Dane so dejected, and he kept trying to prove that. Right then, she could already sense that the man might be egoistic. If here she exposed Egostic's identity. If the image of Shin Haru turning into a superhuman flashed in his mind, he'd send her straight to prison. A dart thrown by Shin Haru at high speed hit a balloon. Seeing that, Kim Chae-hyun stood beside her, delighted and praising wildly. "Haru, you're amazing, you hit all 10. Hearing it, she immediately grew bashful. "It's nothing, just a small thing." The attendant happily handed the 2 of them the 10-layer ice cream. "Here's the 10-layer ice cream." The attendant inadvertently turned to Kim Dane. "Oh, aren't you going to throw, sir?" He stared blankly, then answered in surprise, "Oh my, someone next to me was so good I got distracted watching. I'll throw now." Kim Dane looked at Han Seo-eun and forced out an awkward smile. "Seo-eun, look, I'll show you my dart technique." The girl cheered him on, though a bit doubtful. "Hurry up." Kim Dane picked up 10 darts at once and worriedly thought, no need to use powers, just throw a few casually and bolt. He quickly hurled them decisively forward. But unfortunately his 10 throws completely hit 10 balloons. Everyone was surprised. Kim Dane, on the other hand, wondered why this happened. Kim Chae-hyun held the 10-layer ice cream stick and looked at him in astonishment. "The customer next to us is so skilled." A stuffed bear was brought out by the attendant. "You said you prefer the bear over the first prize, right? Here, the bear is ready." But Kim Dane chose to dash away quickly. The attendant raised her hand to stop them. "Wait a moment." The 3 of them ran off, laughing awkwardly. "It's okay. We're leaving now." Han Seo-eun quickly went along. "Yes. Stay here." Kim Chae-hyun, holding the long ice cream, smiled brightly. "We'll carry it over for Haru." Shin Haru, holding the bear, turned and said, "Okay." But halfway there, the tall ice cream stick tripped and toppled over. Layers of multicolored ice cream headed straight toward him. Seeing that, Kim Dane thought that if even a bit stuck to him it would be a bad ending. His eyes widened and his mouth opened. "I must avoid it at all costs." Kim Dane's head spun as he darted to the side where there was no ice cream, then he fell forward onto the ground. Everyone hurried over in a panic. Han Seo-eun, alarmed, felt guilty and gaped. "Are you okay?" Kim Chae-hyun's expression softened and he put a hand to his mouth in concern. He quickly replied, "Ah, I'm fine, you don't need to worry." Slowly, Kim Dane gingerly stood up, hand on his neck. "It's fine, I overdid it a bit, just needed to dodge a little." "Come on, let's go." The girl accompanying them sounded a bit annoyed. "What are you thinking? Please hurry. At this rate we'll all die." Sweat was streaming down Kim Dane's face. Halfway through speaking, a dark smoke rolled in from behind. "Quick, get out of here." Shin Haru and he immediately turned toward the strange phenomenon. A crimson-tinged sky accompanied by thick black-gray smoke sent people fleeing. The sharp fangs and teeth of a green-furred crocodile appeared. It puffed itself up and roared forward, "Stardust, Stardust, come out now." A system notification displayed, "Crocodile Man, A-grade villain." Kim Dane grabbed the two girls, making the accompanying girl embarrassed. "You two stay right here." His sharp, skeptical gaze rose. According to the original sequence, that guy wasn't due to appear yet, so why was he activating right now? Shin Haru seemed to grasp the unfolding situation. Kim Chae-hyun called out in surprise, "Haru." He gritted his teeth as pain showed on his face. Running back to the guild to get a perception-reducing filter is too slow now. If this were Stardust in the original, the moment her face was revealed would be the start of her path to misery and downfall. No, in the original story, when she appears something bad happens. Pain shot through Kim Dane's body and he clenched his teeth. "Even if it collapses everything, I won't let that happen." Kim Dane yelled, and sudden purple rays flared up, enveloping his whole body. As days passed, those lights grew ever more intense. Kim Dane's ordinary clothes fell away, blown off elsewhere. He reappeared wearing a suit and a stylish hat, completely different from before. "I'll pack up my things later." Seo-eun. "Oh," the girl standing behind him asked, "what are you going to do?" Not long after, he began ordering the girl, "Help me with the broadcast." Han Seo-eun sat alone clutching the stuffed bear. The monster wildly swept its hands, throwing everything into chaos. "Stardust, if you don't show up, I'll destroy everything." Its eyes gleamed gold as a voice came over the PA, "Hello, viewers." The black speakers boomed, "The true villain of this era." Kim Dane took the mic and smiled, revealing his teeth. "The common enemy of the Republic of Korea, egoistic." His voice echoed through the speakers. "You dare invade my territory, you little crocodile." It stood below, furious and ready to act. What? Forums and social feeds began buzzing. "Mango stick, mango stick." Some, "Oh my god, is he mango stick?" Another account, "He just admitted he's the common enemy." Others, "Wasn't he a hero before?" "I don't get it," everyone excited, laughing hysterically at the opening. "Why does this feel like a rock festival?" Kim Dane's terrifying face appeared. He glanced down and quietly said, "Now you will die here." At a building belonging to a large corporation 3 years ago. At that moment, inside an association lecture hall a voice rang out, "The device you see in front of you is indispensable to a hero." A middle-aged man stood before a group of people sitting neatly. He pointed at the modern machine beside him and said, "What we call a perception-reducing filter, or simply a filter." He explained, "When you enter the device and come out, the filter will be applied to your face for a certain period. Only faces with the filter applied will cause viewers to have recognition disruption." He continued, "But if your face is exposed in front of someone who already knows it, the filter won't work. Everyone understands that, right?" The people below answered in unison, "Yes." His expression then grew serious. He gripped the microphone and said, "Even a fool knows how dangerous it is for a hero to have their face revealed. Their career is ruined, their whole life too. Remember this well." Shin Haru, sitting below, firmly shouted back, "Yes." Back in the present. The street had become desolate, shrouded in smoke and dust. At that moment, Kim Chae-hyun and Shin Haru were desperately hiding by the roadside. Shin Haru looked around anxiously. She thought to herself that it's too late to go back to headquarters for a filter. What should I do? Suddenly Shin Haru clenched her fist, looking very determined. Then she looked toward the panicking crowd and silently thought, in this situation, should I become the hero to run away? Shin Haru promptly unfastened her hair tie. Her shiny golden hair fluttered in the wind, her expression was resolute. She clenched her fist and stepped forward, thinking no. Kim Chae-hyun, seeing this, panicked and shouted, "Haru." Suddenly a group of people looking at their phones brightened and shouted, Egostick is here." Startled, Shinharu turned and, with a bewildered expression, exclaimed, "What?" She blurted out, "The true villain of our time, the common enemy of the Republic of Korea, egoistic." At that moment Kim Dane stood on the rooftop of a building. Two giant speakers beside him blasted music at full volume. Below was a green crocodile monster. Kim Dane shouted, "How dare you touch my territory? You little crocodile." The crocodile, surprised, replied, "What?" Kim Dane grinned savagely, pointed at the crocodile monster and said, "Now you will die here." Then Kim Dane picked up the microphone and thought, "No, absolutely not." In the original story Stardust suffered so much after his face was revealed. A hero's everyday life is truly important. Kim Dane, angrily addressing the crocodile monster, "You know that, don't you, you crocodile?" The crocodile monster shouted back at Kim Dane in opposition, "Bastard, isn't the one always acting close to Stardust actually egoistic?" Suddenly the crocodile sprang up toward Kim Dane with lightning speed. Kim Dane said, "Hey, why do you keep bringing up Stardust?" A comment appeared, "A Stardust fanatic has arrived, hey little croc." The crocodile lunged at Kim Dane with an angry look, shouting, "I'll kill you." By now it had quickly climbed up the side of the building wall. Then it used its strength to cling tightly to the rooftop's edge. Quickly it climbed up to the rooftop where Kim Dane stood. Upon seeing Kim Dane, it growled fiercely, "Come here to me." Kim Dane then used a teleportation technique to retreat backward. The crocodile monster, seeing that, charged toward Kim Dane. Suddenly Kim Dane used his teleportation and found himself standing on the crocodile monster's head. He said, "What are you doing, you bastard?" Kim Dane whipped the crocodile monster's head with a satisfying look and said, "You know my name but you don't know I have the power to teleport." The crocodile monster, surprised by the sudden hit, recoiled. It flailed its limbs wildly to strike Kim Dane. But whenever it swung, he vanished before its eyes. It roared in fury, "You miserable mosquito bat, fight me properly one-on-one." Kim Dane replied calmly, "Hey, I'm the villain." No sooner had he spoken than a comment appeared, "He's the villain, still insisting he's the villain today." Kim Dane stared at those comments in bewilderment. More comments popped up, but why did Ego's tick run over there? Then he thought, "Wait, I need to explain this a bit, if I leave it, people will assume I came because of Stardust." Suddenly Kim Dane stopped and shouted at the crocodile, "Hold on, listen to me." The crocodile responded, "Okay, spit it out quickly." Kim Dane yelled at it in a questioning tone, "Yes, but first I have to ask this, why did you suddenly attack me?" The crocodile answered without hesitation, "Of course, I targeted Stardust. And you look very concerned about Stardust, so you're my enemy." Kim Dane, hearing this, was stunned and thought, "What the hell? What kind of logic is that?" A comment read, "That stupid villain even knows Mango Stick likes Stardust, he doesn't know Ego Stick can teleport, but he knows he likes Stardust. Ha ha ha. Two guys fighting over one girl. Isn't Ego Stick here instead of Stardust? What's happening? How did this get tied to two guys? Huh, why now?" Suddenly the crocodile pointed at the dazed Kim Dane and shouted, "Also, you said you'd kill me first." A comment appeared, "Ha ha, that's totally true." Kim Dane, stunned, replied, "When did I say that?" Hearing that, the crocodile flew into a rage, flames of anger blazing. It shouted, "You said it, daring to encroach on my territory. You little croc, now you will die here." It continued to confront Kim Dane. "You said that, didn't you?" Kim Dane panicked and tried to explain. No way, I didn't say that." A comment read, "Why is the croc suddenly sweet-talking? How is this a threat?" Suddenly the crocodile seemed to have reached its limit. It screamed at Kim Dane in a frenzy, "I'm really losing it." Then it opened its long mouth wide. A ball of fire slowly formed inside its mouth. Seeing that, Kim Dane's face showed fear. He widened his eyes, thinking, aren't that an ultimate skill? Before he could finish thinking, the crocodile spat out a massive flame that almost incinerated everything before it. Crocodile Man, ultimate skill, extreme fire breath. Fortunately, Kim Dane quickly used teleportation and dodged that deadly attack. He teleported behind the crocodile. And, horrified by the terrible scene, exclaimed, "One hit and you'd be dead instantly." The crocodile turned to Kim Dane and said with a sharp tone, surprised. Ego's tick. At that moment Kim Dane, without hesitation, whipped out a black cloth. Immediately, countless guns emerged from Kim Dane's black cloth. All the guns lunged toward the crocodile. Kim Dane looked at the crocodile coldly. Without hesitation he clenched his fist and said, "See you in hell, bastard." At once, all the guns fired at the crocodile simultaneously. After a series of explosions, everything was swallowed by smoke and dust. Kim Dane flew up, staring into the smoke and wondering, did I finish him? A comment appeared, oh, could it be? Unexpectedly, after taking that barrage of bullets, the crocodile was still alive. It burst out of the smoke and roared, "Do you think a few bullets can harm my body?" Suddenly, Kim Dane's mask fell in front of the live stream camera. He quickly used teleportation to move away from the phone. He slowly pulled out a gas mask, stood above the crocodile and said, "No, I had to do that to make you lower your guard." Suddenly Kim Dane threw something unidentified toward the crocodile monster. The crocodile scoffed, opened its huge maw, and swallowed it whole. It roared, "You miserable mosquito pest." At that moment, a strong light from the unidentified object emitted from the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile seemed electrocuted, convulsing in pain as a golden light surrounded it. Kim Dane watched and thought, "You there, in the original story Stardust suffered because of your thick hide, do you think I didn't know? Thought I wouldn't prepare?" After that attack, the crocodile was covered in blood. It staggered for a moment and then collapsed, completely unconscious. Comments flooded the stream, "Mango Stick, Mango Stick." The association must appoint Mango Stick as a hero immediately, yet he calls himself the villain. At the same time, the guns from earlier lost power and slowly fell to the ground. Kim Dane also descended slowly onto the rooftop along with the guns. Everywhere on the ground were guns. Kim Dane gradually collected the guns, trembling and exhausted. He looked up at the sky and groaned, "Damn, that took too much out of me. I wanted to stage a cool scene with psychokinesis, but my powers drained, barely holding this phone." Then Kim Dane remembered the phone live stream and read a comment, "So you came to deal with the villain?" Kim Dane flusteredly explained like a madman, Yeah, that's right. No, everyone, I'm here because I hate that crocodile. Don't think I acted for Stardust or for the public good." A comment read, "Whatever he says is fine." Suddenly a golden light flew in from somewhere and descended onto the rooftop where Kim Dane stood. It turned out to be Shinharu. She slowly rose after a dramatic landing. Shinharu then approached Kim Dane and asked, "Did you take that guy down?" Kim Dane replied calmly, "Yeah, he was blocking the way so I dealt with him." Shinharu sounded slightly suspicious. She looked coldly at Kim Dane and asked, "Why?" Kim Dane shrugged and answered nonchalantly, "What do you mean?" "He kept shouting that I and Stardust were dating, so it annoyed me." Shinharu was taken aback. "What?" Then Kim Dane put on his headphones and said, "Ah, Miss Stardust." He looked at Shinharu and smiled, continuing, "Next time something like today happens, don't just reveal your face and show off. Once your face is exposed, your life will be very hard." Shinharu, surprised, stared at Kim Dane in bewilderment. Then he grabbed the phone and said, "All right, that's it for today's stream, too many surprises, I'm exhausted. Big event next month, stay tuned." A comment read, "Why did they cut the mic during the stream?" Kim Dane vanished in a flash of light. By then, Shin Haru reached out and said, "Wait." Her expression was a little sad. At that moment Kim Dane had teleported home. Suddenly blood spurted from his mouth. Kim Dane's face was expressionless, looking soulless. Han Seo-eun and Subin, seeing this, rushed over with worried faces. "Hey, Dane." At that moment Kim Dane had collapsed to the ground. On the rooftop, Shin Haru found Kim Dane's mask and slowly picked it up. She examined the mask and thought, how did he know my thoughts? Why? Who are you really, egoistic? Haru was sitting at her computer screen watching the news. Two breaking news items from KBS News appeared on the screen. Exclusive, chaos at the ice cream festival. A-class villain Crocodile Man has been captured. He was subdued by Ego's-Tick and transferred to the Eastern Heroes detention facility. The building was destroyed by the crocodile 4 hours ago. Close-up, Ego's-Tick was faster than everyone. A-class villain Ego's-Tick, so is he a villain or what? Search results for Ego's-Tick. The search returned about 2030 results in 0.45 seconds. Official fan club Ego's-Tick Mango Stick, Mango Association, Hero Portal. The true hero of this era for mangoes and because of mangoes, fan club established to honor Mango Stick. Someone named Mango, is he a god? No comments. Today suddenly the Mango Stick G Miyaga tag joined the Mango fan club. Ego's-Tick, Ego's-Tick, Ego's-Tick. Someone else named Mango said they'd recently thought Mango Stick was better than those other heroes. Your admiration for Mango Stick is strange. Right before praising Mango Stick you get banned for a month for supporting a villain. Why isn't anyone doing that anymore? Haru held her head in exasperation. Then she suddenly saw a comment. What have heroes been doing lately? Mango Stick walks the streets and the fandom cheers blindly. If Korea keeps going like this. And beneath that post was a funny reaction icon comment from Dane. Great, right? Haru blurted. Damn it. She lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and thought she was the only one who disliked it. She remembered the ice cream vendor proudly showing off his Mango Club shirt. I made it myself. Chai Hyun beside him complimented, oh, so cute. Then she recalled him warning her, Miss Stardust, next time something like this happens, don't just show your face and flaunt it, okay? Haru's head hurt at the answer. Could everyone be right while she alone was wrong? Meanwhile Subin and Seo-eun were standing in front of a glass enclosure. Dane was lying inside it. Little Seo-eun kept fuming about that Miss Stardust. Suddenly a sound made the girl freeze. Dane opened his eyes, tapped the glass, and asked, why are you all crying? The two looked at him with obvious worry. Seo-eun immediately rushed in and hugged him, sobbing loudly. Seeing that, Dane reassured her, it's okay, it's okay. Finally he recovered and had dinner with everyone. He couldn't believe he'd been unconscious for 3 days. Looking back, it was probably from excessive teleporting and lifting his body with psychokinesis, he was really exhausted. Suddenly Seo-eun said, from now on you must take proper care of your body. Dane quickly promised, okay, I will. He looked at the little girl happily, thinking that at least she had shed tears for him. Being with her seemed to work. On the other side Subin anxiously asked, Dane, why did you rush off like that? People thought you were a hero. Seo-eun agreed and questioned, that's right, it's totally incomprehensible. You keep saying you're a villain this and that. Dane answered calmly. If I didn't step in, Stardust would have handled it anyway. What if the girl still didn't understand? Then he replied in a way that made Seo-eun pause. It's very dangerous. Dane explained that if that situation occurred, a hero revealing their identity would have all personal information exposed. Then what, grudging villains or other wicked people would come looking to eliminate the hero? Seo-eun still didn't see why it mattered. How does that concern me? Dane patiently explained. Seo-un. Well, the world we live in is an off-kilter system, the imbalance between good and evil. Most heroes don't follow a heroic path, they choose the villain route. The rewards for the effort to eliminate threats are too small and they're constantly harassed, so instead of struggling as heroes many choose to become villains to live more easily. According to him, it's only in Korea. There are only 3 A-class heroes, Stardust, Icicle, and Shadow Walker. But A-class villains are everywhere, aren't they? After hearing that, Seo-un could only sigh. So that's why you plan to take out the villains for them. You're a dark hero, but how does that concern us? Dane scratched his neck and muttered, not that much, I'm just a little concerned about Korea's fate. Suddenly Seo-un glowered and asked, you and that Stardust girl, do you like her? Dane immediately went serious. Don't call her that. Seo-un, watch your manners. The atmosphere between them grew tense. Subin could only try to calm things down. Seo-un. She changed the subject. Why don't you bring up the plan we discussed? Let Dane hear it. Seo-un instantly shifted her attitude and exclaimed, right. The girl turned to Dane and said, hey. He responded with a puzzled huff. Seo-un pleaded, summer's coming, let's go on a trip. To the beach. Dane replied, a trip? That sounds nice. Hearing that, the girl cheered with joy. But then Dane had an idea. But let's stage another terrorist incident first, then go. Seo-un was puzzled. Huh? Another terrorist thing? He wanted to do it to reduce his notoriety a bit. Actually Dane had another motive, to make Stardust stronger. He wasn't sure crocodile-type villains wouldn't resurface. If Stardust faced them alone, it could be tough. Seo-un was a little sulky. Are we really going on a trip? To placate Dane she hooked their pinkies and made him promise. The girl happily shouted, you're promising, okay? Then Seo-un joyfully yelled as she ran off, yes, let's pack. She worked at full speed, saying, actually I've thought up dozens of plans already. Seo-un declared plainly, if I propose one, Dane and Subin will probably think I'm being too forward, right? The girl outlined plans. Previous terrorist incidents were at observatories or on trains, both were land-based attacks, weren't they? She offered a new idea, this time let's do it underwater or in the sky. Immediately Dane chanted, underwater first and then the sky, come, come. Terror God, grant me an idea. Suddenly he felt a jolt of electricity and shouted, got it. Subin gripped his hand nervously and asked, what is it, Dane? He answered, let's try it. He thought of an idea, a plane falling into the sea. The idea sparked and made Dane and Seo-un grin wickedly. Subin felt a bit frightened by these two villainous people. A plane was flying in the sky. Everyone on board was relaxed, unaware of what was about to happen. Suddenly the plane lost power, though people remained optimistic. Look, the lights went out and the sky outside became clearer, it even felt like a real travel vibe. The screen on the plane suddenly lit up. It displayed the words, the Ego Live. A voice echoed through the cabin, welcome back, everyone. The greatest puzzle in the sky at 25,000 feet, no, the greatest airborne quiz game. Welcome to the Ego Show Live. An angry passenger shouted, flight attendant, what's going on? Dane continued his announcement. Oh, right. And of course. The plane you're on already has a bomb attached. A bomb had been attached to the fuselage. The pilot then realized and wondered, when did he attach that? Hearing this, everyone immediately panicked and screamed. On the other side Dane grinned wickedly. Now, let the game begin. Cut to the hero's headquarters. Haru burst into the room and asked, how long has it been since the incident started? Sitting in the room, Mr. Park Jun-ho said, even if you go, you probably won't have time to do anything. This immediately angered her. She slammed her fist on the table and shouted, "Is that what the association president says? I have to go right now." He turned and replied, "Did I say you can't go? Daytime operations are really difficult." Suddenly someone walked in. At the sight of him, Haru beamed and cried out, "Kim Chae-hyun." The newcomer was Kim Jae-hyun, A-class hero Shadow Walker, King of the Night. He turned to Park Jun-ho and said, "Hurry to Jeju Airport and then get some sleep. Fighting is too much for me." He cautioned, "Don't overexert yourselves, we can't save everyone." Shadow Walker activated his power, and Haru replied, "I'll remember that." As she stepped closer to Shadow Walker, both were enveloped by a dark current of energy. Instantly, they were transported to the scene. Haru dashed off quickly, not forgetting to thank him. "Thanks for your trouble." "No problem," Shadow Walker said, clutching his mouth as he collapsed down the stairs. "We're almost there." Haru rushed outside swiftly. When she looked up at the sky, she couldn't help but be horrified. Her running feet suddenly froze. Her face showing despair. "How can we stop this?" Before her was a plane engulfed in flames in midair. Cut to a year earlier. In a building where villains were holding a meeting, all listening to the one seated above say, "The day we place all of Seoul. All of the Republic of Korea under my heel is not far off." The man laughed with delight. He was Needle Thousand, an S-class villain. Suddenly a voice sounded, but I have a different idea," and they all became alert. "Who was it?" Shadow Walker appeared in the corner of the room and replied, "It's the hero." The rookie A-class hero Shadow Walker, King of the Night, crossed his arms coolly and said, "You agents of evil." Needle Thousand stepped forward arrogantly. "Hey kid, do you know whose territory this is?" One of the villain henchmen asked in confusion, "How did he get in here?" Suddenly Shadow Walker's eyes turned pale and he froze. Needle Thousand lunged forward and threw a punch, shouting, "This is my territory, Needle Thousand." He unleashed a powerful blow, that force sped toward Shadow Walker. But he stood still. And it halted when it touched Shadow Walker. This left Needle Thousand incredulous. He and his henchmen looked around in confusion. Where did it go? Suddenly, under the shadow, one man experienced something strange. He was immediately swallowed into the shadow. The remaining henchmen quickly met the same fate. Needle Thousand instantly surrounded himself with power, thinking, "Don't underestimate him. He's no ordinary foe." Shadow Walker's darkness power crept up to his shoulders. He appeared from behind and rushed forward. But Needle Thousand also had some skill. He fired a spiny attack from behind like a porcupine at Shadow Walker. "You're getting cocky." He smugly turned his head and said, "This brat dares to aim his claws at me." But when he turned back, Shadow Walker was lying on the ground, shrouded in the power of darkness. Suddenly he vanished, which startled him. Shadow Walker, his eyes glowing red, appeared behind him and asked, "Hey Porcupine, earlier you said this was your territory, right?" He reached out with gray power surging. "Sorry, but this place has become my territory now." A dark hand enveloped him and trapped the man in another space. Recalling that scene, Shadow Walker, who was lying on the stairs, gasped to himself, "I'm probably dead." From the start, Dane had been observing the whole encounter between Haru and the King of Night. He thought, "Okay, the lead has stepped onto the stage." He grinned slyly and said into the mic, "Now, then. Let's move on to the final dramatic puzzle, shall we begin?" Everyone held up their phones, praying in despair. A man couldn't help but sweat with fear. Back to 30 minutes earlier when everyone was still terrified. A piercing sound rang out along with an image of Dane. Everyone fell silent with worry, not daring to make a sound. Then he spoke, "Now, before we start the game I'll announce the rules. Everyone, take out your phones and turn off airplane mode. See, the messages have all arrived. Everyone looked at their phones with anxious hearts. A message read, "The Ego Live, Meaningless Quiz. There are 10 questions in total. If just one person answers all questions correctly, the bomb will be disarmed. But if no one answers any question correctly, everyone will be wiped out. Send your answers to this number. Ready?" Humph. Dane continued, "From now on, silence, no cheating, no discussion. Understood? Any sound and you're immediately eliminated." Then question number 1 begins. On the phones appeared, "How many people could Titanic's lifeboats carry?" 59 seconds countdown for this question. A woman tried to glance sideways to look. Immediately Dane announced, "The girl who just cheated is eliminated." In her panic she had uttered a sound. He further announced, "She made a sound, right? She's out, and the man next to her is out too for her substitution." Viewers watching the live stream commented vigorously, "This is the hell of a quiz show, just watching is nerve-wracking." Some wondered, "So cruel. Who said Stick is a hero? Truly terrifying." When the timer hit 0 Dane announced, "Well. Too easy, right? The answer to question 1 is 9 people." "Why?" He slapped his thigh and laughed, "Because it's a lifesaver." Seo-eun fell silent. "Having fun, are we?" On the big screen a seating chart of everyone appeared. He announced, "The eliminated are. Well, more than half have been eliminated. Just this much and they're already in chaos. Everyone should get a bit more tense. Now come on, next question." Time passed and the number of eliminated people kept rising. Those who breathed a sigh of relief after surviving a question clasped their hands and prayed. Now it had come to the final question with only one person remaining. "Well. You're at the peak of tension, aren't you?" Dane looked at the screen and saw Haru approaching. He thought, "Good." Then Dane extended the time. "Since it's the final round, let's do a little interview, see how it goes." The lives of everyone rested on his words. It was Mr. Kim Dok-bae from Bae-dong District. He had become the last person left. "How do you feel?" The man called out was panicked. "Ah, that's truly, responsibility is extremely heavy." Suddenly Dane teased, "What's wrong with that? I told you, what happens if a sound is made?" The man and everyone else were terrified. But then he breathed a sigh of relief as Dane said, "Oh my, since it's the last question, we can forgive a small mistake like this, right everyone?" "But I don't like that," he stammered. After he finished speaking, that man was also eliminated. The plane shook violently amid everyone's screams. The plane, ablaze, plummeted into the sea. Dane smiled smugly. "Well then, this performance is ready, it's time for the hero to appear." Stardust. But Haru, seeing the scene, was horrified, her face showed utter despair, not knowing how to save everyone. Shin Haru looked up at the object exploding in the sky. Then she fell silent and asked, "What should we do now?" The association president. On the other end replied indifferently, "What else can be done? Forget it, I'm busy drafting a statement to respond to the criticism right now." "Damn it, now it's the president's phone, I have to hang up." Shin Haru's hand clenched in anger. Then, powerless, she collapsed. She thought she had stopped a 100 km/h vehicle. In the end, is my current power still not enough? Damn it, what should I do? Suddenly Shin Haru seemed to recall some memory. In the past, in that desperate situation, the powerless girl wept uncontrollably from the pain of losing loved ones. "Mother, father, I will kill that man no matter what." A tragic scene, a girl clutching the body of her dearest in a dark, narrow alley. Recalling that painful memory, Shin Haru punched the ground hard, creating cracks. She gritted her teeth in rage, then as before, now also, she couldn't save anyone. Suddenly the communication earpiece connected, startling her. A voice on the other end said, "Hello, Miss Stardust, this is Ego's tick." Elsewhere, Kim Dane stretched and yawned. This terror attack is remote-controlled, so it should be easier to handle, it seems. Han Seo-eun, typing at the keyboard, suddenly called out tensely, "Hey Dane." He glanced over, "Yes." Han Seo-eun turned, pointed at the screen and laughed. "That Stardust girl, no, Sis Stardust, is standing frozen on the ground over there." Kim Dane's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh?" Then, suddenly excited, he sprang up and shouted, startling Han Seo-eun. "What's wrong?" "Stardust." The screen showed Shin Haru intently listening with her earpiece. Kim Dane seemed to realize something. Then turned and called to the girl. "Seo-eun, can you connect to the in-ear earpiece that Stardust is wearing?" Han Seo-eun quickly typed and said, "Connected, but why are you rushing? There's no time, hurry up." Back with Shin Haru, she was stunned as the earpiece spoke, "Hello, Miss Stardust, it's me." She was provoked and screamed an insult, "You rotten piece of trash." Kim Dane continued on the line, "You intrigue me, why are you standing there instead of saving people? It's falling now, the plane is about to crash." Shin Haru, furious, stared at the burning, falling plane. "You did this, didn't you? Now you tell me to stop it." Kim Dane replied, "If you don't do it, who will?" Shin Haru sobbed in frustration, "If I just touch that falling pile of metal at 1,000 kilometers per hour my body will be torn to pieces. This is your plan, isn't it? Are you trying to push me to my death?" On this side, Kim Dane wore a dangerous smile. "You can do it, Shin Haru." "What?" He continued, "Act, clench your fist and fly up there to save everyone. You can do it. Because it's you, you'll be able to do it." Shin Haru grew even more panicked. "Damn it, what is this madman saying?" In a blinding white space, Kim Dane stepped toward her and asked, "Why would I want to kill you? Without you, Stardust, I'm just a mediocre villain. You're the one who helped me become whole. Stardust." Shin Haru was momentarily stunned by this. Then she quickly pushed up on her knees and sat up. "Even if this might be a plot to eliminate me, I'll try once." She said this as she took off the earpiece. On the other end, Kim Dane was stunned. "What?" Shin Haru clenched her hand and crushed the earpiece. Then she planted her hands on the ground. Following the surge of power, the space began to shatter and she burst into fragments of light. She focused all her force and shot into the sky like a rocket. Her trajectory aimed straight for the nose of the plummeting plane. Shin Haru pressed her lips together and thought, "Yes, if I just stand by and watch citizens die like this, I'll carry this guilt for the rest of my life." An image of Kim Dane appeared, confidently saying, "You can do it. Because it's you, you'll be able to." Shin Haru's face filled with determination. She'd rather sacrifice herself to protect them than live forever in remorse. Thus the two forces collided, producing a massive shockwave in the sky. "I've already killed them. If I concentrate just a little more now." For a fleeting moment a happy family appeared. "Honey, kids, Mom. Dad." The man wept uncontrollably as he looked down at the scene. Then he squeezed his eyes shut as if surrendering. Inside the plane, a little girl clamped her hands over her ears, gritting her teeth as she tried to stay alert and look outside. Suddenly, the girl froze in astonishment at the window. Tears streamed down her face as she thought, "Is the speed decreasing?" Those watching anxiously outside widened their eyes to observe. At that moment a crew member reported urgently over the radio, "We don't know what happened, but the plane is currently being assisted from outside and is descending to the ground." An announcement in the cabin advised, "Passengers, please keep your seatbelts fastened and await further instructions." In the sky, Shin Haru was exerting all her strength to support the weight of the rapidly falling plane. She gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her face, just a little more, just a little more. Cut to another place, a dim gaze was slowly clearing. A flight attendant, panicked, watched the person waking up. "Mr. Kim Dok-bae, are you all right?" The man called Kim Dok-bae had just woken up, holding his head in exhaustion. Then he looked around in confusion. "Here." After a while, the two of them stepped down from the plane together. The flight attendant was supporting the survivor. While Kim Dok-bae stared around in bewilderment, his face filled with dismay as he exclaimed, "What is going on?" In front, Shin-haru was now kneeling on the ground amid everyone's curious gazes. Shin-haru was now kneeling on the ground amid everyone's curiosity. Kim Dok-bae exclaimed, "Is that, the flight attendant? Isn't it strange how she's looking at me?" Kim Dok-bae burst into tears of joy. "It was you who protected us, a hero." Beside Shin-haru, she was looking up at the sky, panting from exhaustion. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered, "Egoistic." The story quickly made the news. Of course, Shin-haru's image was printed clearly. America was horrified, Japan stunned. China loudly praised her, and France also hailed this hero. Who is Stardust? China had to admit that on heroism they were completely outmatched by Korea, even combining 10 Japanese heroes couldn't beat Korea. The Japanese Interior Minister revealed shocking details. Accordingly, the news programs quickly picked up the story's momentum. Good morning, viewers, this is the 9 a.m. morning report to start your day. Yesterday morning, A-rank villain Egoistic used remote control to seize a plane and make it fall. Fortunately, all the passengers were miraculously saved. The one who held the plane was none other than Stardust, our proud hero. Many experts had predicted that with her known abilities she couldn't stop the incident, but in the end the plane slowed down. Finally Shin-haru returned home and heard the news about herself. She quickly turned off the TV. Then she took a sip of water. Shin-haru had just finished bathing, looking very relieved and cute. Suddenly the phone rang. She quickly answered. "Hello." After hearing the other end, she asked, "Really?" On the other end was someone with green hair. He confirmed, "Yes, I asked the association president to give Shin-haru a short leave. Go to the beach, enjoy the scenery, and rest for a day. It's been a long time since we've gone out together like this." Shin-haru cheered happily, "Okay, I'll leave tomorrow." The green-haired one added, "Yeah, call Kim Chae-hyun too." Later, Shin-haru went out to the balcony to get some fresh air. Her expression turned serious as if she was thinking about something. Then someone's words echoed in her memory, "You can do it, because it's you, you'll be able to." Shin-haru smiled faintly, wondering if anyone had ever had that much faith in her before. He's just a common villain, after all. Suddenly she seemed to realize something. Wait. But why did he tell me to save the plane? If he was sure I could stop and save the plane, then why did he make it fall in the first place? Kim Dane's words echoed again, "I'm just an ordinary villain. You were the one who helped me become whole," causing Shin-haru to clutch her head in a pounding ache. Egoistic. There are too many mysteries, but somehow I have a feeling he deliberately did all this for some purpose. I need to thoroughly investigate his movements. Her eyes filled with determination. Suddenly her phone screen showed an incoming call from the Hero Association. After the person on the other end spoke for a while, Shin-haru cried out in surprise, "What? Measure the force parameters." Time quickly passed to the next morning. Roosters crowed. Coo. Han Seo-eun wore a golden life vest at her side, excited. Finally it's here. Today Kim Dane came out to remind them, "Seo-eun. You're just getting ready, let some air out of the vest. Put it in the trunk." The girl responded excitedly, "Yes, Dane." Kim Dane looked on with an exasperated expression. "Hey, you there." Suddenly he stroked his chin, pondering. Now that I think about it, this is my first vacation since arriving in this world. Should I enjoy it? Then Kim Dane broke into an eager smile. But shortly after, seeing the road clogged with traffic ahead, a resentful voice rose, "What is this?" Inside the car, all three were flushed from the heat, sweat dripping. Kim Dane sat in the driver's seat, annoyed. Why would the air conditioning break on the day we go out? Han Seo-eun, on the verge of losing it, suggested, "Hey, can you teleport the whole car?" He panicked, "You'll die right there. Stop at a rest area and deal with it first. Ms. Seo-eun has super intelligence, if it's too hot, just take off a layer." Han Seo-eun yanked off her jacket and shouted, "If you knew, why not just take the train and stop the fuss?" Kim Dane retorted, "Don't be so dense. Seo-eun." The girl curiously opened the gray case beside her. "What's this? Isn't this supposed to be vacation gear?" It turned out to be a gun case. Kim Dane gave a smug thumbs up. Who knows what might happen? From the back, Han Seo-eun was seething with anger. She yelled, "What kind of trip is this?" Kim Dane hurriedly tried to calm her. "Sorry, Seo-eun, put the gun down and we'll talk." After a round of issues on the way, their group finally arrived at the destination. Han Seo-eun changed into a cute swimsuit, grabbed the golden float, and dashed into the sea excitedly. The ocean. Kim Dane sat on the shore and smiled, "Like this, you're acting like a child." Lee Subin popped open a can of soda. Then she handed it to Kim Dane. "I bought drinks, have a can too." She had also changed into a lovely bikini. He took the drink and replied, "Thanks, Subin." Suddenly Lee Subin kept staring at Kim Dane, making him look back in confusion. "I've always been grateful to you, Dane," Subin said. Kim Dane asked, "Grateful? For what?" Subin replied, "For everything. Thank you for saving me back then, thank you for treating me well." Faced with her beautiful, alluring look, Kim Dane went stiff, smiled awkwardly with narrowed eyes and gave a thumbs up. "What are you saying? I'm the one who should be thanking you. You do the housework for us, and you cook well too." Lee Subin tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, looking shy. "Hearing that, I feel so moved." Kim Dane swallowed hard, his expression grew suspicious as he thought, could it be? Is this a dead flag from a comic or a betrayal? Then he eyed the can in his hand anxiously. Could I be poisoned? His warped expression made Lee Subin look at him bewildered. Cut to the large building in the city. Shin Haru had appeared there. The staff talked among themselves, "We didn't mismeasure. The data clearly shows she couldn't have stopped the plane." Another staff member added, "Maybe there's an error somewhere. Could it be that we haven't grasped her true power?" Shin Haru stood before a strength test board, thinking, "No, the ability test wasn't wrong. When I stopped a disaster that seemed impossible, it's obvious." As she thought, she erupted with power, preparing to test it once more. The impact made the nearby staff stare in astonishment. Shin Haru shouted as she swung her powerful fist. The punch struck the test board squarely. The test board cracked under that force, the screws splitting apart. The power surge also burst out into the surrounding space. The staff watched the scene in horror. Shin Haru stood before her fist and exclaimed, "I'm stronger now." Beside Kim Dane, Lee Subin sat tucking her hair shyly and said, "Hearing that, I feel very touched." Seeing that expression, Kim Dane pressed his lips together tensely and thought, could it be? This is a dead flag from a comic or is it betrayal? His face went pale as if he'd realized something terrible. The sun was still shining brightly down below. Han Seo-eun, lounging on a float, noticed them on the shore. Kim Dane replied tensely to Lee Subin, "Haha, I look forward to your help, Subin." Han Seo-eun quickly climbed ashore and pointed at the two of them, exposing them. Hey you two, are you planning to cozy up together and leave me alone?" Lee Subin startled and bashfully protested. Cozy up. Seo-eun. Kim Dane, calmly puzzled, said, huh. The little girl, angry, flared up. If we're on a family trip we should play together. He flashed a sly smile. Oh really? Han Seo-eun frowned in confusion at that expression. A moment later, Kim Dane turned into a scary uncle, hoisting Han Seo-eun and the float up, making her panic. What are you doing? Wait, wait. Kim Dane playfully tossed the girl toward the sea with a wicked grin. Do what? Just playing together. Han Seo-eun fell into the water and struggled to surface. She then threw a strand of seaweed at Kim Dane's face and shouted, my nose is full of water now. What a nuisance, really. Kim Dane forced a smile as he picked seaweed off his face, thinking, anyway, it's been a long time since I've had this piece, I like it. Then, baring his teeth like a demon king, he lunged to splash water at Han Seo-eun. Lee Subin sat on the shore watching the scene with delight. Time passed quickly, and evening came again. On the road were some unfamiliar cars speeding by, accompanied by voices. Where should our team bomb tonight? Busan Mario's Royal Hyperion Han Grand Ambassador Hotel. Always there. The boss in the gloomy space exclaimed, make it a spectacular hit. Cut to the Mario's Royal Hyperion Han Grand Ambassador Hotel. After a day of fun at the beach, Kim Dane's group returned to the hotel to rest. The receptionist asked, hello, under what name is the reservation? Kim Dane replied, maybe Han Seo-eun. The receptionist smiled brightly and handed over a room card. Yes, I've confirmed it. Here's the key for room 2708. Kim Dane asked in confusion, oh, just one room? Han Seo-eun climbed up, standing beside them, puckering and whistling nervously, well, saving a bit of money is fine too. They let it go. The three went out to wait for the elevator to their room. Suddenly Han Seo-eun exclaimed, oh right, the bed is super huge so let's all sleep together. Kim Dane rolled his eyes and blurted, there's only one bed. Although Lee Subin was excited and looking forward to it, she calmly said, it's been a long time since the three of us slept together, it'll be fun. Whatever. Kim Dane broke into a cold sweat looking at her. Well, we've never slept together before. But inwardly he silently prayed, surely nothing will happen, right? Nothing actually happened, what was he expecting? Haha, the three of them really slept together in the bed. Han Seo-eun lay in the middle, sleeping deeply and snoring softly. While Kim Dane had his eyes closed resting, suddenly a whisper sounded outside the door, wait, I want to get into this room. Then there were counting voices to build momentum. 1 2 3. Two masked robbers, armed, kicked the door in and shouted, FBI, open up. Kim Dane flicked up with one finger. Immediately the two were struck in the chin and toppled backward a moment later. Kim Dane sat up, rubbing his eyes and yawning, saying, where on earth did these guys come from? The two lay motionless and unconscious on the floor. Kim Dane carefully peered out the door. And saw guests from other rooms, still in their pajamas, being dragged away by those FBI types. Go check on them quickly. He exclaimed, are they terrorists? Really? Then he ground his teeth and crushed the edge of the door. Damn it, we've only gone on vacation twice and each time something ridiculous happens. On his phone screen Kim Dane was checking some information. Wait, how is Shadow Walker still around and they dare cause trouble at night? The screen showed the news, breaking news, A-rank hero Shadow Walker found collapsed in West Incheon. Oh my. Han Seo-eun had also woken, yawning as she asked, what's going on? Are there terrorists? Kim Dane nodded. Inwardly he rolled his eyes, thinking, at this point I'm not surprised anymore. Then he disappeared from the spot, reminding them, wait, I'm going to check the parking area, wake Subin and wait in the room, okay? Han Seo-eun, still groggy, rubbed her eyes. Terrorists even on a trip? Okay, I'll follow orders. Kim Dane then appeared in his car. He looked out and saw the terrorists fumbling around near the vehicles. We can't just leave silently without dealing with this. Thinking that, Kim Dane rummaged for something in the car. Pulling up a grotesque mask, he put on a sinister expression. Didn't expect the spare mask I brought to be useful right away. Serves those bastards right for ruining our vacation. Come on, stick your faces out so I can see them. After grabbing his gear, Kim Dane returned to the hotel room. The two girls were awake and sitting properly, waiting. Kim Dane tossed the items toward them and announced, "We'll take orders through the in-ear only. Let's go, everyone." His expression was thoroughly delighted. Han Seo-eun sighed with exasperation. You really look excited at times like this. In the hotel lobby, the terrorists had stacked a pile of chairs into a small mound, with their leader perched atop and subordinates below pointing guns in every direction. At that moment the ringleader, Monkey Spanner, an A-rank villain, stroked his beard and spoke. Are you ready? The two men below nodded in response. He praised them. Good. Then loudly pointed downward, declare to the Hero Association and the government that we are holding hundreds of hostages here. If the money isn't transferred to the account provided immediately, everyone will be killed. Below were captive guests, tied up and kneeling on the floor. Monkey Spanner continued shouting, the account number is 012. Suddenly a sound rang out that made both the hostages and the terrorists look in one direction. Monkey Spanner, alert, clamped his mouth shut and focused on the noise. Kim Dane, now wearing the orange mask, stepped out applauding and cheering. Enough, this childish terrorist act ends here. He then raised his hand and generated a burst of energy. Instantly a gun in one terrorist's hand was sucked away by that power. Then countless guns were controlled by that force, their barrels turned to point at the foreheads of the terrorists themselves. Kim Dane swung his fist. And a wave of power radiated out across the hotel complex. The hostages inside were terrified by this and screamed. Kim Dane's pupils turned purple as he tensed, thinking, did I just expend the entire reserve of external energy I've been saving for months on something like this? Then he sprang up. Launched himself forward to strike Spanner. Kim Dane kicked him to the floor and took his place. Looking down from above, he wore a diabolic smile. How ridiculous. These weaklings dare commit terrorism. Suddenly Monkey Spanner's eyes flashed red. He pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at Kim Dane. A shot rang out, a bullet lodged in his stomach, and even he was stunned as he looked down at the wound. Quickly, crazed laughter echoed. Ha 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 ha, just one bullet. Kim Dane's reaction left Monkey Spanner aghast. Kim Dane sat above, the bullet still embedded in his stomach, calmly smiling and asking, is that all? Monkey Spanner now seemed like a giant who could be controlled in the palm of a hand. Above, Kim Dane was secretly breaking into a sweat. Beneath the mask his face was twisted in pain. Damn, this is serious. If I move here I'll bleed out. Below, Monkey Spanner began to move his feet. A gut feeling told him he had to get out immediately. He began calculating inwardly. Bastards, I intended to take advantage of Shadow Walker's absence to hit and run. That guy must be egoistic. Could it be that I'm also on his target list, so he hit here in advance? Up above, Kim Dane tried to endure the pain and forced a laugh. You seem pretty tense, I'll give you a chance to run now if you can. Monkey Spanner gritted his teeth and swung a punch, demanding, what are you plotting? Kim Dane sat there continuing, plot my foot. The thing you're racking your brain over is the real plot. You've ruined my vacation, don't bother me, retreat while you still can. Inwardly he urged anxiously, please stop overthinking and just leave, even opening your eyes makes me dizzy. Monkey Spanner thought to himself again. This is the right chance. If I boost my power I can recover at any time. Then, to the hostage's startled horror, he bolted like the flash toward the hotel exit, thinking, I, monkey spanner, will one day become the king of Korea. I cannot die here. But from outside the door a punch appeared, accompanied by shards of sharp glass. The blow sent monkey spanner flying violently backward. His body contorted, like a misdirected rocket flying off course. Shin Haru had appeared in time. She shouted at the terrorists, you're surrounded, drop your weapons and surrender. Monkey's gang, but when looking down at the floor, they saw a bunch of terrorists already lying sprawled out. At that moment a pair of straight legs stepped in. Shin Haru, bewildered by the situation, heard the A-rank hero beside her say coldly, huh? They're all dead. Shadow Walker, the A-rank hero standing nearby, looked bored. How dull. So dull, everyone just laid down. Spread a little fake news and they call it terrorism. Then he noticed Kim Dane sitting atop the pile of chairs. But who is that? Kim Dane, dazed with pink bubble thoughts, looked down and thought, why is she here? Shin Haru frowned and looked up, asking, who are you? Did you subdue these terrorists? Kim Dane tried to staunch the wound, thinking, if you don't focus you'll die right here. Fortunately, it seemed they didn't know he was egoistic, so he just needed to stall a bit and recover enough to teleport twice. Elsewhere, Han Seo-eun and Subin tensely listened to voices in their earpieces. Kim Dane outside continued to act dangerous. She asked, who am I? I'm an S-rank hero operating covertly in Korea. Those words made the three below look up in astonishment. Shin Haru hurriedly pointed and exposed, there's no record of an S-rank hero in the association. What nonsense are you saying? Who exactly are you? He replied calmly, A-rank hero Stardust, don't you know what operating covertly means? A-rank hero Icicle, A-rank hero Shadow Walker. I'm a hero who operated in the generation before you. Han Seo-eun, puzzled, asked, Dane, what the hell are you doing? Subin frowned in concern. Dane. Kim Dane outside remained arrogant, when you meet your seniors you should show respect, these people are clueless. Shin Haru looked up with a mix of annoyance and suspicion. He continued shaking his head in disappointment. Ha, your faces show you understand nothing. Then I'll introduce myself. Listen carefully, I am a hero. His gaze shifted to a boy wearing a t-shirt with the words Apple Mango printed on the back. The image of a delicious fruit came to mind. Kim Dane promptly uttered that alias, Apple Mango. The released guests heard it and their expressions began to register recognition at the name. Suddenly Icicle received some information through his earpiece and replied, yes, yes. Ah, he says he's Apple Mango. No way. Then he coldly waved and exposed, hey over there, they say there's no hero by that alias. Who are you really? Kim Dane angrily shouted, you rude fools, I even know the association president's real name is Park Manson, now Park Jun-ho, right? My name was changed because it's rustic, so check it. That remark left all three stunned. Inside he was highly tense, thinking, I didn't expect the original info to be this useful. Icicle replied, anyway, the president said he doesn't know you. At that moment a guest spoke up, hey heroes, I've been watching and gotta say something. The voice was full of displeasure. That masked guy subdued the bad ones for us, so who he is doesn't matter. Icicle nervously broke into a sweat. What I mean is, everyone stay calm. Kim Dane screamed inwardly, oh God, perfect, just a bit more recovery and I can escape. The man continued, and I saw him make a gun float in midair and fire wildly. What was that? Ah, he looks like that name that shows up on TV. Shin Haru caught the point. Kim Dane froze awkwardly. Sir. The man below gave him a thumbs up. So what if that's true? It felt damn satisfying to watch. He screamed inwardly again. Stop, stop it. Icicle forced a wry smile. Ah, that does sound suspicious. Kim Dane silently tensed, sweating profusely, just a little more. The three below began to unleash their powers. First we should restrain him, then unmask him to see who he really is, right? Icicle thrust his hand forward, projecting his power. And a column of ice drove into the floor. Kim Dane ground his teeth inwardly, irk. Shadow Walker silently closed in on him from behind. Kim Dane clamped the wound shut and screamed inwardly, please. Please. Move. Shin Haru's gaze sharpened toward the assailant, then she rocketed over to him like a missile. Kim Dane's face contorted in extreme worry over the situation. But luckily at the most dangerous moment, Kim Dane managed to use his power, teleporting down and avoiding the restraint. Han Seo-eun and Subin appeared in time to catch him. Then the two quickly vanished, taking the wounded Kim Dane with them. Later, their car stirred into motion. They scrambled into the vehicle. Han Seo-eun sat dizzy and unsteady, urgently asking, "Are you okay?" Kim Dane's face was twisted in pain. "Seo-eun, right now delete all evidence that we were in Busan, the hotel guest logs and CCTV. In case they discover it." At that point he could say no more. Both girls looked up in shock. "Hey, are you okay?" Blood from the wound in his abdomen kept flowing. Subin shouted, "We have to take him to a hospital now." Kim Dane tried to stop her. "No, I don't have the strength to teleport anymore. We'll definitely be caught. Take me back to Ego Base." Subin gritted her teeth in tension. Then, steering while shouting to Han Seo-eun, "Seo-eun, get the first aid kit and apply bandages first." Han Seo-eun's eyes welled with tears as if witnessing a terrifying scene. "Oh." Subin turned back and yelled urgingly, "Hurry up." The girl pulled herself together, hurriedly wiped her tears. "Yes, yes." With a serious expression, Subin sped the car away. "I'll get everyone out of here first." On the pitch-black road, the car shot forward like it was flying. Back in the hotel lobby, the hostages were being consoled by the police. Icicle stood to one side and sighed, "Ugh, honestly, on a rare vacation and these villains still won't let us rest a day." Shadow Walker darkened and asked, "I'm going to rest for a bit, okay?" She turned and replied, "Ah, thanks for the trouble, it's my fault for inviting everyone out to have fun." Icicle turned to Shin Haru, "Anyway, since we're here, Stardust." Meanwhile, Shin Haru pursed her lips, contemplative and not paying attention to her surroundings. At that moment on the road another car was driving along. The driver yawned repeatedly, "Tired, so sleepy, I'll chew some gum." Suddenly he saw another car approaching in his rearview mirror. "What's that? What the?" That car was speeding past like it was throwing off smoke. The driver shouted, "Is that car crazy?" The speedometer needle had passed 220 km per hour. Han Seo-eun tried to treat Kim Dane's wound while Subin gripped the steering wheel with a terrifying expression. He was covered in blood, the wound kept bleeding despite the bandages, and sweat poured from him in pain. Meanwhile, Shin Haru clenched her fist and told Icicle seriously, "We need to look into his movements a bit." Cut to the past, in Kim Dane's room, a voice exclaimed, "Villains again, villains again. They harass Stardust in every possible way." Kim Dane slammed the book shut. He lay on the bed with a blank expression and muttered, "Is it going to end like this?" This is Kim Dane at 19 years old in the past. He looked dark-circled. This whole thing is just one endless descent into despair. That ending. Then the book fell to the floor. Kim Dane rolled back and forth on the bed, crying out, "Stardust." He muttered something, then fell asleep. At that moment, a streak of light flashed across the night sky through the window. Cut to the present at some residential building. Han Seo-eun was watching over Kim Dane. Her face was pale from extreme exhaustion. Subin carried a tray of food over, but the girl refused immediately. "I won't eat," she urged. "Seo-eun, have a little, Dane will wake up." Kim Dane was lying unconscious on the hospital bed. Han Seo-eun covered her face and sobbed. Subin sat beside her, consoling in distress. As the girl wept while swallowing her food, a voice suddenly rang out, "You're still eating well, aren't you, our Seo-eun?" Kim Dane turned to look and, smiling, said, "And I'm about to die here." The two girls looked toward that direction in surprise. Then Han Seo-eun whimpered and cried loudly once more. She screamed and thrashed, punching Kim Dane. Subin, moved, sat beside them as he could only force a pained, wry smile. Outside, the sky remained pitch black. An image appeared of Kim Dane wearing a white mask, holding a golden mask in his other hand. The internet was flooded with news about him. Was Egostic's non-lethal terrorist attack really terrorism? Shin Haru sat in front of her computer checking the news. Right. The airplane incident had no casualties either. What if Egostic's call never came and I couldn't act? An image of Kim Dane appeared, smiling and saying, "It'll be fine, because it's you, you'll pull it off." Shin Haru lowered her face tensely. He thinks he'll definitely succeed, as if he already knew his powers would be enhanced. Then she suddenly smiled faintly and said, "How would I know? It's probably just a coincidence." She clenched her hand into a fist. "But there's no denying that I'm stronger now." She picked up someone's information board. "There's another suspicious point, the villains killed by Egostic. This person once had the ability to cause a large-scale catastrophe someday. And he also saw that coming. Egostic is certainly not a hero, but calling him simply a villain feels insufficient. I have a hunch he's gradually playing some huge game. At the next attack we must unmask him no matter what." Shin Haru was determined. Over with Han Seo-eun, she was also silently scrolling through her phone. So what is the purpose of those terrorist incidents? Egostic knows the real name of the Hero Association chairman Park Jun-ho, he's Park Manson. Could Egostic have once been an S-rank hero who, after a conflict with the association, switched sides to become a villain? The conspiracy theory that Egostic is at odds with the Hero Association was emerging. Did you know? The three of them sat at the table. Hearing that made Kim Dane feel almost choked. "Huh, really? Oh, I just threw up. Eat." Subin forced a smile and put her phone away. "Seo-eun, for now don't bother Dane, he's very tired." The girl, still very dissatisfied, questioned, "What are you going to do? Act like I'm the villain, that I must be like this and keep committing terrorism? With that body? Again?" Kim Dane flinched at the other's expression. Seo-eun, he couldn't find words. Suddenly both girls across from him turned sharp-eyed toward him. Kim Dane had to make a decision. "We'll take a break for a bit, about 3 months." This made both their faces relax with joy. "Really?" He continued chewing as he confirmed, "Yeah, lie low for a while. With the current public attention, if I disappear for a time it'll cool down." In his mind he thought, and during the break we'll need to recruit new members. An image of a mysterious person appeared. Kim Dane calculated, if left unchecked he'll become a villain who causes a major imbalance. If we don't kill him, we must recruit him to our side. Quickly 3 months passed, and an announcement sounded, "A villain has appeared. Stardust prepare to sortie." Shin Haru hurriedly asked, "Is it Egostic?" The reply denied it, "No, it's a villain calling himself Lock Bottom." Hearing that she answered disappointedly, "Ah, I see." After a while Shin Haru, in her hero form, shot through the sky like a rocket. As she flew she wondered, "Egostic, where did you go and what did you do these past 3 months?" Cut to Kim Dane's house. He was watching a large TV screen showing Shin Haru. Oh, they're here, they're here. Kim Dane munched popcorn excitedly like watching a movie. Han Seo-eun sat beside him, looking at him with exasperation. At that moment a monster called Lock Bottom, an A-rank villain, roared as its power erupted. Kim Dane cheered through the screen, "Go, Stardust." Meanwhile she lunged at Lock Bottom shouting, "Your ego's tick." No, Shin Haru, in a frenzy, pounded the opponent to pieces. Afterwards a man with bulging eyes lay unconscious on the ground. Kim Dane excitedly threw the popcorn tube up and cheered, "See, the power boost was totally worth it." Stardust. Han Seo-eun frowned in disgust. Is that fun? Kim Dane startled, embarrassed. Well, a little. Suddenly the girl loudly reminded him, startling him and splashing his drink. Now get to work. Hey, I can't stand you always lurking around Stardust's fan club. He looked confused. What? Seo-eun. Han Seo-eun said in a gloomy tone, Kim Dane, leader of the Stardust Club. You think I didn't know? I'm a well-known hacker. Exposed like that, Kim Dane quickly grabbed the remote and turned off the screen while making excuses. It's just a small hobby. She reminded him, anyway, we were supposed to work today. Kim Dane sat up and asked, let's see. Today is the 17th, right? The girl became excited. What? A terrorist act. Kim Dane denied it, no. Han Seo-eun asked again, so are we going to take down a villain? He denied that too, not that either. Then Kim Dane smiled brightly and said, we're going to recruit new members. Cut to a high vantage over the town where an elderly couple were admiring the view below. The man exclaimed, oh, this place is still the same, isn't it? The scenery hasn't changed in 20 years at all. Just then someone suddenly bumped into the man. The person, wearing a hat and bowing without showing their face, said, ah, I'm sorry. The man waved it off. It's okay, I'm fine. You're a student. But after the girl walked past, she was holding a wallet in her hand. This girl had green irises. When she glanced down below she saw a group of people. They were clearly a gang of thugs, each with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, leering up at her with sleazy faces. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. At that moment, a boy with the same clear green irises as hers appeared and ran up, smiling brightly as he called out, sis. The boy's name was Cha-yoon, 13 years old. She pinched her little brother's cheek and asked, did you have fun? The boy replied happily, yeah. She then noticed her brother's injured knee. Your knee is scraped. Where did you get hurt? Cha-yoon answered innocently, I just fell on the way home. The girl raised her hand, emitted a healing power, and scolded, really, be more careful next time. The boy watched in amazement as the wound on his knee gradually healed and shouted, wow. A moment later the tear had completely vanished. The girl took off her hat. Then put it back on the boy and said, you head home now. The boy obediently nodded. Okay. Removing the hat revealed a pretty girl with orange hair. She smiled brightly and said, I bought you some tasty food. Introducing her, this is Lee Ha-yeol, who later becomes the villain ex-saint. Some time later it was dark, and Lee Ha-yeol returned home with a bag of food. She opened the door and cheerfully called, Cha-yoon, I bought some delicious snacks for you. Suddenly Lee Ha-yeol's face went pale when she saw the scene inside. A voice came from within the house, knew it, that kid. The bag of food fell, revealing a gang, the stray dogs of the reservoir area. Cha-yoon was being restrained by a masked man, who sneered, you dared to pick pockets in our territory. If I find out you're hiding anything else, I'll send you off to the afterlife. Understand? Although terrified, Lee Ha-yeol shouted, enough, let Cha-yoon go and take all that stuff and get out of here. The man sighed in boredom. Look at that kid. Then he grabbed Cha Yun's hair so hard the boy screamed in pain. The man took pleasure in others' pain. "Hey, kid!" By now 2 other men had rushed over and restrained Lee Ha-yeol. "Bastard!" He kept holding Cha Yun's head and said, "Look, seems your sister doesn't understand what's happening, huh?" The scar-eyed man pressed a knife to the boy's throat. "Today I'll teach you a lesson." Lee Ha-yeol cried out in horror, "No, I'm sorry, please." The scar-eyed man raised the knife cruelly. "Too late, you bitch." Cha Yun squeezed his eyes shut in despair. Suddenly a force snatched the knife out of his hand. He was stunned and glanced back over his shoulder. Only to be hurled forward by another force and slammed into the wall. Then the heads of the gang at the reservoir found themselves facing a very dangerous muzzle. Seizing the moment, Cha Yun broke free and rushed forward. Lee Ha-yeol grabbed the boy tightly, calling out excitedly, "Cha Yun." At that moment Kim Dane appeared outside their yard. He thought, it's Friday the 17th, today Cha Yun would have been killed by that gang. Ha-yeol would have been corrupted and turned to villainy. Luckily I arrived early, if I'd been a bit late it would have been a disaster. Cha Yun turned toward the outside, saw him, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Wah, could it be?" Lee Ha-yeol turned and stood between Cha Yun and the danger, alertly asking, "Are you egoistic?" Kim Dane flashed a villainous smile. "Nice to meet you, Ha-yeol and Cha Yun. I'm here to take you both with me." Lee Ha-yeol scowled and snapped, "Why are you taking us? You're that cruel villain yourself." Kim Dane calmly explained, "Why? Of course to save you too. Didn't you see just now? Besides, if the police showed up it'd be a real pain." She refused, "I'd rather die than go." "You bastard, what do you intend to do?" Then Cha Yun dashed out like the wind. Lee Ha-yeol was struck like a thunderbolt by the sight and hurriedly shouted, Cha Yun, no." The image in her mind was Cha Yun rushing toward a dangerously vicious demon. At that moment Cha Yun had run up to Kim Dane, grabbed his hand tightly, and blurted, "Egoistic. I'm in your group." The boy looked at him with utter admiration and pride. Even Kim Dane felt embarrassed by the boy's affection. Huh. Very quickly, after a short while, Kim Dane took the 2 siblings to his hideout and then introduced them to the other members. "So, these are our new members. Say hello." Cha Yun's eyes lit up as he cheered, "Wow, there's even Ego's notorious cyber beauty." Subin broke into a sweat at that nickname. Ego's cyber terror. Cha Yun's eyes still sparkled with admiration. "So is she a hacker?" Lee Ha-yeol carefully bowed and greeted, "Hello everyone, I'm Lee Ha-yeol. This is my younger brother Cha Yun." Han Seo-eun examined her with a serious expression. "Humph, a new member with healing abilities, and she's a girl, huh?" A little later the 5 of them had become more harmonious. Kim Dane happily opened the fridge. "Mango." Cha Yun, still excited, "It's mango after all." Han Seo-eun stared ahead, thinking, just like the first time I met Dane. But Lee Ha-yeol, sitting beside them, was very tense and on guard. Kim Dane was by the fridge, tilting back and sipping juice. Seeing that, Han Seo-eun bared her teeth and yelled terrifyingly, "Don't just stick your mouth on it like that." Causing Kim Dane to jump and spit it all out. It was mango juice. "Hey! That was mine. Seo-eun, that's your share in the fridge." Han Seo-eun, though she knew she'd gone too far, still sulkily reminded him, "Then be more careful next time." Subin gently carried a plate of peeled apples and cheerfully asked, "Cha Yun, do you want some fruit?" The boy's eyes brightened even more. "Wow, thank you." Cha Yun quickly grabbed a fork and speared a piece of apple. Lee Ha-yeol, tense-faced, called, "Cha Yun." The boy was at that moment with his mouth open, taking a big bite. Then he chewed and looked over with a puzzled expression. "Huh. Lee Ha-yeol turned away helplessly, still very worried. "Ah, it's nothing." At that, Kim Dane smiled brightly and called, "Seo-eun. Ms. Subin, I'd like to have an honest talk with them for a bit, could you two step outside?" Han Seo-eun stuck out her tongue, mimicking his line. "Step outside for a bit, please." Kim Dane was at a loss at the girl's personality. "Subin, please take her home to the big house first." "Fine then." A little while later, only the three of them remained in the room. Kim Dane sat facing the two siblings. He spoke first. "Lee Ha-yeol, you killed the orphanage director and ran away, didn't you?" Those words made Lee Ha-yeol frown in alertness. Kim Dane continued. "I've investigated. That director frequently abused you both. My approach to you wasn't random. I have motives too." She asked suspiciously, "What purpose?" Kim Dane exclaimed, "So you two can live happily." Lee Ha-yeol frowned, stared at him, then exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Kim Dane smiled. He continued, "Ah, of course not down here in this cramped underground. I've set up a teleport gate, we'll move to the big house. Live there and go to school too." Lee Ha-yeol found him very suspicious and demanded, "Why on earth are you doing this for us? We've only just met today." Kim Dane thought of Han Seo-eun and said, "Because I also have a younger sister. So that's why I did it." Little Cha-yoon's eyes shone. "I've watched all of Mango Stick's terror operations. I've watched them over and over." Kim Dane replied awkwardly, "Is that so?" "Thanks." Inwardly he wondered, should elementary kids be watching that stuff? Lee Ha-yeol glared and warned, "Cha-yoon." Kim Dane spoke up again, "Give cohabiting a try once. It'll be more fun than you think. We're not as bad as you imagine." Cha-yoon clasped his hands with eager anticipation of the good life ahead. Lee Ha-yeol seemed to consider seriously. "All right." Later, Kim Dane led the two siblings to a location. "This way." A secret gate opened up, revealing a mysterious spatial portal. Kim Dane turned back, smiling brightly, and told them, "Follow me." Then he stepped into the gate and his whole body gradually disappeared. Lee Ha-yeol's face remained very tense. While Cha-yoon excitedly jumped to the portal entrance, waved back, "You're not coming. I'll go first." Causing Lee Ha-yeol to panic and call, "Cha-yoon." Still, she couldn't help sighing in helplessness, really. And finally she decided to step in after everyone. Later, Lee Ha-yeol climbed the stairs with a look of astonishment. Before her, Cha-yoon stood looking out a glass window as brilliant, warm light poured in. Kim Dane asked, "Do you like it? This will be our home." Cha-yoon seems to like it. "I'll be on the third floor, and you'll be on the second. There are 2 rooms for you too. Don't worry about school fees, at this age you should be attending school. I have plenty of money." Lee Ha-yeol still looked at him with suspicion. Kim Dane continued gently, "If it's uncomfortable, stay a few days and decide. If you want to return, you can refuse at any time." "Okay." Lee Ha-yeol widened her eyes and stared at him. Suddenly she got goosebumps and went pale as she looked around. Recalling the image of the scar-eyed man pressing a knife to Cha-yoon's throat earlier. "I'll teach you a lesson." At that moment the boy had been utterly desperate, eyes shut tight. Now the image of Cha-yoon being joyful appeared. Lee Ha-yeol reluctantly nodded in agreement. "I thank you very much." Kim Dane patted her shoulder reassuringly. "No problem, let's live well together." Elsewhere Kim Dane wore an extremely smug, villainous look. Recruiting the sister succeeded. Suddenly he scratched his head in confusion. "I think I forgot something. What could it be?" It was night again, the moon hanging high in the sky. On the network screen were posts from the day he acted. What did the hero do today? Hero Bulletin. Free board, is Ego's tick really dead? Mango sticky ever? No way. It's been almost 4 months and he's still missing. Come back, 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 come back. 8 comments. Comment 1, first time I've missed the villain's terror incidents. Comment 2, he's not a villain. He's a hero. Comment 3, but seriously, why hasn't he shown up? Retired? Shin Haru sat at her computer screen, frustrated. Where on earth are you and what are you doing? Ego's tick. Her expression was a scowl of waiting so long she was nearly out of patience. In a laboratory, 2 people stood still watching a strange creature in a liquid-filled chamber. One of them spoke every time they saw it. The bespectacled doctor laughed maniacally. I was astonished again. The white-haired man standing beside him said that once Dr. Kim Seon-woo was released, we would finish this project and present the completed behemoth to him. The creature inside the fluid chamber stirred. The white-haired man muttered that if that happened, Korea, no, the whole world, would bow down to our Hanun conglomerate. The madman touched the globe, his other hand raised as if to seize everything. The doctors around them immediately laughed loudly. One declared that no one could stop us. At Subin's house, bright sunlight poured straight into the home. Someone held a knife, their hands deftly slicing mushrooms into thin, even pieces. Subin smiled and told Ha-yeol that she could actually rest if she wanted. The girl startled and replied she didn't need to, that she felt more comfortable this way. Subin smiled and said, thanks. Ha-yeol bowed her head and sighed. Subin smiled, saying that thanks to her they prepared quickly and finished earlier. The girl sadly looked at Subin and thought that the beauty had been kidnapped by egotistic, Sister Subin. Ha-yeol recalled that 4 months had passed since the incident. She thought of the article she had read about the villain being held responsible and paying compensation, plunging the public into chaos. Seeing Subin standing peacefully beside her, Ha-yeol reassured herself that she was still living happily and well, and all the fierce rumors about him had become meaningless. At that moment, Ha-yeol heard a cry, honey, hold my hand for a bit. Dane immediately told Dane to sober up a bit and go by herself. Seo-eun is hurt now. The girl watched Dane struggling with Seo-eun and pondered the true nature of egotistic, which was Kim Da-in. Dane pulled Seo-eun's shirt and asked why, now that they had a place with so much light, she still liked sleeping in the basement. The genius muttered that there were always rumors about some ego baggage, then he tugged her shirt and said, let's have breakfast. The meal was served. Dane stared and exclaimed loudly that eating meat so early in the morning was wonderful. Ha-yeol sadly thought that one day, if someone returned wounded, with her healing ability she could help. She bowed her head, looked at her hands, and fell silent. Ha-yeol clenched her fists as if determined to do something. After eating, Dane lay on the bed lost in thought, thinking it was almost time to prepare to deal with the dark disaster spawned by the Hanun conglomerates. He tiredly propped his head up with his hand. Dane stared at the calendar hanging on the wall. At that moment, someone burst into the room and a voice rang out, you've been hiding here all this time. Mango stick. Seo-eun shouted that they should stage a terror attack right now because she was bored to death. Dane pondered and made a small sound. Then he suddenly spoke up, okay, let's do it, prepare for an attack. She froze and asked, really? Dane sat up with a smile on his face. He called out, Ego Squad, assemble immediately. A while later, in the meeting room, Dane stood with his arms crossed in front of a whiteboard. Ha-yeol hesitated, but... The girl's question made everyone pause. What exactly were they planning to achieve with these attacks from the start? Dane cheerfully replied that if they were asked the reason for the attacks, they'd have to answer. Someone immediately intervened, stopping him, saying that's enough. Seo-eun snapped, Uncle, get to the point, and Dane suddenly said, from now on I'm not you anymore, but... Then he answered Ha-yeol's question, Ha-yeol, actually we are the villains. The girl was speechless and thought to herself, oh, I see. Dane said, so we have to carry out terrorist acts, but we must avoid civilian casualties. He continued, we also need to stage dilemma scenarios that fit the ego stick concept. We must also involve Stardust, he added. Seo-eun interrupted gloomily, those attacks must have a positive impact for her. Dane said loudly, in short, thanks, Seo-eun. The genius suddenly teased him, no way, you just swore. He muttered to himself that she must have misheard, he was the one who swore. Then he uncapped a pen and said, anyway. He drew a bridge on the board and continued, the theme for this attack is, will Seoul University collapse? Subin, looking at the picture on the board, asked, the Seoul University bridge? He drew a monster and replied, yes, because. Dane then sketched a region and went on, right here, at Yeouido, this winter a giant monster will appear and advance northward, sweeping the peninsula clean in one sweep. Dane drew an explosion and wrote end, then asked, but what if we stage an attack that collapses the Seoul University bridge? He continued to illustrate the monster's demise, boom, the monster's weakness is water, so it will cry out. It's both terrorism and framing the villain, in short, it's a win-win, benefiting both cause and gain. Seo-eun spoke up, as always, where did you get this information? Dane took out a hat, made a saluting gesture, and replied, that's a trade secret. The genius laughed loudly, feels like we're eliminating the villain and staging terror at the same time. Also, this time it doesn't seem to be for that Stardust girl. Dane tersely warned, drop the, that, and, this, when referring to people. Seo-eun beamed and asked, good, so the concept is finalized, right? Dane smiled and replied, what do we have in abundance? She asked, time. Dane rubbed his thumb and forefinger together and answered, no, money. A while later, the live stream went live. As Dane appeared in Egostic's guise, viewers went wild in the comments. On camera, Egostick hovered in midair. The speaker floated in front of him. Egostick spoke, hello everyone, the most influential villain as voted #1 by the Korean Association. He smiled and continued, I, Egostick, am back, everyone knows what I'm going to do, right? From a vehicle, the speaker broadcast Egostick's voice, what am I doing here on the Seoul University bridge? Of course, a bombing attack. The driver immediately slammed on the brakes and shouted, terrorist attack. The cars preparing to enter the bridge came to an immediate stop. Egostick smiled, pressed a button, and told everyone to halt all movement. The bridge exploded instantly, debris flew everywhere. Egostick cheerfully said, it seems inviting guests to support the game is done. A viewer skeptically commented, who got lucky enough to be invited as a guest? Egostick immediately announced, the participants are all the decent citizens nationwide watching this broadcast, it's you. He explained, participation is simple, send your bank account number via the reference link in the video and I'll transfer 100,000 won to you immediately, but. Live viewers were stunned by Egostick's words, if, by 7 p.m. tonight, more than 500,000 people have received 100,000 won from me, then I'll detonate this bridge immediately. Some reacted joyfully, others panicked in shock. Egostick continued, of course, those trapped there will be affected as well. Standing before the nearly collapsed bridge, he said, decide, do you want 100,000 won for free, or do you want this bridge to explode at any moment? He announced, so, the choice for the people of Daehan, 100,000 won or the Seoul University bridge, officially begins. Egostick smiled and said, ah, and Stardust, you don't need to come today, just rest. A commenter teased, my girl will be protected by me. Another replied, Mangostick the sweet criminal guarantees Stardust arrest. Someone else laughed, you're the hero and you're the villain, telling you not to come, would you agree? Egostick stretched. He smiled happily, thinking that the crazed villains were probably glad to have fewer annoyances. Someone suddenly lunged toward him. Egostick looked at the person who had appeared before him and cried out in surprise, Stardust. He nearly dropped the remote, Egostick panicked, thinking, could it be a detonator? He looked at Stardust and remembered that it had been a long time since they'd met. The two stared at each other in silence. Stardust glared at Ego's tick. Pressure weighed heavily on Ego's tick. He hesitantly called, "Stardust." She remained silent, staring at him with a cold gaze. Ego's tick froze. He panicked at Stardust's look. What is going on? Elsewhere, someone asked, "Manager Kim, what are you doing, smoking?" Manager Kim jumped, pointed at the phone in his hand, and said, "Boss, look at this." He wondered what it was. A news page headlined, "Mango Sticks Comeback at the Seoul University Bridge and Charity Event, leave your account number via the link to receive 100,000 won," and social media users were posting proof images. Manager Kim explained that you just enter your account number there to get 100,000 won transferred directly. The manager was astonished. "Let me see, if over 500,000 people receive it, he'll detonate it." "Seoul, the Seoul University Bridge will be blown up?" Manager Kim asked. "Yes, you know Mango Stick." Then he scrolled to another post, a live stream announcing Mango Stick's comeback at the Seoul University Bridge and Charity, leave your account number via the link to receive 100,000 won. People posted proof on social media. Manager Kim said that the person is now carrying out some kind of terror at the Seoul University Bridge. The boss exclaimed, "The guy calling himself a villain. My God, what kind of stunt is this? Who would go claim this?" Manager Kim immediately laughed and said, "I just received it, 100,000 won." The boss angrily shouted, "What? You there, how could you do that?" Seeing the boss's anger, he immediately bowed and said loudly, "Sorry, boss." The boss winked and said, "Too slow, I took it the moment the news appeared." "What do you take me for?" Manager Kim gave a like and laughed, "Boss, you startled me, you acted that well." The boss laughed heartily. "Besides us, how could it exceed 500,000 people? Tonight we'll have a company party." He replied, "Yes, sir." Elsewhere, a woman spoke on the phone, "Son, are you eating dinner?" "What, Mom's account?" She squinted at her phone screen and muttered, "Oh my, why all of a sudden? Who would give pocket money like this?" A notification showed money received on the screen. She cried out in surprise, "Oh my God, it's real. What's Ego Squad?" On the bridge, the fires from the explosion still burned. Ego's tick wrapped his cloak around himself and shivered, murmuring, "I didn't expect it to be this cold." He froze, but Stardust remained standing with her arms crossed, watching him. Ego's tick complained that her gaze felt like needles piercing him. "Maybe she's waiting for me to blow the bridge before acting. Why do I feel even colder now?" He turned to look at her and pondered why she was staring so intently. This wasn't in the protocol. Could there be some event related to the Seoul University Bridge? Ego's tick thought that he hadn't expected her to be so angry. He felt guilty. He tugged his hat and told himself there was no other way. It was all for Stardust, for her alone. With the power of the black catastrophe as described in the original, she couldn't be stopped right now. Ego's tick recalled the black catastrophe. This event, when it first appears in the rules, is a horrific disaster. Unlike those time-killing superhero entertainments, it signals the work will be far bleaker. He opened his phone and muttered, "Anyway, let's check." Ego's tick was secretly amazed. Already 450,000 people have received it. There's still 3 hours left. He teleported under the bridge and complained, "These people in this world are unbelievable, I have no words." Ego's tick rubbed his neck and sighed inwardly. "I thought it would succeed even without my involvement. Are they really going to let greed get people killed? Honestly." He started the live channel and spoke, "Good people of Korea, do you really think you've actually received 100,000 won?" Comments immediately flooded in, "Yes, really? Of course." Ego's tick reached out and touched a car, then asked, "You haven't forgotten, right?" He tapped on the car window and announced, "We're going to interview a guest who might be sacrificed, thanks to those heartless people out there." The window slowly rolled down. Ego's tick looked inside thoughtfully. "This is out of control now. probably no one else will climb onto the bridge. He laughed loudly and asked, "Oh my, hello, thank you for coming. Could you introduce yourself?" The black-haired man inside the car smiled and replied, "Yes, hello, I'm Choi Young-jin." Ego's tick was surprised. Why isn't he showing any sign of worry? Leaning against the car, he said, "Nice to meet you, Choi Young-jin. In a life-threatening situation like this, do you feel nervous or uneasy?" Young-jin suddenly laughed out loud. Ego's tick was inwardly astonished. Why is he laughing? Young-jin smiled so brightly he seemed to glow and said, "Why worry? If viewers don't claim the money, the Seoul University Bridge and I will be safe, right?" Ego's tick covered his face, thinking, I apologize to him on their behalf, look at that carefree attitude. A comment appeared, I hesitated about accepting but decided not to. Someone said, "You're so kind." Another wondered, am I trash? A malicious user commented, "Yeah, I'll take it, just so it's not me," and others repeatedly posted, "Sorry." Ego's tick hesitated, then asked, Mr. Young Jin's statement about strong trust in our Korean character, we heard that clearly. Do you have anything else to say? Young Jin replied naively, "Go Korea, I'm counting on you." Meanwhile, Stardust stood at a distance looking toward the bridge. She pressed her lips and asked inwardly, "What are you plotting, Ego's tick?" Ego's tick then moved to another car, sighing inwardly, "I'm exhausted, please just react normally." He stood before the window of another car and slowly began, "I." A loud exclamation immediately rang out from inside the car. The girls inside the car bombarded him with questions, "Is it Ego's tick? You're crazy, look, the sky is so beautiful. He's really handsome. We're not going to die here today, right? Perfect, we're your fans." They asked again, "But are you really going to kill us? You usually spare people, remember that plane crash? Right?" Ego's tick was so stunned he froze, thinking to himself that everything was a mess. He quickly pulled his hood down and loudly said, "Then I'll end the interview here, run." The girls shouted to stop him, "Wait, you're so impatient." Someone pulled out a tablet, grabbed his sleeve, and said, "Sign it before you go." Ego's tick immediately took it and signed. A girl in the car said, "Let me take 4 photos, please." A comment laughed loudly, "He fulfills every request, so gentle." Someone else said, "You can't even tell who's the victim anymore." Someone in the car babbled, "I already received 100,000 won, thanks." Another said, "I got 400,000 won, awesome, let's have spicy hot pot tonight, if we die here we can't eat it, right?" Ego's tick muttered to himself that he wouldn't interview civilians anymore, the terror stunt had failed. A while later, Ego's tick asked, "Co-un, can you turn the screen on?" She replied, "Yes." The live stream immediately showed the devastated scene of the bridge. Lights were turned on. Cameras surrounded Ego's tick, he bowed his head and said, "Yes, everyone, it's 7 p.m., right?" He smiled and announced, "The nationwide 100,001 participation terror and the Seoul University Bridge event have ended, I will now announce the results." Comment feeds exploded, "Come on, let's go, 500,000 isn't hard, don't disappoint Young Jin, sorry, damn, if the Seoul University Bridge collapses how will I go to work?" Numbers frantically changed, Ego's tick, to build suspense, kept pausing and said, "The result is..." Fireworks shot into the sky around them, creating a beautiful scene. Ego's tick declared, 125,000 people, they are the ones who received 100,000 won. He shouted happily, "Wonderful, our Korean people are amazing." Those on the bridge panicked, "What is this?" Ego's tick snapped his fingers and laughed, "Selfish ones, please enjoy your final fireworks." The bombs attached to the bridge immediately detonated. Stardust gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, "That guy, finally." Amid the explosions, Ego's tick bowed elegantly and said, "Until now, I am still me, Ego's tick." Viewers on the stream instantly regretted it, is that blood? They're dead. Ego's tick put his hat back on, sighed and muttered that hovering in the air too long was exhausting, he'd reached his limit. He stood still and whispered that in the end he just wanted to watch Stardust save them. Stardust quickly dashed toward a car that was about to fall. She reached out toward the car. Ego's tick froze. What? Could it be? Has she caught me? He raised his hand and mana immediately gathered into a sphere on his palm. Ego's tick shouted in anger, damn it. Stardust also lunged forward as the car fell. Both Stardust and Ego's tick tried to lift the car. Stardust used her hands to pull the two cars back. After helping her, Ego's tick panted and muttered that he was exhausted. He suddenly felt dizzy. Ego's tick fell through the air. He was about to fall into the water. A spatial vortex appeared and swept him away. Ego's tick teleported back to the base. Seo-eun and Subin rushed over in panic. The genius girl shouted, "No, Dane." Blood continually flowed from Dane's nose and mouth, his eyes gradually lost focus. Seo-eun and Subin stood outside the treatment cage. Seo-eun pleaded sadly, "Open your eyes, please, come on." Ha-yeol stood outside, the girl bowed her head and hugged her arms. Seo-eun looked at him lying motionless there, "Please." Ha-yeol stood silently outside the room. The girl lifted her head and took a deep breath. Ha-yeol rubbed her eyes with her fingertip. Elsewhere, Haru stood on the balcony. She thought to herself, Ego's tick. Haru took out the newspaper. It was full of headlines about Ego's tick and Stardust, Ego's tick's warning letter to Stardust, Stardust's observatory speech, the ice cream festival terror. She remembered Ego's tick's words. Don't even think about showing your face and stepping out, if you do, your life will be miserable. Haru recalled that Stardust had stopped Ego's tick's plain terror back then, and even then, if he hadn't bolstered her courage. She frowned, thinking she surely wouldn't have dared act then, it was his voice that made her believe she could. Haru told herself he seemed to know everything about her, she remembered Ego's tick's encouragement, "You can do it," so she did. She sighed and murmured, "Go save them." Haru recalled the moments she had seen Ego's tick and kept asking herself, a man who creates terror, it's been a long time, I have so much to say. Are you really a villain? Are you really a murderer? Haru clenched her hands and bowed her head, wondering what his true nature really was, Ego's tick, yet driven by an unclear emotion. She remembered staring at Ego's tick and, in the end, being unable to say a word, and she rushed toward the car that was falling into the river. She silently prayed, "Please." Stardust gritted her teeth and thought, "Touch it." The car was covered in a pale purple light. Stardust immediately realized its speed was decreasing. She turned her head toward Ego's tick. Stardust saw him use his power and then fall. After rescuing the people, Stardust looked toward the river while the fangirls cursed Ego's tick, "I really want to kill him, such a bastard." Only ruins and smoke remained on the bridge. The surface of the river was calm. Stardust stood silently, worried. Haru clenched the newspaper in her hand, thinking, at this point. She wondered what Ego's tick really was, when a voice rang out, "Why are you sad all alone? This time it's another terror with no casualties." A pale blue-haired girl brought 2 cans of beer to Haru and asked, "My little beauty Shin Haru?" The girl was Lee Seol-ah, A-rank hero Icicle. Haru immediately brightened and said, "Seol-ah, thanks for coming." Seol-ah hugged her and replied, "What, of course I had to come." Haru smiled, her cheeks blushing. They opened the 2 cans and quickly clinked them together. Seol-ah drank more than half a can in one go. She laughed loudly, "Perfect, watching Soul's Night with Haru and enjoying a little ordinary peace like this." She paused and glanced to the side. Seol-ah sighed and asked, "What's up, Haru? You just got off work and you're still working. Is it because of Ego's tick, the bastard again?" Haru nodded. She comforted Haru, don't worry about it. Mak Chun even said crime rates are down and seemed pleased. Actually, I wouldn't say it outright, but this time he didn't seem like he wanted to hurt you. Haru suddenly asked, but hey, Seola, can I tell you something? She said, I think maybe Ego's tick isn't entirely a bad person. Elsewhere, Ha-Yo walked along. The girl saw Seo-un exhausted, sleeping on the floor. Ha-Yo took a blanket and covered Seo-un with it. She silently headed toward the emergency room. Ha-Yo opened the door and stepped inside. She looked at Dane still lying in the treatment pod. She went up to the pod and wondered if she should step forward to help. He seemed like a good person, but what if he changed like those who once coveted my power? Ha-Yo pondered what to do, when suddenly Dane convulsed in pain. Tearing up, she thought this person knew nothing yet still saved Cha-Yun and me. He treated us kindly without asking for anything, and now he's dying. Right before my eyes. Dane gasped in pain. A tear fell onto the glass. She questioned herself, will I let him die like this? Ha-Yo whispered, I'm sorry, Dane, I'm not brave enough. She murmured that he really was a good person, but if he learned of her ability then. She was terrified that he would become like the others. Ha-Yo wiped the tears from her face with her arm. She took a step back. Ha-Yo raised her hand, a pale blue light flashed as she resolutely said, but I'll try to be brave this once. The wound on Dane's abdomen began to heal. When the wound closed and the bleeding stopped, the pale blue light faded. Dane's breathing gradually steadied. After that, Ha-Yo left the room. Before going out, Ha-Yo turned and said, thank you. Ha-Yo quickly walked away. Inside the treatment pod, Dane put his hand on his stomach and thought, finally I've recruited a sister who cares. The glass opened, Dane sat up and called softly, Ha-Yo. He smiled and said, thank you. Elsewhere, Seo-Ah and Haru had finished 4 cans of beer. Seo-Ah said, so, let's summarize. She continued, Egostic's terror acts are strange in that there are no casualties except villains, from the mysterious call to the plain terror. She asked, up to the rescue of the falling SUV this time too, right? Haru nodded with sparkling eyes. Seo-Ah teased, oh my god, Shin-Haru. You believe the conspiracy theory that Ego's tick is the S-rank hero in the Shadow's Apple Mango? Is it you? Are you really the A-rank hero Stardust? Are you Shin-Haru? Haru inwardly scolded herself for falling for it. She turned angrily and said, it's not about believing or not, I'm saying it because I feel it's not just a conspiracy. Seo-Ah still teased her, tell me the account name active in your Mango Stick fan club. I'm kidding, don't be mad, Haru. Haru glanced at Seo-Ah, cleared her throat, and said, anyway. She asked, there are indeed some unclear points, but he operates very professionally when doing bad things, right? Haru hesitated, that's true. Seo-Ah challenged, oh my god, so what's the problem? Just consider him a villain, right, Haru? Haru bowed her head sadly, thinking that Ego's tick seemed to be looking much further ahead. She didn't know what it was, though. Seo-Ah said, workaholic Shin-Haru, come on, stop talking about that weird-hatted villain, hasn't anyone caught your eye lately? If you're resting you should take the chance to date someone. Haru immediately retorted, what do you know about dating? Seo-Ah was actually the heir to the large Yusong conglomerate. Blushing, she said, my family controls my privacy extremely strictly, it's not that I can't meet people, I just haven't wanted to. Haru teased her, Seo-Ah, your face is all red, so cute. Seo-Ah immediately replied, what? No, seriously. At a large prison, a black car pulled up in front of the gate. An elderly man stepped out. He was Kim Soon-woo, an S-rank villain and technical advisor to the Ha-Un conglomerate. A white-haired doctor greeted him with a smile, you've worked hard, doctor. Soon-woo cut him off, save it, how's the progress? The white-haired man reported, we're currently at 56%, progress is going smoothly, and the project is expected to finish around next September. He clicked his tongue, oh my. Sun Woo scolded, too slow. In any case, all preparations must be completed by this winter. The white-haired doctor fell silent and glanced at him. After getting into the car, Sun Woo ordered his subordinates, let's go. He thought to himself, just wait. He told himself that before this winter passed, everything in Korea would be under Dr. Kim Soo-woo's feet. At Egostic's base. On the TV, a reporter announced breaking news: Dr. Kim Soo-woo, suspected of concealing unethical experiments, was released at 7 a.m. today and is expected to return to a frontline position at the Haeun conglomerate. Dane propped his chin on his hand watching TV, smiling, all right, players, take the field. Seo-eun passing by shouted, oh my, what are you babbling about? 3 months later, a snowfall blanketed the city. Cha-yoon wrapped himself in a warm coat and ran out into the yard, shouting joyfully, snow's falling, so excited. Seo-eun chased after him, yelling, hey, I got here first. Subin and Ha-yeol went to a table. Subin took a sip of hot cocoa. She smiled and asked, this feels so nice, doesn't it? Ha-yeol replied, yeah, it's really great. Dane came over and called out, hey Seo-eun, can you walk properly? What's with those steps, you ruined the fresh layer of snow. He rambled that the snow had been beautiful and untouched, then a snowball flew straight at his face. Seo-eun shouted, let's start playing. Seo-eun and Cha-yoon teased him, come on, Mangostic, get over here. Dane silently raised his hands. 2 snowballs hit both of them square in the face. Dane raised his hand, then gritted his teeth and declared, you brats, come at me, I'll teach you manners. Special skill, super speed frost. Seo-eun shouted in surprise, what the, hey, that's cheating, Mangostic. Cha-yoon protested too, that's obviously a loophole move. The kid threw his hands up high and declared, I give up, I surrender. Seo-eun looked over his head in astonishment, Dane responded, accepted. Cha-yoon laughed loudly, we're safe now. Then Dane suddenly asked, Seo-eun, are you ready? A giant snowball barreled in, turning Seo-eun into a snowman. Dane laughed heartily and said, I'm starving, let's get a light bite. Cha-yoon called, yes, sir. Dane munched and said, so good, chocolate chip cookies. He and Cha-yoon ate and laughed happily, having forgotten about Seo-eun. She walked toward Dane, he looked up and asked Cha-yoon, can you tell Hale to bring a few more? A snow fist slammed straight into Dane's head. Dane's face hit the table. Seo-eun panicked, Mangostic is ruined, was that too hard? That snowball had frozen water in it. Cha-yoon awkwardly asked, are you okay? The genius girl frantically shook Dane's shoulder and called, Dane, we killed Mangostic. Ha-yeol walked over and glanced at him. She said, he's smiling, such obvious acting. Dane mimicked Seo-eun, hey, Dane. He covered his face, pretending to be shy, how touching, Seo-eun actually cares about me. Seo-eun grit her teeth, blushing. Seo-eun raised a snowball with 2 frozen water bottles stuck in it. Dane immediately shouted, that hurts. She yelled back, shut up, then chased after him. As he ran from Seo-eun he recalled that over the past 3 months they'd relaxed and enjoyed the winter. He had also thought about staging another terror attack, but Stardust is now as strong as she was in her 3rd year in the corner timeline, so it wasn't necessary. Dane looked at Ha-yeol and thought the only real change was that Ha-yeol had started smiling more, perhaps she was finally thawing and opening up to them, little by little. Fingers pointed at him, and public opinion had turned against him, everyone blamed Egostic for the Seoul Bridge collapse. My reputation collapsed completely, I mean, 1.2 million people who received my money obviously needed someone to blame. Selfish citizens told themselves that Egostic had staged that bizarre terror, right, how dare he, and then call us accomplices. Dane snorted, convenient, isn't it? After all, becoming a villain was my original goal. He mused that now he only had to wait for the black disaster to appear. At that moment Seo-eun jumped on him and shouted, "I've got you." Dane fell to the ground but laughed happily, "You win." But in the blink of an eye, Seo-eun turned into a snowman, and Dane ran off. Subin saw it and laughed loudly, "What a pathetic scream." Ha-yo rushed over anxiously, "You'll get hurt if you keep playing those games." Everyone sat back at the tea table and discussed, "I'm starving, what's for dinner? We've played a lot, should we do a barbecue?" "Great, hurry inside, it's freezing out here." "Go call Seo-eun first." "Oh, right." Elsewhere, warning lights kept flashing red. A research room collapsed, staff scattered and ran in panic. Kim Soon-woo fell to the ground and screamed wildly, "Impossible, this can't be happening, damn it, where did everything go?" A staff member shouted, "Doctor, you have to run now." He objected immediately, "Let me go, how can I abandon a lifetime of research?" He turned his head toward the place that had exploded. A bizarre creature slowly stepped out of the smoke. Two staff helped Soon-woo up, one shouted, "Please, doctor, we must run fast." Soon-woo mumbled, "No, it can't be. Behemoth? How can test subject number 1, just a prototype, become conscious?" The creature called Behemoth opened its wide mouth and roared. At a high-rise building. Security guards ran frantically everywhere. A sudden explosion occurred. Stardust quickly ran into the building. She threw open a room's door and demanded, "Mr. President, what's going on?" The man pointed at the screen and shouted, "Emergency, Stardust, look." Behemoth had now left the lab and begun destroying the city. The man panicked, where did that horror come from? Stardust looked up, keenly sensing something. She shouted, "Run, outside. Behemoth has begun tearing the building apart." An unlucky driver was trapped in the rubble it caused. A wall slammed into the car, the driver was lucky to jump out in time. He panicked, shouting, "My car." Someone loudly advised, "What's the use of the car now, run." Behemoth continued rampaging wildly around them. Buildings kept collapsing one after another. A man clutched his son and prayed in terror, "Oh God." Behemoth roared, he screamed in fear, "Oh my God." Stardust announced she was leaving and bolted from the room, "I'll depart immediately." Park Joon-ho tried to stop her, "Calm down, Stardust, you can't face something that big alone." Stardust turned and snapped back, "I can't just sit here and watch it rampage, sit there and eat your popcorn, Mr. President." The man exclaimed in shock, "What?" A loud noise rang out, making her turn around. On the screen, Behemoth was shown destroying everything and heading toward University Bridge. Immediately it fell into the river, then slowly sank. The air in the room instantly fell silent. Park Joon-ho called, "Stardust." She answered dazedly. He ordered, "I want a full report on my desk by tomorrow morning, no popcorn." Stardust hesitated, "Sorry." At Egostic's base, he was calmly eating popcorn. The moment Behemoth fell into the river, everyone immediately cheered. Night had fallen, in a house the lights were still on. Haru sat at her desk, scrolling through news on her computer screen. Her eyes landed on an article with a headline claiming that, generally, there were still some foolish people who thought Egotic was the villain. The piece explained and argued, insisting that anyone who still thought Egotic was the villain must read it. This black disaster creature still possessed a certain level of intelligence if it fully awakened human-like consciousness. In short, even if the three heroic forces kept attacking it all day it wouldn't necessarily be defeated, and over time, if it gained more intellect it would avoid its weaknesses and destroy everything in Korea. The article concluded by praising Magnostic. After finishing the article, Haru sighed. She bit into a slice of tangerine and couldn't help thinking to herself how unbelievable it was that things had turned out this way. In reality, if ego tick didn't collapse and soul wasn't secured in time, no superhero in Korea could stop those monsters. Thinking about this dilemma, Haru fell silent, pensive. This can't possibly be true. Outside it was dark, with only a few streetlights glowing. Haru pulled on her hat, dressed neatly, and ran down the empty, dim street. Her tied-back hair flew with her steps as she kept reminding herself, he's the villain and I'm the hero. Even if I'm protecting myself, I'll protect everyone else too, Haru said sternly, running faster. On TV, the anchor was updating viewers. The next report stated that experiments by a leading Korean corporation, Hanol Group, were the source of the recent black disaster that shook the nation. Hanol's headquarters had collapsed overnight. There were no signs of people at the Hanol building. The screen immediately cut to footage of the site as the anchor continued. Hanol's chairman and Dr. Kim Sol-woo, who was responsible for the black disaster experiments, had disappeared along with their research team. Dane, together with Seo-eun, Subin and Ha-yeol, were having dinner while watching the news. Upon hearing this report, Dane couldn't help but lament that it had come to this. Ha-yeol punched and kicked, cursing angrily, serves those bastards right. Subin, equally displeased, punched wildly and barked in anger that they weren't finished yet. Seo-eun joined in fiercely, declaring that they had to catch every one of those cowards who caused the deaths, the Hanol Group executives. Dane waved his crooked plastic chopsticks and, optimistically, told them not to worry, they'd mess up and be caught soon enough. Then he smiled and asked their opinion. More importantly, can everyone gather here after dinner? Subin was puzzled about what he had in mind, and Seo-eun, fired up, deflated and suspiciously asked what he was planning this time. She always got scared whenever he did this. When Dane unfolded the detailed blueprint for them to see, Seo-eun, Subin and Ha-yeol were stunned and cried out in disbelief, an underground laboratory of the Hanol Group. After the shout, Subin and Ha-yeol fell silent while only Seo-eun fussed and demanded loudly what was down there. Dane, exasperated, looked at her and asked, "What do you mean?" He circled B9 with a red pen. Then he grinned slyly and vaguely said it was something completely insane. Behemoth, the ultimate weapon created by Hanol during experiments on the superhero program, was used to implant into human bodies. That messy, rounded mass tangled with wires was a living entity made from materials capable of resisting stomach acid and nuclear bombs. Because the Black Disaster was the prototype of the Behemoth, from it the current mutations on Earth developed, if perfected, its power would likely. After his long, rambling explanation, Dane noticed the three's expressions, confused and blank, and scratched his head. Then their faces soured and they hesitated, asking why everyone was reacting this way. Seo-eun, Subin and Ha-yeol each grew sullen and frowning. Seo-eun finally spoke, her face darkening as she asked in a low voice, "So it's an army of super monsters, are they going to wreck people's bodies too?" Dane's face went ashen and helpless, his eyes reflexively turned away, and he said nothing. Seo, encouraged, sprang up, pointed at his face and shouted, "Are you kidding me?" Dane stiffened and retorted that he wanted to be stronger too. Hearing that, Seo grew more ferocious, leapt onto the table and wildly punched him, snarling, "You want to be stronger?" Dane blocked each blow, saying nothing. Subin could no longer watch and stood up to separate them, pleading, "Both of you, stop." Dane fell into thought. The original story certainly didn't specify the hero's next actions, but every punch Seo threw he easily parried, prompting her to exclaim in surprise. He remained deep in thought, inwardly doubtful. Well, nothing serious will happen, right? Early morning, blue skies and white clouds, at a high-rise building belonging to a corporation. An assistant stood at the podium reporting new findings. Many biological signals had been detected in the buried underground laboratory. It seemed the creatures and the Hanun Group researchers conducting experiments might still be alive. Park Joon-ho sat upright listening and asked, puzzled, about the stomach lab. Ja Hyun, attending the meeting online, also reported, "I tried to approach last night, but my shadow couldn't touch it, it was blocked by the signal the black thing emitted." After hearing that, Park Joon-ho asked about Stardust. have you heard? Support will be difficult, are you still going, Stardust? At that moment, Stardust hovered in the air, observing the large hole below. She adjusted her earpiece and decisively replied, yes. Park Jun-ho's voice came through with instructions, good. I approve the mission to explore Hanun Group's underground base. Stardust accepted the mission and flew straight down into the large hole. Unbeknownst to her, Ego's Tick stood on the rooftop of a nearby building, watching. Ego's Tick, nervous, candidly voiced his concerns, I'm a little worried, this isn't going according to plan. Seo-eun on the line snapped irritably, mocking, if you're scared you can turn back now. Subin, fearing a quarrel, immediately tried to mediate, Seo-eun, don't provoke him like that. Ego's Tick didn't take offense, brimming with confidence, he boasted, come on, Danny, you act like I'm afraid of those monsters. Seo-eun tapped at her keyboard with visible disdain, and Subin was exasperated with the two of them. But in the end they still smiled sincerely and warned him, be careful. Ego's Tick worked his charm and their live stream began. He introduced himself first, great to meet you all, I'm Ego's Tick. He then added effects to pique curiosity and led into the main topic, is this terrorism? What happened today? You must be curious. Too bad today isn't about me, it's an exploration. The live chat reached 10,000 viewers within a minute, comments flooded in, what's this? Oh, is this the S-Class hero streamer Apple Mango? Thanks. Explain about Seoul, if you knew it'd be destroyed like this, where is it? Why is it so dark? What crazy thing are you planning today? The camera panned to the surrounding machinery as Ego's Tick quipped, this is Hanun Group's underground base, the very place that created that horrific disaster. What were they doing here? I'm too curious to resist, shall we go take a look? At headquarters, Park Jun-ho shouted, Stardust. Stardust, can you hear me? An assistant warned, noting she seemed to have gone too deep for radio signal to reach. Park Jun-ho, furious, slammed his fist on the table and snarled that Ego's Tick had no right to barge into that place. Then he huffed an order, assistant, bring me some popcorn. The assistant replied, yes, stood up and left. Meanwhile, Ego's Tick aimed the camera and swept over the machinery, sarcastically remarking, everyone, look, what the hell did those bastards do here? Ego's Tick shuddered as he looked around. Viewers watching the stream left comments arguing, some moved, some curious, the atmosphere was terrifyingly serious. Where is everything? Right, where did the previous things go? Be careful, Magnostic. The camera swept through every corner as Ego's Tick half joked, half serious, could I, who once shook all of Korea, really be afraid of traces of experiments this small? Suddenly he heard a noise and switched on the lights. On alert, he frantically raised and controlled several defensive guns. Then he noticed a white cat and instinctively shouted, what? Ego's Tick hazily wondered to himself, it's just a cat, right? Still, he raised his guard immediately, puzzling over why a cat would be here. The cat suddenly rolled over and became entangled in strips of red cord. The cat backed into a corner, and Ego's Tick froze in bewilderment. The cat's eyes glowed red as it stood on the pile of red cords and stared at him, letting out a cry. He heard another noise behind him and turned around. A demon-faced monster emerged. It lunged at him aggressively, stretching out hands bristling with razor-sharp claws. Ego's Tick was terrified, he couldn't form a scream, his face turned pale with fear. Meanwhile, Stardust was venturing deeper into the darker tunnel. Suddenly she heard gunfire, she stopped, spun around, thinking to herself, gunshots. Cut to the protagonist. Now he regretted his foolish decision. While running he thought, I shouldn't have come in here. I should have listened to Seo-eun. Stronger my foot. I should have just stayed home and practiced telekinesis. At the same time, the large-faced monster behind him kept stalking close. He kept manipulating the floating guns, which only made Ego's Tick more terrified. He pumped his legs and ran at full speed, muttering, "No. Regretting it now won't help. At this point, I have to catch the behemoth before leaving this place." Just as he thought that, true to our villainous youth, he slipped, sending his body tumbling head over heels forward. His face contorted as he hurriedly glanced back at the monster behind him. Sure enough, taking advantage of his fall, it was right beside him, drooling as if about to devour a delicious meal. With no way to save himself, Ego's tick forced all the floating guns around him to fire at once, riddling the monster's body with countless holes. However, against its massive body, these small wounds didn't seem enough to finish it. Instead, they only enraged the creature further. The monster let out a deafening roar that made the laboratory tremble violently. Finally, everything collapsed in a cloud of dust and smoke. Not long after, somehow Ego's tick miraculously survived the collapse. He was drenched and sore, muttering, "How deep is this place? In the chaos I even left the camera and guns behind." "All right then, Seo-un, can you hear me?" He tried to contact the genius girl, but there was no response. This increased the protagonist's unease and fear. "Looks like the signal can't reach here. Now I'm starting to feel a little scared, just a bit," he thought as he scanned his surroundings. However, before the villainous youth could observe for long, a series of tremors erupted nearby. Then, somehow the heroine Stardust appeared and punched the wall, leaving a deep dent. With her superlative senses, Stardust began to perceive something, this feeling, so familiar. Could it be Ego's tick? She squinted at the protagonist as she spoke. After confirming his presence, she immediately took a defensive stance and demanded, "What are you doing here?" On the other side, Ego's tick was already panicking. His limbs flailed as he stammered, "Wait, Stardust. I'm the one who should be asking you. What are you doing here?" In response, the heroine cracked her knuckles and asserted, "I'm a hero. Cleaning up places like this is nothing unusual, right?" Her words left Ego's tick with nothing to counter. "Ah, yeah, fair enough," he nodded. Meanwhile, Stardust realized this was a perfect opportunity to deal with the villain before her, perfect timing, an unexpected catch. "If you come quietly it won't hurt." No sooner had she finished speaking than Stardust lunged forward, reaching to grab the protagonist. Ego's tick promptly used his teleportation to dodge. Thus, the two began a continuous chase through the confined space. The danger was that Ego's tick only barely dodged each of Stardust's attacks. Eventually he had to reach out to halt her briefly to buy time. "Wait a moment. Stop. I know I'm just a villain in your eyes, but look around. You know this place is too dangerous. You don't even know what this place really is, right? Since we're here, why not form a temporary alliance until we go deeper?" The protagonist made the suggestion. After about 3 seconds thought, Stardust didn't agree immediately but countered, "Then why don't you tell me why you're here first?" Ego's tick shrugged and answered awkwardly, "Well, call it curiosity, I guess. These people here are the ones who caused the black disaster, so I thought they might be making something else." For that answer, Stardust was clearly considering whether it was accurate. After a few seconds, she nodded tentatively, "Acceptable. Fine, cooperate. Follow me. I'm having trouble with these monsters, so you can lend a hand." She said this as she turned and walked away. As for Ego's tick, he was a bit surprised she agreed so easily. "Huh. I was just saying it, how did it turn out like this?" From Stardust's line of thought, of course she had calculated this when she agreed quickly, "If we try to capture him by force he might escape. Better to keep him close and go together. Maybe I'll learn more about Ego's tick." Time passed quickly. Now the two of them were searching for documents inside some room. Ego's tick took the opportunity to scan the surroundings. These actions seemed to irritate Stardust. She immediately pounded the wall beside the protagonist and shouted loudly, "What sloppy nonsense are you doing here, villain? I'm going to crush you. This place is full of secrets, get out. Seeing her lion-like fury, Ego's tick obediently replied, yes sir, I'm leaving now. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Ego's tick wailed. However, after noticing the way the heroine was intently working, his face suddenly flushed with excitement, being able to go together like this. I love it so much. Next, as if they found no clues in that room, the two quickly left. Walking behind her, Ego's tick was a little surprised by Stardust's ability, she leads the way so easily. Could her supersensory perception have developed this much? Putting that aside, the two of them headed to the supernatural ability suppression room. The suspicious name made Stardust reluctant to enter. Instead, she turned to the villain behind her and said, hey Ego's tick, go inside. Ego's tick jumped and shouted, me? I have to go in. Stardust said nothing more, merely thrusting her fist forward to threaten him, so the protagonist dared not disobey. He hurriedly replied, of course I have to go in. Obviously I have to go in. Saying that, he felt a bit pained inside, she's treating me like a lab rat. Ego's tick then opened the door and stepped inside. He took the hat off his head and tried tossing it into the room to test it. His telekinesis didn't work. And his teleportation couldn't be used either. Ego's tick closed his eyes and concentrated to try using his powers, but sadly nothing happened. It really doesn't work, he muttered. Behind him, the heroine's face darkened as she asked, really? As Ego's tick was trying to figure out how the room worked, a loud bang suddenly rang out behind them. The cause turned out to be Stardust punching the wall, shattering it into pieces. Ego's tick's eyes widened at the sight. Facing Stardust, she seemed a bit proud of breaking the wall. I just wanted to check if it really nullifies powers. It does. I'm not lying about this kind of thing. Ego's tick paid little heed to her words. He was surprised and pleased, but also worried. She broke it with raw strength, so cool. But wait, what if it collapses and buries us? Still, her development is truly astonishing. Before he could think much more, an alarm blared. The atmosphere tightened for both of them. They both thought inwardly, we're trapped in a sealed space with no supernatural abilities. A hero and a villain, no way. Two adults alone together. Stardust, losing her composure, punched the ground. He warned, it's useless, Stardust, stop. Dane looked toward the front clock and said, look over there. He said calmly, the portal should open in about 3 hours, so don't waste your strength, wait until then to exit. At this, Stardust grew anxious and tense, her expression darkening. Her injured hand clenched unconsciously, the wound throbbed painfully. When Dane bent down he noticed Stardust's wound bleeding. He sighed, stood up and stepped forward, saying, honestly, why be so stubborn when you can't even use your powers? Stardust became alert at Dane's action. He reached out gently and said, give me your hand. Hearing Dane's words, she was still stunned, not understanding why. Then Dane carefully bandaged Stardust's injured hand. She looked down at her hand and pressed her lips together as if she wanted to say something. Stardust immediately turned away and said, I won't thank you. Seeing this, Dane couldn't help teasing her, sounds like a thank you, doesn't it? Hearing that, her face darkened and she punched the wall. He quickly changed the subject, yes, I know, this way, right? Be careful with your hand. Then Dane said no more and gently set his hat down on the ground. He sat down nearby and said, I'll lie down for a bit. Hearing that, she exclaimed, what? Dane lay down and turned to relax. There's nothing to do for the next 3 hours, Stardust has nothing to do either, so nap a bit and conserve energy. Stardust remained standing, seeming to hesitate about something. So she sat down and leaned against the wall in silence. That said, an hour later the protagonist was still lying on the ground with wide eyes. How could he possibly sleep like that? He quietly wiped away a tear of grievance. Actually, he didn't dare let his guard down for even a second. Dane glanced at the person behind him. I'm a special-class criminal, and Stardust is stronger than a grown man even without powers, if I let my guard down. Their eyes met at that moment. Stardust unconsciously blushed and reached up to smooth her hair so she wouldn't have to look at him. Then the two awkwardly looked away, acting as if nothing had happened. Time moved forward 2 hours. Stardust hugged her legs and bowed her head, while Dane awkwardly thought to himself that it felt like the oxygen was decreasing. This time he was really tired. He looked at her and guessed, Stardust, you look short of breath. Suddenly a voice said, Soul Bridge. Dane startled and blinked, huh? Stardust, still with her face buried in her knees, asked, was that car, you stopped that car, right? Hearing that, he immediately panicked. She found out. He recalled the situation when he used magic. She looked straight at him and asked, the car, did you stop it? Dane hurriedly denied it. Me? Stop it? I'm a villain who doesn't know how to stop. What are you talking about? I always charge forward. Stardust, annoyed, scoffed at his nonsense. Then she asked again, then the plane, why did you say I should save it? These questions made him increasingly flustered, his eyes spun. Dane continued to explain, I've said that before. Wait, why are you like this? I'm the villain, you're the hero, your existence makes me more perfect. That's our relationship, telling the hero to save people. He couldn't help but sweat and step back. What's so strange? Not at all. Silence fell. Dane's sweat poured like rain. He was so scared he was overreacting. Ah, whatever, must be the lack of oxygen. Stardust spoke calmly, then there's the matter of bringing down Soul Bridge. She turned to him and asked, the monster's existence, the fact that that monster was heading for Soul Bridge, did you know beforehand and act because of that? Hearing this, Dane was shocked and inhaled sharply. He forced a smile and retorted to Stardust, you actually believe that silly conspiracy theory from the internet? Dane looked at her and insisted, of course I was a little surprised too, it's obviously a coincidence. But her face remained sullen. What was that expression? Damn it, was she seriously investigating him? Dane's unease kept growing. Had he missed something? All the events from that time gradually surfaced in his mind. Maple Bridge. Next came the scene of the plane explosion. Then the appearance of the monsters, the Black Disaster. At this point he silently suspected, Stardust isn't buying into some conspiracy, she's beginning to suspect whether I'm actually the villain. Dane realized it was because of his contact with me, but her suspicion arose naturally from previous attacks, in other words, the hero's intuition. He bowed his head and covered his face in thought. Clumsy explanations would only make her more suspicious. Dane laughed, kakaka. Stardust, hearing this, was puzzled. On his side he made a decision, the only way out was to face it head-on. Then, before her stunned expression, Dane burst into a manic laugh. He declared, yes, that's right, I knew everything. I knew the monsters would come, so I took it down beforehand. Hearing that, Stardust's face remained full of doubt, the top-secret kind, like prophecy. She looked at Dane, his voice was dark as he said, so. Dane smiled with a villainous air and asked, what are you going to do to me, so what? He was pleased with himself, that strategy, sounds logical, right? Stardust continued, asking, how did you know? Do you really have prophetic powers or something? He answered, hacking. Dane laughed like a madman, I can tamper with South Korea's entire information network, what's so strange about getting some classified info? Prophecy. How naive. She remained calm and asked again, still, it's strange. He startled and turned to her, what else is strange, Stardust? Stardust voiced her doubt, why prevent civilian casualties? Aren't you a villain? Dane flinched and stammered an explanation, that was because I hate losing attention, so I time my attacks when the monster appears to make a show of it. In his panic he blurted out everything he could. If civilian casualties were too high, no one would pay attention to me anymore, it's all to draw attention. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't care whether civilians lived or died. What does that even have to do with me? Stardust stayed silent, as if confirming what Dane said. He broke into a cold sweat and pointed at her, asking, "You understand, right?" Suddenly she stood up straight and looked toward Dane. He was stunned and stared back at Stardust, not understanding what was happening. She simply stood there, silently staring at Dane. Gradually Stardust's face grew more and more terrifying. Dane was quite surprised when Haru ordered, "Move aside." Although unwilling, time would not allow it, so he quietly stepped away. At that moment the countdown clock hit a clean 0. Meanwhile she reached out and touched the mark on the ground. Then she punched the air and coldly said, "Let's go." Dane watched intently as the glowing stones hovered in midair. Afterward he silently followed behind Haru. On the way he saw an information board. The notice read, RKCB 1107, provisional name, subject, instantaneous teleportation. Caution, may escape via teleportation, maintain A-level security. Habit of attacking from behind, be alert. Mantodia-type morphology. Dane was shaken, he had developed instantaneous teleportation. Not only that, he went from one surprise to another. Before them was Behemoth prototype number 0. Dane slumped, this was the Black Disaster Containment Lab, it had broken out and escaped. Seeing no hope left, he suggested, "Well, this grim underground lab exploration ends here. Seems there's nothing left to see, it's all smashed to pieces, nothing." But she stopped him, "Wait, if it's a prototype, the original may be somewhere." He flinched inwardly, it felt very good. Dane quickly diverted, "Then let's try going the other way." But Haru insisted, "No, this way." And her intuition was correct, here it is, and this is the Behemoth. Haru then examined the parameters displayed on the Behemoth's chamber. Watching her move elsewhere, he wondered, where is she going? "Hey, hello Stardust, you're leaving me here next to the Behemoth?" Dane's inner voice screamed, "Even though we formed an alliance and I just stressed I'm a pure villain, doesn't she guard herself at all? She turned her back too easily, my villain pride is a bit wounded." At the same time he realized that mere words wouldn't do. So Dane silently decided, "I'll show her." Instantly he summoned a strange power. Seeing the cords coiling around Haru's arms, wary, "What are you doing?" Dane replied, "What else would it be?" And he completely turned on her, it was betrayal, of course. She couldn't believe it, stammering an insult, "You, what a name." He smirked, recalling that in the original story Dr. Kim Sun-woo used the Behemoth against Stardust, which meant. Haru didn't know what he was thinking but found his smile vile. But now overwhelming was the fury of betrayal, "I'll beat you nearly to death." Dane's arm was now stained red like fine blood silk. With a slight movement it swollen and aimed straight at her. Haru aimed directly at Dane's arm and attacked. But her punches were too small compared to his strength. Dane sneered at Haru trying to fight a stone with an egg. He then launched a flurry of attacks while she did her best to dodge. Dane laughed loudly and taunted, "You planning to destroy everything, Stardust? At this rate it'll collapse." Haru, exhausted and angry, said, "Fight fair and square." His remark made her angrier, Have you ever seen a villain fight properly? You're saying strange things to the one who just betrayed you." Provoked, she flew at him in a rage. They exchanged blows with no mercy. Dane continued to jeer, "This is how villains are, Stardust, do you get it?" The moment she turned her back even for an instant. Haru ground her teeth, there was a monster appearing behind them she hadn't noticed. By the time she realized, it was too fast. At the moment of instantaneous teleportation with stardust, the monster's claw silently struck Haru from behind. When she realized it, it was too late. He was as stunned as Haru. In an instant Dane lunged forward, she was astonished, what the? And took the full blow from the monster. Haru shouted in shock, egoistic, what did you just do? After that catch he was gravely wounded. Clenching through the pain, Dane managed to say, just now. Then he hurriedly left, leaving behind, you owe me one. Meanwhile in the real world Seo-eun sighed, this brother of mine is always out and doesn't even answer messages, doesn't care about the people waiting at home. I'm going to get a wrinkle on my forehead. Hearing a noise outside, she brightened. He's back. Seo-eun was both relieved and worried. Seriously, hey, why are you so late? Suddenly she froze. Chae-hyun and Ha-yeol also sensed that something was wrong. They rushed out to see what was happening. Outside, Seo-eun was kneeling beside him. Dane was lying there gasping in a pool of blood. Chae-hyun trembled as she dialed, call an ambulance, 119. She panicked and shook him, please, wake up, please. They were in utter panic. What do we do? He's bleeding so much. Though equally scared, Ha-yeol tried to stay calm, Seo-eun, move back. Tears streaming, Seo-eun looked at the girl. A stream of blue light emanated from Ha-yeol's palms. The girl channeled that power into Dane. It then spread, lighting up the whole corner brilliantly. Meanwhile in the virtual world she realized with shock that he had lost too much blood. Haru couldn't understand why he saved her. Egoistic, what are you, really? Seeing the spoon near her mouth, Dane mouthed, Subin, please. Helpless, he shouted, please let me feed myself, save my dignity. But Subin wouldn't relent, taking advantage of Dane's open mouth, she popped the spoon in, there, be good. Ha-yeol slowly stood up and hesitated, well, I'm off now. He leaned over and called, Ha-yeol. The girl fell silent for a few seconds. Suddenly Ha-yeol tightened both backpack straps, bowed her head, and quietly wept, I'm sorry I hid my power until now. Let me go back to school, please. Dane hurried to reassure her, huh? What are you saying? I'm grateful, have a great first day of high school. Finally the girl felt relieved. Perked up, Ha-yeol waved cheerfully, I'm off. Seo-eun replied happily, take care. Subin added, Cha-an, be careful too, both of you watch for cars. After they left, Seo-eun erupted in anger, warning, ugh, if you dare go out again, big brother, you'll pay. I'm serious. She picked up something like a ball of yarn and asked, what did you bring back? It's pretty heavy. Dane gave a mysterious little smile, Seo-eun, that's for acupressure. Let me see. She looked puzzled, how could this round thing be used for acupressure? Suddenly the object lit up, startling Seo-eun, who hurriedly tossed it toward him, eek. Dane caught it and began to mutter, awaken, behemoth. Subin and Seo-eun watched tensely. A loud noise suddenly rang out. Dane's handcuff popped open and fell to the floor. Something appeared, leaving the two girls stunned. A shadow grew larger and moved quickly toward them. Soon the two were wrapped tightly by the cord Dane had just awakened, hoisted high into the air, while he leisurely sat eating porridge and twirled the cord's end. Did I do it wrong or not? Seo-eun screamed in panic, it was my fault. Dane then asked, will you repeat this? They answered in unison, we won't dare again. Cut to a scene, night falls, a thin moonlight spills over the large mansion, eerily quiet. In the room, Haru lay on the bed, brow furrowed, as if weighed down by a nightmare. In the dream, the image of Dane taking a blow for her repeated over and over. Haru jolted awake, her face pale. After a while, she quietly went to sit by the windowpane where the moonlight reflected. Her hands tightened lightly over her chest. Haru's eyes reddened. She muttered to herself, ego's tick, he'll be okay, right? 1 month later, on a clear day with white clouds, golden sunlight slanted over the school grounds. Haru sat absent-mindedly in class, her cheek resting on her hand, staring blankly out the window. Seeing this, Chae-hyun came over to ask, Haru, you've been spacing out lately, anything bothering you? She startled and quickly denied it, it's nothing. Her eyes lit up as she thumped her chest, nothing. Come on, tell me, hurry. After a moment, Haru hesitated, well. She wondered, if a villain saves a hero, what does that mean? Hearing this, Chae-hyun pulled the desk closer, smiling and teasing, why the sudden weird question? Haru blushed and stammered, just if, a villain saved some hero. Finally she sighed and turned away, it's nothing, I've probably just been getting too into the novel I'm reading. Chae-hyun didn't press further, so that's it. She took an iPad from her bag and said, actually, I'm obsessed with a novel lately, the plot's pretty similar. Chae-hyun tapped the screen a few times and handed it to Haru, Tada, what do you think? She looked up curiously. She launched into an enthusiastic intro, the forbidden romance between the villain Ego's Tick and the heroine Stardust. The moment she saw it, Haru slammed her face onto the desk, causing Chae-hyun to panic, Haru. She couldn't help but worry, is he okay? Surely he didn't die, did he? Haru turned to the window and told herself, no way, that schemer who treated all of Korea like a joke would surely still be alive, shameless as ever. Beside her, Chae-hyun, not knowing what was wrong, anxiously asked, Haru, is your head okay? A question suddenly rose in Haru's heart, when will the next terror attack happen? Meanwhile, Subin was carefully peeling an apple when Dane's voice sounded beside her, there won't be any terror attacks for now. Seo-eun was shocked to hear this. She asked suspiciously, really? Are you sure? He sprawled on the mat to confirm, yes, I'll be resting for a while. Seo-eun grumbled in annoyance, ugh, why don't you just quit? Dane calmly crossed his legs and affirmed, I'm not quitting, but someone else will do it. She frowned in surprise, someone else will do it. Dane didn't answer aloud but thought, I can't stay on the front lines forever. Right now, in terms of pure strength on the team I'm the strongest, but that's the problem. He recalled how easily Stardust stopped the behemoth and realized they needed a powerful aid for the new challenge. At that moment Dane showed a slight smile, Stardust, I have prepared her, a new member. Cut to, a cheerful orange-haired girl smiling warmly, please come in. Before she could process it, a bespectacled young man suddenly knelt and offered her a bouquet, I love you, say he. This is a pure white bouquet, pure, containing my heart for you, say he. Please accept it, take my heart. He practically begged, please accept it. Dane sat to one side, delightedly watching, of course this scene is in the original work. Say he instantly snapped, grinding her teeth, get lost, customer. I'm already annoyed, and now some pest shows up at my sacred workplace. Are you kidding me? Do I look easy to bully? The boy recoiled in shock. Rejected, he ran off crying, oh, how rude. Dane laughed with amusement, witnessing it in person was much more entertaining. Her full name is Choi Se-hee, she's 23. After the man left, she sighed wearily. Dane continued sipping and looking at her, and Se-hee turned and their eyes met. She blushed in embarrassment and looked away, ugh, what's with that? Are you done? Dane was remembering Choi Se-hee. In his memory, later in the original story she operates under the alias Elektra, an A-rank villain. But at this moment she was, of course, living the life of an ordinary citizen, struggling with the destructive instincts rising inside her, with part-time jobs merely a temporary measure to suppress them. Dane stood, picked up the box, and smiled faintly. As Se-hee passed him she unconsciously pressed her lips together, her cheeks reddening. Dane, of course, didn't notice. He only thought that, in other words, she was a ticking time bomb. Night had fully fallen. After work, he walked home alone, muttering, "Ugh, damn it, how long do I have to live like this? Work, 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 finish one shift, then another, then another." She suddenly stopped and nervously looked back. There's no one, right? After confirming no one was there, he clenched both fists and summoned a few electric sparks. In an instant, they flared up fiercely. She spread her arms and let the bolts shoot straight up into the dark sky. He couldn't help but smile in awe as she watched them, so beautiful. Suddenly a clap sounded from behind, making her whirl around in alarm. Seeing who had appeared, she widened her eyes in shock. Egoistic. Dane stepped forward, extending his hand to he in an inviting tone, "I've been searching for someone with your talent for a long time, Choi he. With that ability, have you considered helping with my terror operations?" He was flustered. "What, terror?" Her face darkened. In less than a second she cut off a stream of electricity, thinking, "You crazy man, do you think every superhuman is a villain like you?" He showed no panic, instead he looked amused, casually raising his other hand to toy with Behemoth. "Let's see, how strong are you, then?" Not wanting to disappoint her opponent, Cho he poured all her strength into it. The blue lightning around her grew larger and larger, signaling a devastating attack. Immediately, she unleashed a massive bolt of lightning, firing straight at Dane, who stood there arrogantly. However, her lightning was easily blocked and completely neutralized by Kim Dane's red streams of energy. The two energy streams collided, producing a terrible explosion that destroyed everything around them. After the smoke cleared, Kim Dane still stood there with a look of pity. He grinned savagely, mocking Cho he that this was all the power she had. Choi he ground her teeth in anger. But deep inside, she felt a strange release. It was the first time she could fight with her full strength without restraint. Although furious, she had to admit the feeling was exhilarating. Before leaving, Kim Dane made an offer. He said it would be valid until next week and told Choi he to think it over carefully. Choi he was stunned. Before she could understand what was happening, Kim Dane was preparing to disappear. She hurriedly called him back. But it was too late. Kim Dane vanished before her eyes, leaving Choi he alone amid the rubble. She looked down at her hand, sparks still flickered after the battle. Exhausted and bewildered, she couldn't deny that the fight had been truly satisfying. The scene shifted elsewhere. Kim Dane and his usual companions looked utterly distressed and desperate. Lee Subin beside him, with a sorrowful expression, apologized and suggested that perhaps their relationship should end here. Kim Dane angrily turned to Seo-eun, asking how she could do this to him after all he had done for her. Seo-eun responded with a sly smile and an enigmatic farewell. It turned out it had all been a game while they were playing billionaire chess. Kim Dane cried out in bitterness at his loss while Seo-eun laughed triumphantly. Apparently Kim Dane had gone bankrupt in the game. Seo-eun continued to taunt his pathetic state. As the loser, Kim Dane had to accept the punishment, washing a towering pile of dishes for a family of 5 for 3 days. As Kim Dane trudged off to take his punishment, Seo-eun reminded him that 3 days had passed since they discussed recruiting a new member. She wondered why he was still idly playing around. But he replied indifferently. Seo-eun looked at him suspiciously, not understanding what Kim Dane was plotting. Kim Dane put on his gloves and wore a smug smile. He was confident the trap he'd set long ago had surely been sprung. The scene shifted to Choi Sehi's everyday life. She was working at a cafe, absent-mindedly taking customers' orders with a blank expression. Fatigue was evident on her face. So much so that she accidentally spilled coffee while working. It seemed daily life was draining her energy. The kind manager noticed Choi Sehi's exhaustion and advised her to go out and rest a bit. She gratefully accepted and thanked the manager. She wearily collapsed onto a long bench outside. During her break, Choi Se-hee took out her phone. Her hand trembled as she searched for information about someone. She was curious about Egostic's notorious vice, the vice everyone kept talking about. She hadn't expected him to be such a formidable figure, the most influential villain in Korea. He even had a fan cafe and was more famous than most heroes. But what shocked her most was the information that Egostic's terrorist attacks didn't cause civilian casualties, only property damage. The death toll was always 0. This made Choi Se-hee wonder whether he was truly evil. The story returns to reveal her identity. She is a user of electromagnetic powers but had never truly used her full strength until she met Egostic. The reason was that her parents hated people with superpowers and had tightly controlled Se-hee's abilities since she was a child. That repression was like an overloaded battery. The stress accumulated over time had turned into destructive impulses, a unique trait of Se-hee. Amid the chaotic thoughts, Egostic's offer echoed in her mind, urging her to think it over. She returned to work, since many days had passed since Dane's offer. She continued working day after day. The 5th day, then the 6th. At that point, she suddenly froze. A name flashed through her mind, Egostic. Her expression instantly shifted from cheerful to terrified. Finally, it was the 7th day, a week since their meeting. That night, Choi Se-hee stood alone in a dark alley, seemingly waiting for someone. Suddenly, she heard a sound. She looked up and cheerfully called, "Ego." But it was only a stray cat. It was startled, puffed up its fur, and let out a fierce cry. The cat quickly darted into the darkness. Choi Se-hee was embarrassed by her mistake. She clenched her fists, whispered Egostic's name in irritation and anticipation. At that moment, Egostic appeared behind her and asked if she had thought about his offer. After a moment of silence, Choi Se-hee breathed a sigh of relief and replied decisively, "I'll do it." Egostic couldn't hide his delight. Choi Se-hee grabbed his hand, reaffirming once more that she would do whatever he asked. Blushing with excitement, she pleaded, "Crazy or whatever, please let me smash something." "Hurry, Dane." Sweating a little over her, Dane awkwardly replied, "Oh yes, yes." Not wanting to keep her waiting, Egostic immediately teleported, preparing to take her to a special place. The place they arrived at was Ego Base, a secret headquarters. Upon arrival, Choi Se-hee was introduced by Egostic to the members of the group. Egostic solemnly announced that Choi Se-hee was the newest member of the family. Surprised by the unexpected welcome, she bashfully introduced her name. Everyone cheerfully reintroduced themselves. Subin in the middle waved, "Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Lee Subin." Hale, in a neat school uniform, politely added, "Hi, my name is Lee Hale." Contrasting the warm welcome, Seo-eun looked displeased and muttered, "Another girl." Seeing this, Dane helplessly introduced on her behalf, "This girl's name is Seo-eun." After introducing everyone, Egostic turned to Se-hee and said, "As for me." He slowly removed his mask. He smiled and revealed his true identity. It was Kim Dane. Choi Se-hee was completely stunned. The image of a familiar young man sitting and drinking coffee at the cafe where she worked suddenly came to mind. She was astonished to realize that Egostic was the handsome young man who had visited her cafe the previous week. This surprising truth silenced the entire room. Kim Dane was embarrassed. Choi Se-hee was ashamed, and the other members were left speechless. So shocked and embarrassed, Choi Se-hee couldn't control her power. A strong surge of electricity suddenly erupted from her body. The electrical surge was so powerful that it caused the entire high-tech Ego base to lose power completely. Everything plunged into darkness. In the darkness, the group panicked. Seo-eun guessed that Se-hee's electricity had caused the power outage. Lee Subin felt numbness throughout her body, while Lee Hale could only stare in awe at this incredible power. Everyone was stunned as a beam of light shone in. The beam of light shone directly on Choi Se-hee, causing her to shield her eyes with her hand. Amid the chaos, Cha-yoon appeared at the door with a flashlight in his hand. The sulky boy asked what everyone was doing and demanded they turn the lights back on so he could do his homework. The view outside showed the entire neighborhood plunged into darkness. Cut to Haru reading something on her computer. She had just received a notification that her membership rank had been upgraded in the Egoistic Fan Cafe. She raked her hands through her hair and buried her face on the desk in frustration. Blushing with embarrassment at Icicle's teasing, Haru had been automatically promoted in the Mango Stick Fan Cafe. Truly an elite member. A genuine elite member. Hale told herself she should go to sleep. Then she jumped into bed, restless with thought. She clenched her hands in anger, worried about Dane and wondering if that guy was okay. An image of Dane appeared in her mind along with the words, "You owe me a favor" from earlier. Haru's eyes dropped. She anxiously called out "Egoistic," as if there were some invisible bond between them. After the chaotic incident, the warehouse door flew open. The group looked into the open box. Choi Se-hee felt guilty and apologized to everyone. But Seo-eun said it was fine, after all, she was bored anyway. In that atmosphere, Kim Dane suddenly put his hand on Choi Se-hee's shoulder. He whispered in her ear, suggesting she go somewhere private with him. Choi Se-hee was surprised by the unexpected proposal. She quietly followed Kim Dane. The two separated from the group and went to a quieter area. They headed toward a large, luxurious villa hidden in the silent night. Choi Se-hee's face showed worry and uncertainty as she continued to follow him. Kim Dane led her to a wide courtyard. He turned, spread his arms, and said, "Okay, there's no one here now. Just the two of us." She looked at him and asked, "So what?" With a teasing smile, he urged her, "Do it. Do whatever you want. You want to do it, right? With all your strength." He looked at her determinedly, seemingly ready for what was to come. She was taken aback by Dane's words. She shouted. Electricity began to surge violently around her. She looked him straight in the eye and said, "So you avoid everything yourself?" Kim Dane, arrogant one. Despite being called by his real name, Kim Dane remained completely calm, unfazed. Immediately, Choi Se-hee unleashed all her pent-up power. Meanwhile, Dane slowly activated his ability, emitting a purple light. Her eyes burned brightly, revealing the incredible power being released. Faced with the massive surge of power, Kim Dane simply used his teleportation ability to dodge the attack. He laughed with delight, apparently impressed and pleased by the power she displayed. Choi Se-hee's power created a spectacular sight. An electromagnetic storm swallowed everything around. After expending all her energy, Choi Se-hee fell to her knees on the shattered ground, panting. She was utterly exhausted. Kim Dane approached, handed Se-hee a bottle of water, and asked if she was okay. Dane said she could freely use her powers if she stayed with him. Choi Se-hee looked up and asked, "Your terrorist attacks don't hurt others, do they?" He casually replied, "Of course not, after all, I'm a pacifist." She scoffed, clearly not believing him. Nonsense. If it doesn't hurt others, it's considered nonviolent. Then she suddenly changed the subject and asked his age. Kim Dane theatrically held up his hand to count. "Let's see. I'm 22. No, this year I'm 23. What? We're the same age. Didn't you look me up before coming here? So why are you speaking so formally?" She smiled, handed him a bottle of water, and dropped the honorifics. Kim Dane agreed and took her hand. A pact was made. Amid the rubble caused by her own power, Kim Dane officially welcomed her to join. "Welcome to Team Ego." Choi Se-hee looked unimpressed by the name he chose. "Team Ego, what the hell is that? Is your naming taste really that bad?" A month passed. Choi Se-hee, now a member of Team Ego, was undergoing special training with Kim Dane. He instructed her to practice grounding her electricity. Right. Now imagine wrapping the electricity around your legs and discharging it into the ground. She tried to follow, but the unstable current threw her off balance and she tumbled. Kim Dane jumped back in surprise as she fell to the ground right beside him. Just then, Seo-eun stepped out of the house, yawned, and asked, "Oh, so early. What are you two doing?" Kim Dane explained, "Special training. She'll be up against Stardust in the next attack." Meanwhile, Choi Se-hee asked skeptically, "Hey, are you sure this method will work?" Kim Dane also began to feel puzzled. He muttered, "That's strange." But then he suddenly remembered something important. "Right," he exclaimed. He excitedly explained again, "It's like wrapping the electricity around your legs and launching it into the ground." Got it, got it. Yet Choi Se-hee still seemed vague. "Around my legs? Huh. I'm not sure." After a moment of surprise, Choi Se-hee seemed to grasp the key point. And she succeeded. The electricity stabilized around her legs, allowing her to hover in midair. Kim Dane declared with satisfaction, "Okay, that's enough for today." Behind them, Seo-eun cheered happily. After practice, Seo-eun cheerfully brought water to Choi Se-hee. "Here's your water." Choi Se-hee smiled, took it, and thanked her. She drank the entire bottle in one go, sweat pouring after the strenuous training. Noticing Kim Dane's gaze, Choi Se-hee turned and asked, "What are you looking at?" Kim Dane pinched his nose and said, "Go take a shower. You smell like sweat." His comment immediately angered Choi Se-hee. She shouted back angrily, "Of course I'm sweating. I'm training." She threw the water bottle straight at Kim Dane's face. Kim Dane panicked. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, "Is Se-hee trying to pick a fight with me now?" Choi Se-hee looked extremely amused. She laughed and teased, "Oh, go ahead and try." Watching the two banter, Seo-eun could only sigh in exasperation. "Ha, I wish they'd act their age." The night before the raid, the team was intensely focused on a game. Seo-eun shouted, "Sis, 9 o'clock direction. Go to 9 o'clock." The atmosphere was extremely tense and chaotic. Someone shouted to press button, someone shouted to fire now. Choi Se-hee held the controller confused, unsure what to do amid the conflicting commands. Suddenly, a noise caused all three to show faces of terror. Kim Dane yelled to put the controller down while Seo-eun yelled for him to turn on the lights. Lee Soo-bin entered. She saw the three huddled under the dim light, planning for the next day. The noisy game was gone. The mood had turned serious. Seeing the group still awake as dawn broke, she couldn't help but sigh. The terrorist event is today and you guys stayed up all night. I guess everyone's excited because it's been a while. Hearing Lee Soo-bin's admonition, the group broke out in a cold sweat from anxiety. She gently said, "You've been working very hard." Tension peaked when Lee Soo-bin mentioned the name of the terrorist plan, Red the Red version 2. She smiled brightly and suggested, "Instead, why don't you go to sleep right now?" Her smile terrified the other three. At that, the group hurried back to their rooms. Choi Se-hee awkwardly said goodnight, and Seo-eun said she had to sleep to prepare for tomorrow. As Kim Dane was about to leave, Lee Soo-bin called him back sharply with a cold expression. "Dane, stay here." From a distance, Choi Se-hee and Seo-eun whispered to each other, "Soo-bin when she's angry is terrifying." Kim Dane bowed his head and apologized. The next morning, an emergency alert was issued everywhere. A villain's terrorist attack had occurred in Seoul. Notably, all civilians within a 350-meter radius had been evacuated with no casualties. Where was the hero Stardust? Stardust was on her way to the scene. She plunged down from the sky at breakneck speed. At the center of the attack zone, amid the rubble, Choi Se-hee looked up at Stardust flying in. Choi Se-hee, in her new villain outfit, perched on a pile of bricks and greeted sarcastically, "Hello, Stardust." Choi Se-hee adopted the villain moniker Elektra. Stardust landed and regarded Elektra with a cold, wary gaze. Stardust commanded, "Villain, cease your attack and surrender. If you refuse, I will use force to subdue you." Hearing that, Elektra merely smirked as sparks began to dance in her hands. "Surrender!" she shouted, "I will not," and unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity at Stardust. Stardust was taken aback by the surprise strike. With a confident smile and eyes alight with power, Elektra declared, "My name is Elektra. I'm here to face you for him." The battle between the two officially began. Rewind to 1 week before Elektra's attack. Dane is sitting in the park with Elektra. She wonders why they have to train when it all ended yesterday. Dane says it's because he hasn't taught her the finishing move yet. Dane proudly introduces the new technique he named the Thunder Punch. Elektra hears it and thinks the name is terrible, mocking Dane's naming skills as hopeless. She has no idea that Dane is annoyed because the one who named the move was none other than Elektra herself. Dane begins to instruct. Instead of projecting the electricity outward, imagine wrapping it into your palm. Clench it tight and then throw the punch. Elektra follows, focusing her will into her fist, channeling all the electric energy to its maximum. A colossal electric force emits from Elektra's hand, producing a terrifying explosion. She throws the punch forward. Its power levels a vast area. Dane watches the result from afar, asking Elektra how the thunder punch felt. Elektra can only exclaim that it was truly terrifying. So, during the remaining week before the attack, the two focus solely on practicing this technique. Dane teases her, telling her to try that move on Stardust. The remark makes Elektra a bit excited. She thinks he's too cruel. Dane then pretends to say that he's a villain with his own torments. Elektra is stunned by this man. Back in the present, Elektra is laughing maniacally, her whole body enveloped in a powerful electric aura. She wonders if an A-rank hero really only has power at this level. Opposite her, Stardust is struggling to withstand Elektra's storm of attacks. She is repeatedly pushed back. Even so, Stardust continues to defend, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Meanwhile, Dane sits calmly in a safe spot, watching the match through binoculars while chewing popcorn. He treats it as a completely free show. Stardust grits her teeth, enduring the relentless powerful electric shocks raining down on her. Stardust realizes that to get to Elektra, she must withstand these horrific shocks. Elektra finds it amusing that Stardust can surpass this endurance limit. If so, a massive amount of energy begins to concentrate beneath Elektra's feet. Elektra shouts, "How about this move?" Then she stomps the ground hard. A powerful electric strike hits Stardust, forcing her to brace herself. The aftershock of the attack shatters everything around. Elektra realizes victory is easier than she thought. Excitement is evident on her face. From inside the electric field, a pair of legs slowly step out. Stardust's whole body emits a radiant golden energy. This is her form when using her full power. Elektra is astonished and slightly panicked as she watches Stardust slowly approach. Stardust stands before Elektra, powerful energy enveloping her. Elektra quickly moves back so Stardust can't get close. After landing, Elektra begins to pant from exhaustion. Stardust lunges forward, wanting to finish the fight quickly. Elektra looks at Stardust, thinking to herself that Stardust really is a monster. Could it be that Dane has been training with an opponent like this all along? Dane in the distance also notices that Stardust seems to be gradually adapting to Elektra's attacks. Another thought occurs to Dane. The reason he devoted himself to enhancing Se-hee's strength was to increase Stardust's endurance. He wants Stardust to become stronger through battles like this. Compared to the challenges she faces in the original story, this level is nothing. But Elektra hasn't given up. She forces herself up and continues to use her power. Stardust speaks, ordering Elektra to surrender, saying she'll detain Elektra without causing harm if she does. Elektra is utterly astonished to hear this. Elektra screams in fury at Stardust daring to look down on her. Meanwhile, Stardust understands the implication and replies, "That's what you brought on yourself." Immediately after, Stardust rushes forward with all her strength. Elektra also prepares her finishing move, the Thunder Punch. The two sources of power collide, creating a cataclysmic explosion that rips the space apart. The pressure from the battle tears everything apart. The man watching from afar also shouts. He is deeply moved by the two of their power. Then he uses instant teleportation to go elsewhere. Shortly after, Dane lands on the balcony of a house far from the attack site. He can't help breaking into a cold sweat at the pressure the two of them just produced. He quickly checks the screen to see how the match is going. A camera shielded by Dane's power still hovers at the scene, undamaged, recording the battle. Now smoke and dust fill the area. Her gaze is resolute, staring straight ahead without letting her guard down. The ground cracks into a vast chasm, showing the terrible destructive force of the recent attacks. Elektra, clutching her injured arms, slowly steps out of the smoke. Stardust asks who the person she just mentioned is. Stardust recalls Elektra's image and says that she came to see Stardust because of him. Stardust continues to question whether there is a mastermind behind Elektra. Elektra clenches her teeth. She refuses to say a single word. Seeing this, Stardust says, "Very well, then I'll extract the information myself." Suddenly, a purple energy surge appears along with a hand that grabs Elektra. Immediately after, Elektra vanishes. Stardust's face darkens at this familiar power. She wonders, could it be? Just as she finishes speaking, a familiar voice calls out, "Hello, Miss Stardust." Stardust looks up. She is astonished, turning to find where the voice came from. In front of her, Dane is holding Elektra in his arms. Hovering in midair, he confidently replies, "Yes, it's me." Dane grins smugly. He says, "Long time no see." At the same time, Dane's stream channel begins broadcasting live. Viewers spike as everyone gets excited by his sudden appearance. Viewers on the stream are very curious about the beautiful girl Dane is holding. They begin to speculate about their relationship and even suggest it's an affair right in front of Stardust. Stardust is still stunned. She clutches her head and asks, "Ego's tick, you're still alive?" Dane looks puzzled at Stardust's question. Then he laughs and replies, "Of course I'm still alive, although that's not good for you at all." Stardust looks at Dane and says, "Is that so?" How fortunate, Dane seems to realize something. So lucky. Stardust blushes with anger and embarrassment. Dane doesn't miss the chance to tease. "Oh, wonderful. I didn't expect Stardust to care about me this much. Should I announce I'm safe next time?" Haha. Elektra asks, "Hey, why are you late?" Dane laughs and says, "Sorry, I had to watch until the very last moment." The image of Dane holding Elektra is reflected in Stardust's eyes. She is trying to understand what is happening. Suddenly, Dane senses a terrifying murderous intent. He looks in surprise toward the source of the intent. Stardust appears with glowing red eyes and her whole body ablaze. She looks at Dane and Elektra with a gaze full of hatred. Elektra is terrified. She shouts, hey, what's wrong with her?" She looks terrifying. Dane holds Elektra tightly. He remarks, "Let's see." It seems she wants to tear apart the two villains standing before her. Dane continues to tease, "Perhaps this is the hero's wrath." This makes Stardust blush with embarrassment. When Dane appeared, Stardust asked aloud, "Why are you here, you arrogant fool?" Dane was holding the villain Elektra in his arms, then answered himself that he had come to rescue his teammates. Stardust lowered her face, murmuring the word teammates with skepticism and confusion. Dane paid no attention to Stardust's attitude. He excitedly declared he would introduce everyone to his new teammates. Immediately, a giant three-dimensional screen appeared displaying the words Ego Stream, along with silhouettes of the group's members. The heroine Stardust looked up in stunned silence. Dane proudly announced that this was an alliance, a criminal group that would operate together under the name Ego Stream. Stardust was completely shocked. The idea of a criminal alliance was unprecedented and left her mouth agape in disbelief. Dane continued his show, hovering in the air as he insisted he was holding powerful teammates like Elektra in his arms. Forced to prove Dane's claim, Elektra showed obvious irritation. Meanwhile, Dane declared he would no longer terrorize people alone. Dane warned Stardust, then corrected himself, saying the warning was for all of South Korea, which made Stardust even angrier. Immediately after, Dane excitedly ordered Elektra to unleash 1,000,000 volts. Elektra obeyed and fired a powerful bolt of electricity, but she couldn't accept that name. She shouted in anger, "I told you not to do that." Elektra's powerful lightning strike sent Stardust flying backward. Taking advantage of the chaos, Dane quickly fled, taunting that Stardust was still too inexperienced to catch him. Mocked by his opponent and watching him escape, Stardust could only scream helplessly in fury. To vent her anger, Stardust slammed a powerful punch into the ground, cracking the earth. Standing amid the rubble, Stardust felt dirtier and more ashamed than ever. She gritted her teeth and cursed both Elektra and Ego's Tick, deepening her hatred. In Stardust's imagination, it was completely different from reality. She pictured Dane and Elektra being intimate. Dane proudly boasted that he had many cute teammates. And of course, the cutest was Elektra. Meanwhile, Elektra shyly replied, "Oh, what are you talking about? I told you not to do that." Thinking of that, a flame of hatred flared within Stardust. She vowed that in their next encounter she would definitely destroy Ego's Tick. The scene shifted to a dark alley. Dane went to a secret spot and stared at a brick wall, wondering if this was the place. Suddenly, Dane concentrated all his strength into a fist and shouted, "Is anyone here?" A powerful punch from Dane smashed the wall, cracking it open and revealing a passage. After stepping in, Dane landed in a dim corridor. He looked around, then said, "I've found the right place." Dane walked down an ancient hallway lit by blue flame candles. It was a secret passage hidden behind a false wall. At the end of the corridor, Dane faced a huge jet-black door radiating brilliant, majestic light. The door slowly opened. Dane stepped into a completely different space. Upon entering, Dane greeted aloud. It was a woman with enchanting green hair known as the Vine Witch. She sat amid a magical garden, looked up at the stranger, and asked why he had come. Facing the Vine Witch, Dane got straight to the point. He had come to ask her to use magic to seal his items. Dane placed 2 journals into a chest on the table. One recorded every event that had happened in the world up to now, and the other would record what happened from now on. The Vine Witch glanced at the red gem Dane offered as payment. She looked pleased, remarked that it was a beautiful stone, and agreed to the request. The Vine Witch asked about the duration of the sealing. Dane replied firmly, demanding that both items be sealed until his death. Dane's request surprised the Vine Witch slightly. She closed her eyes and pondered this strange proposal. After a moment, the Vine Witch began the ritual. She raised her hands above the journals, and a radiant magic circle began to form. Dane stood silently watching as the Vine Witch, surrounded by plants and magic, chanted a complex incantation. Green and gold magical energy poured from the Vine Witch's hands, enveloping the journals and the chest. When the magic ended, a glowing sigil appeared on the books. The Vine Witch declared that from now on, no one could peer inside them except their owner. Dane politely thanked her. The transaction was complete. Dane turned and left. The Vine Witch quietly watched the smoke from her pipe spiral through the air. As Dane neared the exit, the Vine Witch warned that the path he had chosen would be exceedingly difficult. Dane stopped. He was silent for a moment, then gave a faint smile and replied that it was a road someone had to walk. Dane appeared on the roof of a high-rise, purple energy swirling around him beneath the city's blazing sunset. He looked down over the sprawling city and reflected. This was also where he decided his purpose in the world. On a large billboard, the image of the heroine Stardust appeared, and it seemed all of Dane's thoughts were directed toward her. Dane stretched and told himself that from now on, truly great things would happen. In a weak, emotional moment, Dane cried out desperately, begging Stardust to trust only him. Dane's dramatic moment was cut short by a phone call. Seo-eun yelled into the phone, urging him to come home for dinner because everyone was waiting. Back in reality, Dane calmly answered that he would come home immediately. Seo-eun, on the other end, finally ordered him angrily to be there in 3 seconds. After the call, Dane regained his usual composure and confidence. He smiled faintly as he looked toward the sunset. He announced that it was time for the final event of Phase 1. At the same time, on a highway in South Korea, a truck was moving along normally, unaware of the disaster about to occur. In a secret control room, a group of scientists was working. An older man, seemingly their leader, declared that the final moment had arrived. Immediately, the highway's surface suddenly crumbled from below, creating a large explosion. From beneath the ground, a huge golden mechanical component rose up, signaling the emergence of a new threat. The giant machine fully emerged from the ground. It was a massive yellow combat robot. The older man leading the new villain group grinned slyly. He called to his comrades and declared that this country, South Korea, had oppressed them. The robot began attacking the city, causing huge explosions from a distance. Amid the chaos, the man's voice rang out, declaring that it was time to annihilate. Back to an ordinary day in class, the students whisper and chat during the lesson. A male student is watching a video about the villain Elektra and can't help but marvel at her beauty. He turns to ask his friend whether Elektra is romantically involved with the criminal egoist. Hearing that, Stardust is slightly startled and sniffs. The friend continues to speculate that Elektra is merely Egoistic's teammate. Hearing this, Stardust breathes a sigh of relief and smiles faintly. The discussion goes on. The student believes the intimacy between Egoistic and Elektra on camera means they have feelings for each other. Moreover, he says no one would carry a girl like a princess. Hearing this, the brown-haired friend sarcastically asks if that's the maturity level of those guys. Since they don't have a relationship they don't dare hug each other on camera. If it were someone they really liked, they certainly wouldn't dare. Stardust hears all of this. The friend agrees and tells him to continue. Another student goes on to analyze that Egoistic's attitude is always consistent and unchanging. Their next remark makes Stardust flinch. Egoistic only has Stardust. That's it. Another friend replies that perhaps that's why Stardust looks so pitiful. I watched the live stream and almost cried. From her perspective, Egoistic is just one of the villains, but still worth caring about. Seeing Egoistic hug another woman right in front of her, who could bear it? Suddenly, a blue-haired male student speaks up, saying that personally he enthusiastically supports the Egoistic and Elektra pairing because they seem more compatible. This comment is the last straw. Stardust becomes so furious she snaps the pen in her hand. A thick murderous aura radiates. The blue-haired student seems to realize he misspoke. Meanwhile, the desk mate whispers that the blonde girl appears to be an obsessive fan of the Egoistic, Stardust pairing. The teacher enters the classroom and announces the lesson begins. Birds flap their wings outside the window, signaling a day like any other. But the peace is quickly shattered. Stardust suddenly stands up with a look of shock. An emergency alert appears on her phone screen. Without hesitation, Stardust bolts out of the classroom. The alert states an unidentified massive weapon is moving north from the southeast suburbs of Seoul and orders the team to deploy immediately. She quickly moves to the headquarters of the Korean Ability Association. Upon arrival, Stardust is panting. She changes into her hero costume. Before her is a horrifying sight. A giant robot is ravaging the city. The robot continues advancing, sowing chaos and destroying everything in its path. It raises a giant tripod-like leg, preparing to crush a car blocking the way. Ironically, the family inside that car is still panicking and terrified. At the crucial moment, Stardust erupts with power and darts like a lightning bolt to save them. After pushing the car out of danger, she turns to assess the situation, receiving thanks and cheers from the family. Stardust feels reinvigorated. She channels all her strength, her eyes filled with determination, then rockets into the sky to confront the giant robot head-on. A voice rings out, mocking Stardust as a government and association puppet as she rushes toward the robot. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the chairman of Heroine Corporation, who built the robot, watches the battle with a sinister smile, wondering if Stardust can defeat the last remnant of his company. Stardust unleashes a powerful energy attack straight at the enemy. However, her attack seems to have no effect on the robot. It counterattacks, sending Stardust flying. Stardust is astonished by the robot's endurance and overwhelming power. A blow that could slam her into a wall. Not stunned for long, Stardust immediately regains momentum and flies off. Stardust rockets forward at the speed of light, fear and determination plain in her eyes, when suddenly a shout, "Doctor!" rings out from inside the robot. Stardust is confused. She doesn't understand what's happening. Inside the robot, a panicked scientist's voice calls out, "What's going on?" Then an order, "Electru. Move up." From within a flash of electricity came a heart-wrenching scream. Suddenly, the robot stops. Another voice interjects, "Hey, get out of the way. Move aside." A voice calls, "Can you hear me, Stardust?" Stardust freezes as she recognizes the familiar voice and shouts, "Egostick." Dane confirms, "Yes, it's Egostick." Inside the control room, the team of scientists is completely bound. Dane's voice continues, "My colleagues at Heroine Corporation built this magnificent machine." Egostick appears on the large screen, explaining that it would be a shame for a true villain like him not to use it. In the control room, Elektra frowns in contempt. When he acts like this, he really seems insane. Seo-eun seems all too familiar with it and replies calmly, "You'll get used to it." Dane continues his performance, taunting Stardust that he'll use this beautiful toy to level the city and daring her to stop him. Contrary to Dane's expectations, Stardust does not flinch. Instead, she bursts into a confident laugh. With fiery eyes and a defiant smile, Stardust declares she will stop his destruction, and Egostick will pay. She then hurtles toward the robot at terrifying speed, determined to end the battle. Back at the base, Seo-eun reports that the machine's power adjustments are complete. Egostick merely smiles. Dane places his hand on the control lever and thinks to himself, "Haru, let's try unleashing full power today." Dane becomes extremely excited. He shouts, "Here we go," and decisively pulls the lever down. The robot, under Dane's control, raises its arm and strikes straight at Stardust. The blow is delivered with tremendous force and hits Stardust directly, causing her to startle backward and be thrown far from the control chamber. Egostick laughs loudly and mocks Stardust, asking if she really thinks she can stop a giant octopus weapon with such meager strength. Egostick orders Seo-eun to increase the machine's speed even more. Hearing that, Stardust also decides to give everything she has in this fight. The robot lunges forward at breakneck speed, its mechanical arms turning into sharp drill bits, attacking Stardust frenziedly. However, with her agile body, Stardust is still able to dodge the attacks. Her speed becomes more consistent, and she can keep up with the robot's attack waves. Seeing this, Dane instructs Seo-eun to gradually increase the speed. This time, Stardust nearly reaches the robot's maximum speed. She moves at lightning speed, deftly evading the robot's attacks. Witnessing Stardust's performance, Dane can't hide his excitement. He cheers, "That's it, that's right." He happily thinks that today he might finally be able to return home safely, no longer doomed to the tragic fate of the past. Meanwhile, in a government building, a man reports that everything is ready. In front of him sits a box containing a red emergency button. This man is the president of South Korea. He faces an extremely difficult decision. With a resolute expression, he declares that to destroy the giant weapon, they have only one option left. Without hesitation, the president pressed the red button. Immediately, alarms blared throughout the control room, signaling an emergency. At the same time, in Egostic's control room, he frantically called Seo-eun as she wildly pounded the keys. On the main screen, the words, "Maximum speed error," appeared in red. Stardust now moves so fast she seems to teleport, easily dodging every attack from the robot.
A horrific explosion occurred. Flames and black smoke rose from a building in the city, signaling an extremely violent terrorist attack. In the control room where Dane and his associates were directing operations, he ordered Seo-eun to boost the robot's power by 1 level. Unlike the panic of the other 2 members, Seo-eun obediently complied with a cheerful demeanor. Immediately, a massive beam of energy was fired, creating a horrifying explosion with devastating destructive force. Stardust faced it head-on, without hesitation. Amid the chaos, the heroine Stardust still smiled confidently, seemingly accustomed to this power, then quietly urged herself on. She can do it. With a cry of determination, Stardust charged into battle, her body radiating brilliant light. She quickly closed the distance and delivered a powerful strike to the robot, causing a huge explosion. The impact of Stardust's attack shook Dane's control room violently, prompting Elektra and Subin to scream in terror. While Seo-eun also flinched, Dane showed determination, roaring that Stardust stood no chance. After saying that, Dane stomped on the control pedal, deciding to pilot the robot himself. The giant robot under Dane's control began to move much nimbly and agilely, charging forward at high speed. Dane was ecstatic, boasting about his arcade gaming skills and saying it was time to show them off. He maneuvered the robot to launch a cunning attack at Stardust. Facing the attack, Stardust smiled again. She realized her power was gradually growing stronger. The more she fought, the more Stardust felt the energy within her surge powerfully. This was precisely Dane's intention. Instead of fear, Stardust felt exhilarated. She taunted Dane, wanting him to throw more attacks. Reinvigorated, Stardust lunged at the robot with terrifying speed. Her body became like a ball of fire. She easily landed on the giant robot's arm, demonstrating the disparity in speed and agility. Stardust executed a graceful midair flip, completely in control of the situation. She confidently declared that she was familiar with the robot's movements, with sharp eyes. Stardust ordered Dane to hold still and await the finishing blow. Suddenly, surprise flashed across Stardust's face. Then an unexpected strike from the robot hit Stardust, throwing her off balance and sending her crashing to the ground. From the control room, Dane laughed maniacally, mocking Stardust's confidence and calling it her delusion because everything was still going according to his plan. Struck unexpectedly, she gritted her teeth and endured, growling that Egostic's ramblings were driving her crazy. Then, her entire body emanated tremendous power. Dane explained that this octopus robot's performance was designed to be maximized when facing a single opponent. He had prepared this robot specifically for Stardust. At that moment, Stardust shot forward like a bullet. Undeterred, Stardust shone brilliantly, surged forward, and delivered an extremely powerful punch to the robot, causing one of its legs to explode. Stardust's attack inflicted damage. A red warning appeared on Dane's control screen, indicating a malfunction in one of the robot's components. Seo-yoon screamed in panic, asking Dane what he was doing. The robot's violent reaction even startled Dane himself. But Dane quickly regained his composure. He said this was exactly the feeling Stardust should have, and now he would fight seriously. After speaking, Dane shouted, ordering Octopus's power to be raised to maximum. Strangely, Stardust just stood silently in front of the robot, as if waiting for something. Stardust's silence confused Dane. He wondered aloud and then shouted to increase the power once more, but the team members only looked at each other in silence. Seo-yoon sighed and reluctantly typed the keys, carrying out Dane's crazy command. The robot began to transform. Its parts shifted and reassembled, preparing for a new combat form. Stardust frowned. She sensed the change. Dane taunted her, asking if she could adapt to this speed. The robot began to move. It closed in and attacked Stardust. This time she couldn't dodge as easily as before. Stardust was flung far away. The robot's power and speed exceeded her expectations. She fell to the ground, panting, clearly struggling with Octopus's new form. The battle was broadcast live, and the audience was ecstatic. They commented on the epic fight and hoped Stardust would be promoted to S rank. Meanwhile, Dane wanted to push Stardust even further. The robot moved chaotically. It seemed Dane was having trouble controlling it at maximum output. Seo-yoon shouted for him to focus. Stardust looked at the robot and found another reason to take it down. It was because of Egoistic's girls. Stardust clenched her fists. She realized an ironic truth. If not for Egoistic's constant pushing, then defeating this giant robot might have been impossible. It was thanks to him that her power had been unleashed. With renewed determination, Stardust declared they could do it now. She charged forward, ready for a decisive strike. Her power surged into the robot fiercely. In the control room, Dane gritted his teeth. The recent attack had put tremendous pressure on everyone. Elektra was astonished to see Stardust seeming even stronger than before. Seo-yoon anxiously reported that the robot's power could only be sustained for 10 more minutes. Despite the warning, Dane still smiled and said he would stubbornly enjoy this fight until the last minute. His recklessness angered Elektra. Elektra yelled at Dane, calling him a madman and warning that the robot would explode. However, Dane was ecstatic and urged Seo-yoon to continue. The violent shaking made Subin complain that she was getting motion sick. As for Stardust, after regaining her balance, she landed on one of the robot's arms, ready for the next attack. She gathered her strength and unleashed a rapid series of punches on the robot's torso, each blow carrying destructive energy. Stardust's gaze sharpened. She had pinpointed the cockpit where Dane was inside. He's there. Just as Stardust prepared to strike, an urgent voice sounded in her earpiece, ordering her to leave the area immediately. Stardust froze, not understanding what was happening. By reflex, she stepped back, kept her distance from the robot, and asked why there was such a sudden order. And then, a horrifying piece of news was revealed. The president had ordered a small nuclear missile to be fired at the robot's position. Stardust was utterly shocked. Her commander in the control center confirmed the information. He looked at the screen showing a red dot rushing toward them and warned Stardust she would die if hit by the blast. She couldn't believe this insane decision. Stardust angrily objected. She argued that she could take down the robot herself and that launching the missile would endanger civilians. The commander explained that this was a political decision. The president didn't want to be criticized for doing nothing. Stardust continued to argue about the recklessness of the action, but the commander cut her off. shouting that she was not to argue and had to leave immediately. While Stardust was still stunned, Dane, unaware of the impending danger, mocked her, asked how long she would take, and said his punch was eager to land. Stardust looked toward the robot. She realized Dane had stopped attacking and was waiting for her, a strangely considerate act for a villain. She knew he was unaware of the missile. An important decision formed in her mind. Stardust blurted out an apology, then decisively removed her earpiece, severing all orders from command. In the control center, everyone called her name in shock. Instead of retreating, Stardust shot up into the sky, heading toward the greater threat. At the association headquarters, staff panicked as they saw Stardust discard her communications gear, but her manager remained calm. He believed that, as always, Stardust would find the answer. With absolute faith in the heroine, he nonchalantly ate popcorn and said, "Just watch," despite his subordinates' deep worry. They saw Stardust fly away and misunderstood. They shouted, asking where she was going, thinking she was fleeing in defeat. But Stardust paid them no mind. She flew higher. Her mind was now focused solely on Dane. He was an A-rank terrorist, and the state had every reason to eliminate him. Yet for some reason, Stardust realized she did not hate him. A faint smile crossed her face as she made her decision. This time, she would save him. Stardust flew toward the missile. Across the city's sky, a blinding streak of golden light shot upward, Stardust radiating powerful energy. Stardust's face gleamed with determination as she focused all her power on the coming battle. She plunged forward, her body like a brilliant meteor, heading straight toward an unidentified threat. And that threat emerged, a gigantic missile launched skyward at terrifying speed. For a moment, Stardust recalled Egostick's words, "Earlier, you owe me a debt." Now Stardust smiled confidently, as if preparing to repay that debt. Without hesitation, Stardust flew straight toward the missile, confronting it head-on. She used all her strength to stop it and alter the missile's trajectory. Stardust gritted her teeth, the immense force of the missile forcing her to brace herself. From the base, Egoistic and Seo-yoon stood stunned as they witnessed the scene. Both couldn't believe their eyes as something hurtled toward them. Elektra and Subin also realized in horror that what was flying at Stardust was a missile. Egoistic was aghast. He couldn't understand why Stardust had appeared and rushed into such danger. Stardust roared, pouring all her energy into thrusting the missile back up into the sky. Her face showed excruciating pain. The missile's power far exceeded imagination. Finally, the missile detonated violently in the air, creating a massive shockwave. In her final moment, Stardust managed to utter one word, "Now." She was swept into the blast, her body engulfed by searing heat and crushing pressure. The missile's true target, the giant robot octopus, was destroyed and fell to the ground. After the explosion, Stardust was exhausted, lost consciousness, and plummeted from the heights. In the control room, the atmosphere was unbearably tense. Kim Dane urged Seo-yoon to search for information while she did her best. Seo-yoon finally found it. She screamed in terror, "Found it! The missile was launched from the presidential office." She hurriedly searched for a deactivation code, but time was running out. Dane panicked when he saw the countdown clock, 10 seconds until detonation. What? The countdown began. Only 9 seconds remained before disaster struck. Contrasting everyone's panic, the real mastermind of the attack, the president, merely wore a cryptic, satisfied smile. Time kept slipping away, 8 seconds left. 7 seconds. Far above, Stardust was still struggling with the missile in the sky. 6 seconds. Each second passed like a threat. 5 seconds. Below, people continued shopping, completely unaware of the looming catastrophe. 4 seconds. The tension grew ever more intense. 3 seconds. In the control room, everyone fell silent, their minds filled only with images of Stardust. 2 seconds. The image of Stardust exerting all her strength to push the missile. Only one final second remained as Stardust let out a desperate roar. Stardust launched one final attack with all the energy she had left. A blinding flash lit up the atmosphere, signaling that the explosion had occurred. A massive explosion engulfed a stretch of sky. Its destructive force was terrifying. Below, the Octopass robot stood towering, while the explosion occurred far above it. People everywhere, from students in classrooms to pedestrians on the street, looked up at the sky in astonishment and confusion. A government official sitting and watching TV, eating popcorn, was so stunned he dropped the box. Another man, apparently also an official, stood frozen at what had just happened. Back in the control room, Seo Yoon and another member were stunned. The orange-haired girl asked anxiously, "It exploded. What about Stardust?" Kim Dane desperately shouted her name, "Stardust." Their worst fear had come true. Stardust, exhausted and unconscious, was falling straight down from the sky. At that moment, a hand reached out and gently caught her. Egoistic had appeared and saved Stardust. He looked at her in his arms and whispered, "What the hell is this, seriously?" Stardust slowly opened her eyes, her gaze somewhat unfocused after waking. Egoistic, angry but worried, asked, "Who told you to stop it? What if you had died?" Egoistic held Stardust tightly, hovering in the sky lit by the blast's afterglow, his heart full of anger and unhidden worry. Egoistic thought to himself that someone with such extraordinary power could be so fragile. Unconsciously, he tightened his embrace. Stardust glared at him sharply, startling Egoistic. "Damn, she's angry." She weakly asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Egoistic resumed his villainous pose, leaned close to her ear and said, "You're in the arms of a villain." He continued scolding her, "Stardust, I thought you were a coward who would run away. How are you so fast? Why did you stop the missile? It was clearly targeting the Octopass." Egoistic thought that if the missile had hit, not only would that massive weapon be destroyed, but his ego stream base would be wiped out too. So why would she block it? He asked again, and Stardust replied indifferently, "Just because," which left Egoistic surprised. Then she flashed a mischievous smile, "With this the debt is paid, right?" Egoistic was completely stunned by Stardust's words. He became confused, unable to understand the meaning behind her smile. A thought flashed through his mind, "Don't tell me you realized it, Stardust, that I'm not a villain." Egoistic gently placed Stardust down in a safe spot. He checked and was relieved to find she wasn't seriously injured. He breathed out, "That's one tough one." Immediately, he contacted Seo Yoon via the communicator. Seo Yoon reported that the president had ordered the missile launch. Egoistic bitterly realized the whole world had surely seen Stardust stopping the missile. He looked at the unconscious Stardust, knowing public opinion would ship them together again. He decided he couldn't let that continue. Egoistic ordered, "Seo Yoon, start the live broadcast." Seo Yoon on the other end cheered excitedly, "I've been waiting for you to say that." Immediately, a live stream began with the greeting, "Hello everyone." Egoistic appeared on screen. The live chat exploded with questions about the robot battle, about Stardust, and why the news feed was suddenly cut. Egoistic, with a smug smile, said, "Ha, everyone's wondering where Stardust went, right?" He displayed footage of Stardust lying unconscious, setting the chat alight. They accused him of cruelty, but he quickly denied it. "I didn't do it." Then he pointed to the sky and shouted, revealing a shocking truth. The president of South Korea launched a nuclear missile at Seoul, just to eliminate a single villain, me. Everyone from live viewers to government officials was stunned. Egoistic concluded bluntly, "They abandoned the people of Seoul." A fleeting image showed the horrific scene that would have occurred if Stardust hadn't intervened. the ego stream building destroyed, and him screaming in despair. On the ground, Stardust weakly opened her eyes, looked toward him, and whispered the name of her rescuer. Egoistic. The government is facing the worst crisis in its history, with calls to impeach the president. On live television, a breaking news bulletin airs as two anchors, looking grave, report the current situation. The news shifts to the International Heroes Association. Foreign media report that the heroine Stardust is being discussed for promotion to S rank. In a luxurious office, a powerful woman with blue hair holds a white cat, smiling as she thinks Haru, Stardust, would be delighted. The bulletin also mentions that the villain Egoistic is being considered for S rank promotion. Unlike Stardust, Egoistic's promotion has been under discussion for months. An association official said an official announcement may come at the end of this month. The blue-haired woman, Liciola, abruptly turns off the TV when there's a knock at the door. She calmly allows the visitor in. Close-up of the white cat sleeping peacefully in Liciola's lap, completely unaffected by the shocking news. A full shot introduces Liciola, heir to the Yuseong conglomerate, and also an A-rank hero nicknamed Icicle. A female assistant enters to report that she has brought the next presidential candidates, and they have promised to obey Yuseong's orders. The assistant also brings more important news regarding the chairman. Upon hearing that the chairman declared he would hand over all authority to her, a satisfied, calculating smile appears on Liciola's face. At last, the day had come. After the report, Liciola coldly orders her female assistant to leave the room. The assistant departs, leaving Liciola alone in the spacious office, power now firmly in her hands. Liciola breaks into a sinister smile, silently thanking Egoistic. It is precisely the chaos he caused that gave her the chance to swallow all of Korea. She vows to seize the opportunity. The scene shifts to a modern villa. Doin, Egoistic's true identity, exclaims anxiously, "Everyone, this is bad." Dain's group, 4 girls in total, sit on the sofa and turn to him with curious expressions. Dain, panicked, voices his worry that it seems Stardust is starting to suspect him. Seo Yoon, puzzled, asks what Dain is talking about. Suspect what? Dain stammers an explanation that Stardust suspects he might not actually be a real villain. Hearing this, Elektra, who is eating, turns to Dain with a contemptuous look and asks bluntly, "Are you stupid?" The group bursts into laughter. The orange-haired girl comments that Dain is strange, has something wrong with his head. Dain stands stunned by their reaction and shouts, "What's wrong with me?" Dain begins listing his crimes to prove he's a villain. "I committed terrorism out of boredom, kidnapped countless hostages." But the girls counter that he released them all. The orange-haired girl even cheerfully remembers she was kidnapped. He brags about killing many villains, something an A-rank like Egoistic should do. Elektra continues to taunt, saying that his attempts to look like a real villain have nothing to do with how hard he's actually lived. Dain cries out in frustration, "Of course it does." Elektra angrily shouts at Dain that from the moment he tried to act like a villain, he was hopeless. Anyone could tell, there's no mistaking it. She turns the question back on him. Why did he think she accepted his recruitment offer? Elektra presses on. "Look at last time. What would have happened if that giant weapon flew straight to Seoul? Do you think Stardust could have stopped it if she had used all her power from the start?" Dain can only stare blankly. The white-haired girl beside him intervenes decisively. "She couldn't, not a chance." Seo Yoon continues, exposing Dain's heroic actions. But Dain stopped it, even fighting while adjusting the fire. "If you don't recognize that, you're truly an idiot." Hit where it hurts, Dain can only stammer, "Just for a reason like that." Cornered, Dain desperately tries to explain. He shouts that Stardust is the embodiment of justice, so it's absurd for her to suspect a would-be S-rank terrorist like him based only on circumstantial evidence. Elektra is unconvinced. She snaps back, so what? Embodiment of justice or whatever. Do you think Stardust's stupid? She bluntly declares that anyone can see he's not a real villain. Dane is completely stunned by her blunt words, frozen with a bewildered expression. The others agree. Seo Yoon, smirking, says, "Of course, someone had to say it." Dane is sandwiched between the two girls, looking small and utterly defeated. Finally, Dane reveals the truth. With a serious face, he explains that he acts like a villain not because he's insane, but to protect Stardust and the world. If Stardust discovered that, she wouldn't be able to fight him with full commitment. An illustrative image appears. Stardust weakly attacking a bored-looking egoistic. Then adds that if she can't mature, she won't be able to stop the world's destruction. Then suddenly yells, "That can't happen." He jumps to his feet so abruptly that Seo Yoon nearby startles. Then smiles resolutely. He concludes that for Stardust's sake, she needs someone to keep reminding her that he is very, very evil. After hearing Dane's noble purpose, the group looks at him with sympathetic eyes. Dane cheerfully tells everyone he'll be heading to Busan. Meanwhile in Busan, Shin Haru, also known as Stardust, has just arrived. She stands before a glamorous skyscraper pulling her suitcase. Shin Haru looks up at the building with amazement, overwhelmed by its grandeur. A neatly dressed man in a suit approaches and asks, "Hello, are you Shin Haru?" Haru, a little surprised, cheerfully replies, "Ah, yes." The man offers to take her luggage up to the room. Shin Haru seems slightly embarrassed by the enthusiasm, but politely thanks him. She feels a bit uneasy and thinks she should carry her luggage herself. Just then, a familiar voice calls her name, "Haru." Hearing the call, Shin Haru's face lights up with joy and surprise as she recognizes the acquaintance. It's Lee Seola. Shin Haru happily calls her name and the two embrace in joyful reunion. Lee Seola pinches Shin Haru's cheek affectionately, teasing that she's been getting more beautiful lately. Haru blushes, unsure how to respond. Lee Seola grabs her friend's hand, pulls her along, and says they should just enjoy today and leave everything else for later. Lee Seola winks mischievously, declaring they will celebrate the birth of Korea's first S-rank heroine. The scene shifts to a luxurious, bright and spacious penthouse with modern furnishings. Shin Haru can't help but gasp in wonder at the apartment's opulence. She steps onto the balcony and is once again overwhelmed by the stunning expanse of sea before her. Lee Seola comes up beside her and asks, "Beautiful, right?" Shin Haru turns back happily and replies excitedly. Lee Seola smiles, drapes her arm around Shin Haru, and invites her inside to enjoy the lavish feast prepared for them. Indeed, inside private chefs have laid out an extravagant banquet of elaborate dishes, from tiered cheese and charcuterie platters to hot main courses. When the drinks are brought out, Shin Haru squeals with delight at seeing her favorite mango smoothie. She quickly takes a bite of mango, savoring the sweet flavor. The two sit at the lavish table. Lee Seola smiles as she watches her friend eat heartily and teases, "You like mango that much? How cute." Lee Seola deftly steers the conversation, saying that mangoes remind her of mangostic. Shin Haru is startled. She continues, saying she thought it would be nice if Haru also had a villain of her own like Seola. Lee Seola complains that all the villains here are just small fry. At this rate, she doesn't know when she'll ever reach S-rank. She hesitates and suggests, "Or, can I go up to Seoul this time?" Seola expresses a desire to face one of Egostic's terrorist incidents at least once, but Haru immediately refuses flatly. "No." Seola is surprised by her friend's reaction. Haru quickly explains, claiming Egostic is obsessed with her. If he calls for her and someone else shows up, he could act unpredictably. She also mentions the Seoul Bridge terrorist incident. Seola, disappointed, mumbles that he wouldn't call her anyway. Haru adds another reason. If Seola isn't here, who will protect Busan? Her eyes show calculation. Just then, the smartwatch on Lee Seola's wrist suddenly vibrates and emits a red alert. The watch screen displays, "Someone touched the desk in my office." Lee Seola quickly stands, lying that there's an urgent call from the company and she needs to step out. Shin Haru, still a bit downcast, merely nods. Lee Seola hurriedly leaves, thinking to herself, what's going on? Back at the office, Lee Seola looks under the desk and wonders if it's a system error. Her white cat suddenly emits a purple energy pulse and levitates. Lee Seola is astonished. This is not a system error. The cat gently lands in Lee Seola's lap, still looking as cute as ever. But she notices something is wrong. She stares at it and growls, "You." The view widens. Sitting on the sofa in her office is none other than Egostic. He explains that he triggered the security program so he could meet her. He greets her politely, "Hello, Ms. Lee Seola." Seola furrowed her brow and asked bluntly whether Egostic had come here to turn himself in. The question made him burst out laughing. That crazy idea could never happen. Egostic leaned in close and said he came out of curiosity about her true face, the person actually behind the Yuseong conglomerate. Seola sneered, thinking the villain must be so busy babysitting Stardust that he finally decided to go to jail. Their laughter echoed throughout the spacious office. Even the white cat lying nearby yawned widely, not bothering with the conversation. Egostic privately assessed that Seola truly was the one behind everything in the original story, far from simple. Meanwhile, she was wondering what schemes this mysterious man was plotting. Egostic suddenly proposed a collaboration, leaving Seola astonished. He sat back with his legs crossed, casually inviting her to join his side. A partnership, his smile showed through the mask, full of calculation. At the same time elsewhere, Shin Haru was eating when she suddenly shivered, as if sensing bad omens. The Stardust girl looked around bewildered, not understanding where that unease had come from. Back in the office, the atmosphere between the two ambitious people thickened. On the large screen, Icicle smiled and waved to the public like a righteous hero. Seola sat with her arms crossed, leaning back, maintaining the cold expression of a hero. But Egostic insisted that the hero label was only a mask concealing ambition to dominate the country. He smirked, declaring he would be the one to help her achieve that goal. Seola slammed the table and jumped to her feet, snapping that those were baseless accusations. A cold aura spread. She threatened to punish him on the spot if he kept talking nonsense. In response to her anger, Egostic quietly placed a USB on the table. He turned his back and walked away, reminding her that she had been secretly pulling strings with the new government. He said she should take it as a small gesture of goodwill for their relationship. Then he vanished into thin air, leaving a promise to return in a week. Seola collapsed onto the table, her hands trembling from the immense pressure he had just created. She gasped, feeling as if her heart had stopped for a moment. Her gaze remained fixed on the spot where Egostic had disappeared, her mind in complete turmoil. The small USB still lay there, silent on the glossy table. The name Egostic now haunted her mind more than ever. He was a villain, wielding enormous influence over both politics and South Korean culture. His power did not lie in violence, but in how he manipulated public opinion and the media. Seola realized Egostic resembled an anti-hero, and that he had grasped her ambitions. Staring at the USB before her, she understood she had no real choice to refuse. Seola decided to plug the USB into the computer to check what was inside. A folder appeared with a shocking name, information necessary for Seola to take over South Korea. She stared in disbelief, unable to accept what she was seeing. Inside were a series of extremely detailed and valuable data files. A smile slowly appeared on Siala's lips. She realized she could succeed sooner than expected. Ambition rising, she laughed loudly at the vision of the whole country soon lying at her feet. A week later, Doin, dressed casually, arrived at Busan Station with a suitcase in hand. He returned to Siala's office, building exactly as he had promised. Egostic nonchalantly stroked the cat, then asked whether Siala was pleased with the gift. Siala said she would no longer question the origin of that batch of information. Egostic asked in return, what about his offer to cooperate? She nodded, admitting there was no reason to turn down such a lucrative deal, which pleased him. Holding the stack of documents, Siala realized this man was beginning to skip ordinary social formalities. Egostic perched there petting the cat, saying that since they were now allies she should feel free. He urged her to quickly review the terms of the contract he had just presented. Egostic froze when he read a line that said, "Must meet at least once every week." Siala casually replied that, being on the same team, frequent meetings were only natural. He broke into a cold sweat when he saw she required him to come all the way down to Busan once a week. They began a tense bargaining over meeting frequency, from once a month to 10 days, then settled on 2 weeks. Finally, Siala fixed the number at once every 2 weeks with a suggestive smile. She suddenly probed deeper, asking why he seemed so obsessed with Haru. Siala realized that all his villainous activities seemed aimed at helping Shin Haru level up faster. Egostic thought to himself that this woman was sharp, while she admitted she felt jealous. She said that whenever he caused trouble, Haru's fame skyrocketed, so she wanted to ask him for a favor. Siala made a strange request. She wanted him to terrorize her the same way he had done to Haru. Egostic froze for a few seconds, unable to believe his ears at that proposal. A loud noise shattered the silent atmosphere between them. Siala clutched her forehead and squealed, complaining that his snap had been excruciating. He sighed, saying no one would go begging a criminal to attack them like that. Siala, annoyed, argued that he wasn't truly evil, and it was unfair to prioritize only Stardust. Egostic noticed Siala weakening compared to the original story, and agreed to help her grow stronger. He clicked his tongue in agreement, making her excitedly fire off questions about when he would act. Egostic said it would be soon, but in return she had to fulfill a small request for him. The condition was that whenever she met or called Shin Haru, Siala had to continuously badmouth and insult him. Meanwhile, Stardust elsewhere was scrolling social media with a bored expression. Siala looked at him with contempt, wondering whether this man was some kind of pervert with strange tastes. Siala crossed her arms and repeated the weird request the man had made. Basically, he wanted her to go around badmouthing him in front of Shin Haru. Egostic leisurely stroked the white cat, insisting she should smear him as badly as possible. He wanted his image in the heroine's eyes to be that of the most perverted, trashy villain imaginable. After hearing his self-styled titles like narcissist, Siala began to worry about his sanity. He only laughed confidently and told her to trust him. It turned out Siala was no pushover. She was a die-hard Stardust fan who'd binged every episode. She was confident she understood Haru's righteousness better than anyone. For the sake of their shared partnership goal, she shrugged and agreed to give it a try. Deal sealed. Egostic looked thoroughly pleased while the white cat jumped off the table. He reached out for an official handshake to confirm the alliance. Siala blinked, staring at the black glove. Egostic adjusted his cowboy hat and smiled mysteriously beneath the mask. He said everything depended on her. She had no choice but to grasp his hand, officially stepping onto the villain ship. A handshake between hero and villain sounded dramatic, but it sparkled like a scene from an idle drama. No sooner had she turned away than she looked flustered, realizing she'd just signed a strange pact with this lunatic. Siala ruffled her hair, apparently starting to regret her impulsiveness. But then she smiled slyly. To her, Egostic was a huge, hard-to-catch fish. Blushing, Siala clenched her fist with determination. She didn't just want to cooperate, she wanted to make him hers. That night at Haru's apartment, the doorbell rang loudly along with the uninvited calls of an arriving older sister. Haru froze as soon as he opened the door when Siala's older sister appeared right there. Siala beamed and blew a dramatic air kiss, as if they were overly familiar. She didn't come empty-handed. She dragged along a team of bodyguards and piles of luggage as if she planned to move in. Siala made herself at home, kicking her high heels aside and demanding to hang out, while Haru was still dazedly asking about the Busan assignment she was supposed to be on duty for. She casually said those small timers could be left to B and C-listers. She had to make room for her juniors to shine. 2 birds with 1 stone. What a bargain. The bodyguards bowed respectfully and withdrew, leaving Haru scratching his head at his overly presumptuous sister. As soon as she entered the room, Siala flopped onto Haru's bed and rolled around like a cat. She sniffed the mattress and praised how nice Haru's bed smelled. Haru could only shout in helplessness at his senior's weirdness. Turning abruptly, Siala invited him for a drink since she'd brought some good stuff from home. Haru was speechless looking at his sister. Her erratic personality was incomprehensible. Seeing Siala praise the smell, Haru sniffed himself to see if he smelled odd too, wondering why she reacted so strongly. Siala proudly showed off the 2 bottles of alcohol she'd brought, eyes twinkling as she urged Haru to join her for drinks. Well, since it was too late to refuse, Haru sighed and agreed, deciding to treat it as a stress relief session. Cans of beer and bottles of liquor began to be opened on the coffee table. Siala cleared her throat, regained a serious air, and began the scripted act of trash-talking as Egostic had requested. She launched into a deep performance, calling Egostic a narcissist and the worst kind of trash, even scoffing that she couldn't believe such a pervert had a fan cafe. Haru broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected his sister to view that villain so harshly. Sitting across from each other, Siala continued her tirade, claiming the guy was staging those terrorist incidents just to draw attention. The more she spoke, the heavier her words became, calling him society's trash and above the law, leaving Haru bowing his head, unable to respond. At the climax, she slammed the table and shouted that people like him deserved to be torn limb from limb. Haru began to feel it was going too far. She paused, nodding her senior's unusually fervent zeal today. Unable to stay silent, Haru spoke up in defense, reminding her that Egostic had risked his life to save him. Even as a villain, he wasn't as bad as Siala claimed. Haru stared at a can of beer, thoughtful. He didn't believe Egostic was the self-centered monster his sister had denounced. When he finished speaking, he realized Siala had collapsed face first onto the table, still muttering that the man was utterly wicked. It turned out she'd gotten completely drunk after her over-the-top performance, sleeping soundly amid the beer cans. Haru sighed and scooped his senior up to carry her to bed. Watching Siala sleep, Haru couldn't stop wondering why she'd suddenly unleashed such a vicious tirade against Egostic. Standing over her on the bed, Haru realized his sister's earlier slander hadn't sounded sincere at all. Haru looked at his phone screen, still lit up. It was Egostic's official fan cafe page, and he was in the Mango Squad group. Haru began to worry about when the next attack might occur. Cut to a luxurious villa on a bright sunny morning. Little Cheo hurriedly slurped the last of his soup to make it to school on time. Egostic's group clustered around the breakfast table in a warm scene. Cheo waved to everyone and dashed off to school. Den, Sehi, and Subin waved cheerfully to see the boy off. Seo Yoon wandered in her pajamas, yawning repeatedly. Den reminded Chaeol to go to school carefully. Seeing Seo Yoon yawning as if her jaw might fall off, Den teased her, asking what on earth she'd been up to last night to look like a walking corpse. Seo Yoon shoveled rice and whispered that it was a private matter, then just looked at her with suspicion. Tapping the table lightly, Den asked everyone to focus on the new plan, saying Seo Yoon could listen while she ate. With a serious expression, Den announced that the next attack would take place next week in Busan. Seo Yoon was a bit surprised and wondered whether Stardust might show up there to stop them. Den wondered inwardly what had driven the Stardust fan club president to travel all the way there. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon kept devouring her bowl. He revealed they already had a partner in Busan, and that this person had requested the terrorist attack. Seo Yoon was stunned by the partner's bizarre demand. At the same time, Seala slept on, completely unaware of the looming plot. 1 week later, at Busan Beach, the atmosphere grew gloomy as dark clouds rolled in. People on the shore began to stir, pointing at the sky with terrified faces. A colossal pirate ship hovered above the city. People started screaming and fleeing in panic. Egostic appeared proudly on the ship's prow with a microphone in hand, boldly announcing his presence in Busan. He called out loudly to his scene partner, "Now show yourself, Icicle." Loud explosions rang out along the pirate ship's side. From above, a barrage of massive black spheres hurtled down like rain. Those bombs were falling straight toward the densely populated area below. Suddenly, a gigantic block of ice rose from the ground to block the barrage. Icicle stood proudly atop that ice mass. A freezing power spread everywhere, freezing all the black spheres midair. Seala pointed at the ship and shouted in a commanding voice, "You villain!" She looked every bit the righteous heroine. But inside she was thrilled, blushing as she secretly thought how at last she got to deliver such cool lines. Haru happened to see the scene on a large screen on a building. She froze at the sight of Icicle in Busan and immediately decided to head there. A golden beam tore across Busan's sky as Haru sped toward the scene at maximum velocity. The moment she landed, Haru gritted her teeth in fury at the chaotic sight before her. She roared, unable to understand what the hell was happening. Against the Busan sky, the pirate group's airship Alice soared proudly through the clouds. Yellow sat cleaning his gun, still unable to believe his crew could pull off something so grand. Blue stood with his arms crossed, lost in thought, his face contemplative. They were all quietly thrilled, surprised they'd managed to acquire a top-notch ship and carry out a successful act of terror. Blue admitted his heart was pounding with excitement too. Captain Red, the man with the red rabbit hat, shouted encouragement to the crew, getting them ready to pillage across Busan. "Aye, aye, Captain," the whole bunch replied in loud unison. Red, fired up, declared the group's motto was to take whatever they saw. When a strange voice cut in, "Belongs to Egostic." Red and Yellow jumped, not understanding what was happening behind them. Egostic appeared looming with his trademark smile and bluntly declared, "This ship is mine now." Red drew his gun into a defensive stance, barking at the man where he had come from to be so insolent. But just seconds later, the three leaders were on their knees, crying, their weapons thrown aside. Egostic calmly told them to relax, not to get so tense. He announced some good news. From now on, Lappy's Dan officially became an ally of the EgoStream organization. Red's face contorted. He didn't look happy being forced into this at all. But faced with Elektra's overwhelming power, the crew had to shout that they were delighted and thrilled. Egostic began assigning positions, ordering everyone to prepare for the upcoming terror performance. The amateur pirates ran off crying, muttering that Egoistic was truly evil. Egoistic asked Subin to take the helm. The assistant agreed immediately with professional composure. Sehi, flustered, asked what she should do, and Egoistic told her to go into the cabin and relax and watch the show. Everything was set to head for Hyundai Beach. Sehi remained confused, not knowing who was behind the operation. At that moment, Icicle appeared in the sky, the very image of a heroine coming to deliver justice. Siala hammed it up dramatically, smiling and pointing directly at the villain for the cameras. The live broadcast, Ego Stream, exploded as netizens panicked at the appearance of the new evil alliance. Viewers began scrutinizing Lappy's Dan, wondering why the men looked so exhausted, as if completely drained. Egoistic grabbed the mic, played the villain, and challenged the pride of Busan to stop him if they could. Icicle wasn't backing down either, declaring she would freeze them all. Then the staged explosions began rocking the streets of Busan, exactly as scripted. Icicle charged like a freezing whirlwind across the sky. Massive blocks of ice rose up, creating a visually stunning spectacle for viewers. Stream viewers were ecstatic, flooding the comments with calls for the duo Manga Stick. Siala unleashed an attack, determined not to let the culprit Egoistic escape. She leapt high into the air, aiming straight for the airship Alice. Her performance was truly perfect for a meticulously staged action sequence. Egoistic watched from the ship, quietly praising Siala's increasingly refined acting skills. Meanwhile, Stardust streaked like a blazing golden lightning bolt tearing through the sky. At headquarters, superiors reported that Icicle had handled the situation and ordered her to return, but she ignored them. Haru's eyes were full of determination. She was certain she had to go there herself to be at ease. A streak of golden light shot forward at terrifying speed, heading straight for Busan. On the ship, Yellow kept firing his gun dutifully according to the script, shouting, "Die." Siala unleashed a wide-area freeze attack, a blue aura spreading that looked utterly magical. That serious expression made it clear she was completely immersed in her role as a savior heroine. With a towering leap into the air, Siala headed straight for the airship with a spear of ice. Egoistic stood on the deck observing, secretly judging that Siala controlled her power even better than he expected. An extremely graceful mid-air flip left the pirate crew below gaping. The two Lappy's Dan captains matched the performance, screaming for Icicle to stay away. Siala approached the ship at breakneck speed, leaving shimmering trails across the sky. Then Egoistic spoke up, shouting in his villain role to protect his men, "It won't be easy for you to take my people." A powerful blast of frost shot out, colliding with the ship's defenses and causing a massive explosion. Siala poured in more power, deciding to finish this act with the largest attack yet. Snow and ice began spreading at lightning speed, covering part of the Alice's hull. The 1,000-pound weight of the ice made the ship tilt heavily to one side, smoke and dust billowing. Egoistic watched in stunned silence, not expecting Siala to go so all out. Siala broke into a triumphant smile, the perfect demeanor of a heroine who had just achieved a great feat. A giant pillar of ice rose from the ground, locking the airship suspended in mid-air. The Alice now looked like a massive ice sculpture hanging in the air. Egoistic clutched his head in a failed performance act, blaming himself for letting Icicle strike the ship directly. Siala scoffed and asked what he planned to do now that the ship was about to explode. Egoistic shouted, "We'll retreat," as the ship began to shake violently like it was falling apart. Icicle kept up the act, loudly declaring he couldn't escape and reaching out to block him in vain. Egoistic collapsed onto the floor, muttering that terrorizing Busan wasn't easy, then quietly cut the live stream. As soon as the stream ended, both sighed in relief. Egoistic praised Siala's masterful performance without restraint. He even reminded her to defrost Yellow, who was stuck, saying the guy looked pitiful. Just as they were celebrating, Egoistic suddenly froze, sensing that something was very wrong. Siala, seeing Egoistic fall silent, also looked on curiously, unsure what was happening. Egoistic broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "Impossible, is this a joke? Why is she here?" A blazing streak of golden light like a meteor tore through the clouds, racing toward the ship at terrifying speed. Stardust appeared with a face full of wrath, leaving both Egoistic and Icicle frozen in shock. Siala was racing along at incredible speed using her ice power, telling herself she had to stay calm right now. Her gaze was razor-focused, ready for whatever worst-case scenario might occur. A blinding light flared ahead. Stardust stood alone within that halo, facing Siala. Stardust remained motionless as the rays slowly faded, her expression extremely grave. She looked up at the sky, where Egoistic's ship Alice was receding behind a band of gray clouds. Siala hurried over, unable to hide her surprise at finding Stardust here at this moment. Stardust simply hung her head, her hair hiding her eyes and making the atmosphere around them heavy. Without a word, she walked slowly along the shoreline, leaving Siala standing and watching anxiously. Suddenly Stardust turned and asked a question that startled Siala. "What were you two talking about just now?" Siala forced a smile to diffuse the situation, saying it was nothing, just a few scolding words exchanged. But Stardust stepped closer with a sharp look, insisting she had seen them laughing together very happily. Siala started sweating nervously at being caught out. She fell silent and endured it. She tried to explain that she'd only been mocking him, and there was nothing pleasant about it. Seeing Stardust so terrifyingly quiet, Siala began to feel genuinely worried. Stardust suddenly crouched down, making Siala jump, thinking she was about to do something. Siala hurriedly grabbed Stardust's hand to stop whatever her friend might do next. She pressed her with questions, asking if Stardust intended to pursue Egoistic. Stardust snapped back with an angry look, demanding Siala let go immediately. Siala held on stubbornly, thinking that if Stardust left, something terrible would happen. She reminded Stardust of his threat. If anyone chased him, he would bomb and level the whole city. Stardust went mute. Siala continued to urge her to think of the safety of innocent people. Stardust hesitated, as if she realized she had no choice but to stop. She quietly turned and walked away. Siala breathed a sigh of relief that she'd finally restrained that hothead. Stardust announced she would return to Seoul immediately, and told Siala to take care while staying behind. Siala waved goodbye, reminding her friend to call as soon as she arrived somewhere safe. Once Stardust was gone, Siala clutched her head and complained that the stress had aged her 10 years. She watched the direction Stardust had gone, still puzzled by the strange mood from earlier. Siala stood dazed, looking up at the sky where the ship had just vanished. A sudden thought flashed through her mind, startling her. Could that really be true? Siala smiled to herself, thinking her jealous friend could be kind of adorable sometimes. Meanwhile, Stardust was streaking across the sea at the speed of light, leaving a massive wake behind her. Images of Egoistic kept circling in her mind, refusing to leave. She clenched her fist, silently affirming that he was her personal villain. Back at the base, Dunn was grimacing as Subin scolded her for disappearing and making everyone worry. The news on TV was in an uproar because Egoistic had suddenly switched his attack target to Icicle instead of Stardust as usual. Reporters even bragged that this was a sign the villain was entering a new, romantic phase. Sehi was so furious she could have popped veins. She couldn't believe the press could be this absurd. She and Seo-yoon glared at Dunn like bullets, leaving him sweating in fear. Subin didn't bother caring. She strode inside and told everyone to cool off by eating some cold mango. Dain, still stunned, found a golden slice of mango placed right in front of him. It turned out to be Lee Subin. She smiled brightly, though the air around her felt icy enough to freeze. Subin shoved the mango into Dain's mouth before he could react. This family vibe was strangely warm. Dain then told Subin to come with him on a trip, making her stare blankly, unsure what he was planning. The destination was the Excal auction house, a gathering place for the wealthy from around the world. As soon as they entered, Dain put on a serious face, saying this was where tragedies gave birth to villains, which alarmed Subin. On stage, the host began introducing the next item while Dain smirked confidently. It was the ring of a deceased B-rank hero, with a starting price of $10,000. But Dain knew that beneath its ordinary appearance lay a power that could create an S-rank villain, and he quietly calculated his next move. An old man began bidding $25,000 with a very smug look. Without hesitation, Dain raised his paddle and sealed the bid at $100,000, startling the room, especially Subin. The old man trembled with anger at being outbid, while Dain whispered triumphantly that he'd stopped a future villain. The old man grimaced and tried squeezing out another $5,000, sweat pouring down his face. Dain, showing no mercy, shouted $150,000, leaving his opponent completely stunned. In the end, the ring belonged to Dain. He pushed up his glasses and sneered that the item was his now. Back home, Sehi and Seo-yoon were in a panic after discovering 200 million won had vanished from their account. They stood with hands on hips interrogating Dain and Subin, while he calmly asked if they wanted to know where the money went. He spread his hand to show the ring he'd just bought, wearing an extremely triumphant expression. Sehi looked at the ring and mocked it as ugly, but Dain insisted it was no ordinary trinket. He began twirling the ring on his finger to prepare to activate the hidden power within. Immediately, a deep purple dark energy flared brilliantly from the ring, making Dain look extremely mysterious. The girls recoiled in horror as the ominous energy filled the room. A vortex of darkness appeared in midair like a gate to the realm of the dead. From the void, cold fragments of armor and blazing eyes gradually took shape. A giant knight stepped out exuding a terrifying presence. He asked who had awakened him from his long slumber. Subin, Sehi, and Seo-yoon were frozen. Blood drained from their faces at the sight of this fearsome entity. Dain stared at the knight for a moment, then casually asked, "Are you a death knight?" The knight was about to introduce a grand name, but Dain dismissed it and labeled him Death Knight. Not satisfied, the young man decided to nickname him Dzik for brevity and coolness, leaving the knight dumbfounded. A purple glow suddenly flared from the ring on Dain's hand. A summoning ritual was underway. From within the purple smoke, a massive figure in horned armor and a demon mask stepped out. He took a deep breath, marveling at the air and sunlight of the outside world. Dain remained relaxed on the chair, calling the name Dzik and telling him to get ready to start work. The demon, newly arrived, looked bewildered. Dzik was muttering something about being some kind of saint when Dain tightened control through the ring. A purple aura enveloped him. The subordinate screamed in pain as he was forcibly subdued. Dain paid it no mind, his face still composed. Choi Sehi stood nearby and asked, exasperated, what Dain was doing. He smiled triumphantly, saying he was just training it. Dzik knelt low, trembling and begging his master never to lock him in that ring again. Despite his fierce appearance, he was clearly cowardly. He complained that inside it was terrifyingly dark and cramped. Dain just hummed in acknowledgement. Dain promised to find him a worthy opponent to relieve his boredom after being confined so long. Dzik perked up at the news. Dain flashed a sly grin and said Dzik would have to carry a lot of heavy work for him. Sehi panicked and asked if Dain intended to send this smoke armor to fight Stardust. She couldn't believe her eyes. Sehi warned that Stardust was terrifyingly strong and questioned how long this thing could hold up against her. Din remained very confident. He goaded Dzik, telling him to prove his strength to Sehi and show he's no weakling. Immediately, a gigantic axe appeared in Dzik's hands. He was ready to obey his master's order. Dzik gripped the axe handle tightly, preparing to display his power. A dense purple energy radiated out. He began swinging the axe wildly across the yard, carving slashes that tore through the air. Each powerful swing made the ground quake and dust billow. This one was clearly formidable. One sweeping strike cut across the entire garden, blowing everything in its path away. Purple energy flooded the area. Sehi gaped in astonishment. Dzik laughed loudly, saying these were only his basic skills. Din revealed that Dzik was originally an S-rank villain, so this power was to be expected. He looked very pleased. Suddenly, a piercing scream made Din start. Sehi also turned with a worried expression. It turned out Hale was crying, watching the garden wrecked. Behind her, another woman trembled with anger. Hale shouted at Din, asking if he knew how hard it would be to replant the trees they had destroyed during practice. Din and Sehi broke into a sweat. Din quickly dumped all the blame on Dzik. The subordinate naively asked if Master wanted him to do it again, adding fuel to the fire. Dzik was bewildered by everyone's reaction. He still didn't understand what he had done wrong. In the end, Hale punished Dzik with exercises in the yard, making him keep his arms straight during push-ups. Din and Sehi watched, not daring to intervene. The next morning, the base was peaceful again with birds chirping. Things seemed to have calmed down. On social media, netizens were buzzing about the new photos. Some were even envious of the newly emerged couple. The photo of Egoistic and Icicle together was going viral. People started pairing them up as a couple. The affectionate pictures of the two sent fans into a frenzy. They praised the duo's chemistry and voiced enthusiastic support. Meanwhile, Haru was furiously pounding the keys. She was extremely irritated to see the Egoistic X-Icicle ship overshadowing hers. Haru trembled with anger, unable to believe the new ship was being supported so strongly. Jealousy flared up inside the heroine. The scene shifted to the Hero Association headquarters, a modern, large-scale building in the heart of the city. A female employee in a neat suit walked down the corridor. Haru was there as well in her familiar hero costume. The employee greeted her warmly and asked why Haru had come. Haru replied that she was on standby for deployment orders. The employee wished Haru luck and left. Haru forced a smile, but her mind was elsewhere. Haru's gaze suddenly hardened. She worried about what she would do if Egoistic kept carrying out attacks in Busan. She pressed her lips together, her fighting spirit rising. Haru vowed that if he appeared again, she would. At that moment, alarm sirens blared throughout the building. A terrorist attack had just been reported in Central Seoul. Instantly, Haru smiled knowingly. This was the opportunity she'd been waiting for. Haru shot off surrounded by a radiant golden energy. She flew past skyscrapers at incredible speed. Her destination was an old apartment complex slated for demolition, where dust and smoke billowed. The upcoming confrontation would not be simple. Stardust landed at the attack site. Dust and smoke from the demolition-clogged buildings limited visibility. She froze as she sensed a large pressure approaching. This enemy did not seem like an ordinary criminal. Dzik appeared in deep purple armor, proclaiming himself the Dark Knight of Ego Stream. He arrogantly challenged anyone who dared face him. Back at the base, Din was eating popcorn while excitedly watching the battle live stream. Sehi sat beside him, speechless at her brother's cluelessness. Dzik declared loudly that he was the opponent she had to overcome today. The purple energy surrounding him grew stronger. Stardust narrowed her eyes to study the new enemy. She didn't seem particularly impressed by the flashy introduction. The two charged at each other immediately. Their collisions sent powerful shockwaves through the air, shaking the area. Dzik swung his giant axe in a barrage, forcing Stardust to remain constantly on defense. Stardust's face was chillingly cold. The only thing on her mind was where Egostic actually was. A massive energy explosion occurred when the two power streams collided, creating a blinding halo of light. Consecutive blasts reverberated across the demolition zone. The battle was intensely fierce with no sign of yielding. Stardust's power collided violently with the purple energy of the Death Knight, producing showers of electric sparks. Dzik laughed loudly with excitement. He seemed quite surprised by the young heroine's enduring strength. Below the live stream, viewers began to complain about the absence of Egostic's commentary. Stardust also felt the fight lacked something important. She started to feel genuinely annoyed. Could it be that from now on Egostic would focus only on Busen and ignore Soul? Powerful blows were exchanged continuously by both sides, destroying everything around the scene. Dzik concentrated all his power into a long-range energy attack, launching it toward Stardust at terrifying speed. He laughed as he admitted that Egostic had been right to assess her as a very strong opponent. Stardust gritted her teeth in fury. She couldn't accept that Egostic would send only a lackey here when she had steeled herself to face him. She shouted, asking where Egostic was hiding, whether he was lurking somewhere nearby watching. Dzik sneered, dousing her hopes coldly by saying Egostic wouldn't come. He alone was more than enough. Haru was stunned, frozen for a few seconds. Those words struck like a dagger to the pride of a top hero. She muttered in utter disappointment, "He really won't come." The feeling of being abandoned hurt her more than the enemy's blows. Dzik began gathering a gigantic purple energy orb in his hand, preparing to unleash a finishing blow to end the fight. He urged her to quickly finish this one-on-one brawl. He had no patience left for further games. Stardust burst into a crazed, bitter laugh. She recalled how last time he'd brought an entire warship to Busen just to confront her. And now he sent only a single lackey to deal with her. Haru felt blatantly disrespected, as if she no longer mattered to him. At the base, Dan froze, sweat pouring down. He realized something was very wrong when he saw a strange, awakening effect on the livestream screen. Stardust erupted with power, surrounded by a blazing aura. Her eyes went milky with murderous intent as she vowed to show Egostic she was not someone to be scorned. Back to the time when Dane was sitting on the ground, instructing his henchmen to summon an important plan. He told him to hold back his power when fighting Stardust, then wait for the right moment to pretend to lose and immediately withdraw. Hearing that, the Dark Knight felt deeply insulted, a nobleman forced to act in front of a mere human. But under his master's sharp gaze, he reluctantly agreed, saying the task wouldn't be difficult. Back to the battle, Stardust swooped down from above with blazing momentum. Dane's henchman was not to be outdone. He decided to show a bit of real skill. The knight swung his spear in challenge, inviting Stardust to charge into the fight. Watching from a distance, Dane could only sigh at his subordinate's excessive eagerness. Through the slit of his mask, the knight saw Stardust rushing in like a blazing bolt. She delivered an extremely powerful punch that left him no time to react. The terrible impact created a massive shockwave, blowing everything around Dzik to the ground. Stardust landed with full force, while the Dark Knight began to dissolve into nothingness. Before disappearing, he still left a few melodramatic threats claiming he was immortal. The purple smoke gradually faded, leaving a promise to return for revenge next time. Stardust watched the retreating figure, while the henchman muttered that his master really knew how to make things difficult. She stood motionless amid the rubble, her eyes showing exhaustion after the fight. Night fell, enveloping the quiet mansion. On the Stardust fan forum, the video of the recent fight was uploaded and spread like wildfire. Dan was leisurely sitting at his computer, intending to check the netizens' comments. But his smile suddenly faded when he saw a strange message on the screen. Fans were speculating that Stardust awakened not because the opponent was strong, but because they heard Egostic wouldn't appear today. Dane flew into a rage and immediately typed a warning that he would ban anyone who spoke recklessly on his channel. After venting, he pondered why Stardust had suddenly become unusually strong. He had clearly instructed Dzik to go easy as much as possible. Just then Dane's phone rang, shattering the quiet atmosphere. On the other end was Siala, who scolded him for sending someone else instead of appearing in person. She reminded him of their appointment tomorrow, causing Dane to click his tongue and let it go. The call ended. Siala sat alone in her dark office with a calculating expression. She propped her chin on her hand and smiled, seemingly very pleased with what she was doing. Lights from the high-rise buildings still shone brightly in the cold night. Contrary to her strong exterior, Stardust was now tossing in bed, muttering nonstop the name of her arch-nemesis, Egostic. The next morning at Yuseong Corporation's headquarters, the atmosphere was rather solemn. Inside the luxurious office, Del-in, dressed in Egostic attire, was present and seated on the sofa awaiting. A strange object whizzed through the air, and he caught it one-handed with practiced skill. It was a USB containing important information that Siala had just tossed to him. She affirmed this was the final batch of documents he requested. Dane took the item, smoothly praised her, then told her to handle the rest of the plan. Siala stepped closer with a mysterious smile, acting as if everything was under control. Dane wondered how she had access to classified information that even the big corporation couldn't find. He paused slightly when he noticed a somewhat unusual expression from across the room. Siala suddenly blushed and hesitated, asking if she could come to his place sometime. Without a second thought, Dane flatly refused, leaving her annoyed and embarrassed. Siala pressed for the real name of the villain sitting before her. Dane feigned indifference, saying being called by a code name forever sounded odd. She even complained that his mask looked cumbersome and annoying. Dane remained silent. His eyes behind the mask still carried an air of mystery. Siala growled, asking if he really thought she was the type to betray her team. He thought to himself that revealing his identity wouldn't matter, except she was too close to Stardust. When he didn't answer, she huffed and told him to forget about it. Siala asked about the upcoming plan, but Dane only shook his head uncertainly. He intended to rest and relax until the end of the year, awaiting a major event to occur. She was stunned, not expecting him to plan such a long retreat. Dane stepped into the portal, reminding Siala to visit Stardust regularly. She stood dazed when he suddenly stopped, as if he'd remembered something. "From now on, call me Dane," he uttered his real name softly. Siala was utterly shocked, unable to believe this cautious villain would reveal his identity. He vanished in a swirl of purple smoke, leaving her standing dumbfounded alone in the large office. Siala's heels clicked as she walked across the wooden floor. She returned to her desk, typing rapidly with a focused expression. A mysterious smile spread across her face, as if everything was going the way she wanted. The phone on the desk suddenly vibrated, signaling an incoming call. On the other end, a pair of hands also held a phone, waiting for a response. Stardust, sitting at her computer, was startled by the ringing phone. She picked up, and Siala's excited voice insisted on dragging her out to play immediately. Siala cheerfully announced she was in Seoul and wanted to meet her best friend. However, Stardust felt that something was off, Her intuition warned that trouble was coming. Back home, Siala beamed and stretched out her arms to welcome Haru. Haru rushed forward and hugged her sister tightly, all her fatigue melting away. Knowing her sister's ways, Siala pulled the mango shaved ice bowl from the fridge to soothe her. Haru hesitated as if she wanted to say something. She bowed her head to apologize. Siala set the overflowing bowl of shaved ice on the table and asked what her sister had done wrong this time. Haru was still tormented by what had happened in Busan, especially by how coldly she had treated Siala back then. Siala gently took Haru's hand and told her not to let those trivial matters trouble her. She comforted her, saying anyone would have reacted the same in that situation, so just relax and eat. Hearing that, Haru finally looked up with a less worried expression. Late at night, Siala sat alone with a glass of wine, silently gazing at the city lights. Haru had fallen into a deep sleep after a long day, but Siala still couldn't close her eyes. Egostic's gaze and smile from that day kept lingering in her mind. She guessed he would remain silent until the end of the year. But Siala had a hunch that this criminal was plotting something huge for next year. The scene shifted to a gloomy space where the Moonlight Cult was holding a ritual. Ancient murals flickered under torchlight. Below the dark stone steps, the cult's leader declared that this world needed purification. He raised his staff high, calling for power from the moon. All the followers below screamed and howled fervently at the leader's words. Suddenly, the leader raised his hand to command the crowd to be silent. The great door slowly opened, emitting a bone-chilling cold. The newcomer's appearance made the devotees tremble with fear. The sound of shivering echoed throughout the sanctuary. A young girl walked slowly up to the raised platform. All eyes turned to that mysterious silhouette. The leader smiled with sinister intent. He declared that, when yin energy covered the world, the moon priestess with her blazing red eyes would enact punishment upon humanity. Back with Dain, the young man was trembling from the winter cold. Breakfast at the Egostic base began. Subin explained that Cheon had been on watch duty since early morning. Subin carried a steaming bowl of rice, urging everyone to eat quickly before it cooled. But the peace shattered when Subin shouted after seeing Seo Yoon secretly picking beans out of her bowl. On the other side, Sehi was doing the same but had already been caught. Din sat to one side, sweating as he stared at the pile of beans in his bowl. He felt a strange déjà vu, as if being scolded by his mother at home. At that moment, Din realized how reliable the team members truly were. Seo Yoon, who possesses superintelligence, must be an S rank. Ha-yeol, the only one with healing abilities in all of South Korea, is also S rank. Choi Sehi, in charge of combat, is currently A rank but will grow stronger and become S rank. As for Dazik, if in the original he was S rank, then he's S rank now too. Din smiled to himself. His lineup was now absolutely top tier. Lee Hae-yeol politely greeted everyone and hurried off to school. Subin stood beside her urging her to study hard, while Din could only watch in admiration at her diligence. Sehi watched the girl's retreating figure with a pang of nostalgia, and didn't forget to cheer Hae-yeol on. Seo Yoon enthusiastically cheered. The atmosphere at the base felt just like a real family now. After eating, Subin got to work cleaning up the dishes. She urged Seo Yoon and Sehi to hurry down to the basement to start their tasks. Subin wondered what the two girls had been sneaking off to do down there lately, since they were never seen around. Watching the two girls thunder down the stairs, Dain thought the evening was falling faster and that the season's first snow was about to come. Outside the window, the Death Knight still stood watch silently. Dain knew the Moonlight Cult would strike when the snow began to fall. He turned to call Subin's name while she was still busy with the household chores. Dain smiled knowingly, asserting that although he couldn't promise sunshine, he'd make them taste plenty of moonlight. Subin could only turn and look at him with a skeptical expression, not understanding what her boss was rambling about. The scene abruptly shifted to a cold night, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. It turned out Seo-yoon was shivering from the cold on the rooftop. Daeun sighed and told her to remember to wear another jacket next time. Choi Sehi grumbled just as much, asking if Daeun had gathered everyone here in the middle of the night just to romantically look at the city lights. Daeun's face grew serious. He asked the two girls if they had ever heard of the Moonlight Cult's reputation. He explained they were a brutal band of fanatics, and they were planning to raise the country in the near future. The claim that no one in the country could stop them left the two girls stunned. But then Daeun put on a cocky smile, saying that aside from him, no one else had the skill to do it. He asked Seo-yoon to quickly pull the special protective goggles out of her backpack. The specialized goggles were rapidly prepared. Daeun told everyone to put them on, so they could see the magic circles the cult had secretly spread across Seoul. Putting the goggles on, he eagerly asked if the group could see the wonders appearing before their eyes. But Seo-yoon and Sehi's reaction was stunned silence. They froze at the horrifying sight. Choi Sehi snapped, calling him an idiot, because through the lenses the entire city of Seoul was blazing with gigantic magic circles like a minefield ready to detonate. The whole city had been covered by the cult's magic, signaling a horrific disaster about to strike without anyone's knowledge. In the dead of night, Sehi was shivering from the bone-deep cold. She grumbled because everything was brightly lit and she couldn't find that glowing circle anywhere. Daeun hovered beside her, telling her to try widening her field of view. He told her to squint a little to focus her vision. Seo-yoon concentrated, observing through a pair of specialized goggles. The radar screen showed a strange point of light. She seemed to have found the target. Seo-yoon pointed toward the city edge, where a faint glow flickered. Overexcited, Daeun scooped his sister up and showered her with praise. Startled by the sudden lift, Seo-yoon screamed in panic. Her face flushed crimson as she demanded her eccentric brother put her down at once. Seo-yoon muttered insults at Daeun, calling him an idiot, while Choi Sehi still hadn't grasped what was happening. The girl turned her face away, clearly sulking. The group landed in an alley. Sehi gasped at the sight of golden magical glyphs covering the walls. Daeun explained these were the work of the Moonlight Cult. They'd been secretly painting them across Seoul for years. According to him, anyone who touched this magic circle would suffer memory loss or diminished abilities, the very thing that caused the hero's disastrous defeat in the original story. That event had once left Seoul in ruins and plunged Stardust into utter despair. Sehi asked if they should erase it, but Daeun had another idea. Suddenly, a purple light flared up in the middle of the alley. Sehi jumped when a strange woman appeared out of thin air. Daeun introduced her as the Vine Witch, the one who would help him modify the magic circle to his liking. The Vine Witch looked at Daeun with a knowing gaze. Seo-yoon and Sehi began to sense something off. Sehi scrutinized the alluring woman, thinking to herself that she'd never met anyone like her before. The Vine Witch strolled up to the glowing wall. She placed her hand on the magic circle, causing the glyphs to shift and change. A green energy radiated outward, enveloping the entire alley. The Vine Witch cast an ancient spell, conjuring vine-like strands of light. She suddenly touched Daeun's chest with her finger, prompting Sehi to scream in alarm. The Vine Witch's magical energy slowly flowed into Daeun's body. After the spell concluded, Daeun asked if everything was finished. The Vine Witch explained that now, with the magic circle activated, Daeun would be completely free within its bounds. He smiled smugly, pleased that the plan was proceeding as intended. The Vine Witch stared into Daeun's eyes and said he already knew the outcome, so why ask? She glanced at the two pouty sisters behind him and guessed they were his companions. Dane clapped his hands in excitement, telling everyone they'd done well and to go wash up and get some sleep. Seo-yoon and Sehi still scowled, demanding Dane take them out for something delicious tomorrow to make up for it. The Vine Witch watched the noisy family scene in silence. Suddenly, she bent down and planted a loud kiss on Dane's cheek. Dane froze, touching his cheek with a look of disbelief. The Vine Witch grinned slyly, saying she would always support him. The two girls behind screamed in shock from the cultural jolt. Cut to another location. A burly man was grinding his teeth as he crushed a stone in his hand. He spat a wad of saliva with contempt. This A-rank villain laughed gleefully, declaring that his body enhancement process had been a spectacular success. Fresh from enhancement and radiating murderous intent, his veins bulging, he vowed to wipe out anyone who dared stand in his way. Meanwhile, at the base, the atmosphere felt fairly calm after a long day. Dan munched popcorn while glued to the news. He froze when he saw Stardust had ended the battle with a single blow. Han Seo-yoon beside him confirmed it. The image of Stardust standing amid magical smoke after swiftly defeating the enemy commanded everyone's respect. The group lounged on the sofa as Dane sighed heavily, worried about the current situation. He leaned back, distressed that Shin Haru had become stronger than expected. At this rate, she might skip necessary training and grow complacent. Dane mumbled calculations, certain that the greatest disaster would strike on the first snowfall. Seo-yoon beside him kept muttering about outfits and destructive power. Dane turned to ask what she'd been so busy with lately, always staring at her phone. The hacker girl ignored him, her fingers flying over the keys. Dane was puzzled when Seo-yoon suddenly thrust her phone screen in his face. It turned out she had just created an official fan cafe for Egostic called Mango Squad, declaring herself the group's white-haired hacker prodigy. Having said that, Seo-yoon dashed off to finish her work, leaving Dane standing there scratching his head in confusion. Choi Sehi stuck out her tongue to tease her brother. Dane decided not to pay attention and sat at the table to focus on his important work. He busily wrote an anonymous letter to the Hero Association chairman, warning them to prepare to evacuate civilians because a major terrorist attack was imminent on the first snowfall. Lee Subin had just arrived at that moment. Subin teased Dane about suddenly getting sentimental when she saw him writing the letter. The group then went out to celebrate because Hale had finished an important exam. Hale, in her school uniform, beamed and offered heartfelt thanks to everyone. The party was lively. Dane told Hale to enjoy the meal and leave grades for later. While eating, Dane curiously asked which university department she planned to apply to. Hale shyly revealed she had applied to medical school. Both Dane and Sehi gaped, surprised that a healer would choose that path. During the meal, Seo-yoon nagged Dane and he snapped, telling her to eat and stop nitpicking. At that moment, Dane's phone in his pocket vibrated furiously, catching him off guard. On the other end was Seol Ah inviting Dane to dinner. He refused outright, saying he was busy eating with his family. But immediately after, Dane's expression changed completely when he heard the word snow. He blurted, "What? You mean the first snowfall is happening?" Looking out the window, a wind carrying strange pink snowflakes began to blanket the streets of Seoul. Dane's gaze hardened. He knew the grand performance had officially begun. Amid the brilliant pink snowfall, a woman with blazing red eyes appeared, exuding menace. She was the Moonlight Priestess, the one who would ignite the coming early-season pink snow disaster. A vortex of pink energy was tearing up the ground, sweeping up all kinds of bricks and stones. Shadow Walker was at the eye of the storm, looking utterly miserable. He was slammed straight into the ground, his dark powers splattering out like thin mud. Shadow Walker looked up in shock, muttering that he didn't understand why this was happening. Icicle saw this and hurried over. Over there, Shadow Walker was screaming in agony. He gritted his teeth and endured, realizing his powers were completely useless against this strange energy. Icicle glanced back, her face tense as she watched her comrade being tortured. The pink storm continued to rage, reducing cars and houses to heaps of wreckage. Shadow Walker was flung like a rag doll, completely unable to resist. Icicle held her ground with massive pillars of ice, but they were quickly devoured by that pink energy. Shadow Walker screamed in despair as he was drawn into the misty vortex. Witnessing that, Icicle could only stand frozen in shock. A burst of energy exploded, devastating a wide area. A pillar of golden light descended, as if to flatten everything. Icicle shouted when she realized the figure flying past her was none other than Stardust. She was knocked to the ground and had to grit her teeth to get back up. The heroine looked up with determined eyes, despite how dire the situation seemed. Back at the battlefield, Dain's group were calmly sitting in a noodle shop. On TV, the online community was in an uproar calling out egoistic. Seoan was yelling to go help, while Dain was nonchalantly eating his black noodles as if nothing were happening. They all sat around the table watching the TV with worry. Only Dain remained faithful to his bowl. He smiled brightly and told everyone to keep eating because it wasn't yet time for him to show up. Dain began to explain the plan. They had to let that saintess cause a little more trouble so she'd be easier to bait. He even said it was for Stardust's own good, while the TV still showed her being beaten bloody. Dain waved his chopsticks and argued that heroes needed to taste suffering so they wouldn't become lazy and complacent. Seeing Dain's philosophical look, the Seoan group were left speechless, thinking their brother was truly mad. Back at the fight, Icicle was gliding on an ice runway to dodge deadly beams of energy. She focused her power into her hands, preparing to unleash a large-scale attack. A gigantic ice spear was launched, piercing the rubble with impressive force. Unfortunately, it didn't hold up for long. Upon touching the pink energy, it shattered into 100 pieces. Another pink vortex rose up and surrounded Icicle again. She startled and turned when she realized someone was right at her flank. Strips of energy bombarded repeatedly, destroying the icy structures she had just built. Icicle was thrown aside, her face showing clear panic. She tried to make a sliding ice path to reduce the force, but it seemed ineffective. Sweating as if bathed, she realized that if this continued, they would all be wiped out. Suddenly, Stardust darted past Icicle. Immediately after, Stardust plunged straight into the center of the vortex. Stardust hurled herself into the center of the blast, ignoring the danger closing in. A heavy impact sent her flying away, spinning through the air. Stardust braced herself to regain balance amid the dazzling beams of light. She was stunned, wondering what the hell these energies were and why they were so horrific. Without thinking, she swung her powerful fist at the vortex. Moments later, Stardust stared in surprise. She hadn't expected them to pursue so relentlessly. Stardust was horrified to realize missiles like those had leveled the whole neighborhood. She gritted her teeth, trying to keep her spirits up amid the dense barrage of energy fire. Looking toward the storm's eye, she gasped in astonishment to see the silhouette of a child there. The heroine lunged through the air, trying to dodge the attacks aimed straight at her. A collision made her lose her footing, and she cried out in pain. Stardust hit the ground, staggering under the immense pressure of the pink vortex. Suddenly, a blinding flash surged toward her before she could react. An extremely powerful beam struck Stardust, making her scream miserably. A massive explosion occurred, sending dust and bricks flying everywhere. When the smoke cleared, the scene revealed the three heroes collapsed on the cold ground. Icicle and Shadow Walker looked toward Stardust with faces full of worry. Stardust sat down, eyes vacant as she stared at the wreckage before her. She panted, a painful realization flashing through her mind. Egostic had been holding back on her all this time. The pink beams continued to tear up the ground, destroying everything that remained. Amid that hellish scene, civilians screamed in chaos, fleeing hopelessly. Stardust dropped to her knees. She realized she had been too arrogant facing Egostic games. Against this cataclysmic power, the previous attacks seemed like child's play. Her gaze trembled violently. The collapse of her spirit began to show on her face. Icicle looked at the desperate scene, trembling as she wondered how they could possibly stop this. Then she flinched when she noticed a strange expression on her comrade's face. Stardust could no longer hold back. Tears began to stream down her mud-streaked face. At the restaurant, Dun's face went pale when he saw that, and he let out a pained shout. He completely lost control and tried to bolt outside to save his crush, despite the team's efforts to restrain him. Han Seo-yoon and the others swarmed to hold Dun back. He kept screaming Haru's name like a madman. Seeing the situation escalate, Choi Se stepped forward with crackling electricity in her hands and told everyone to stand back so she could handle it. A powerful electric shock left Dain showing his bones as his scream echoed through the restaurant. While Dain lay face down, the others had to bow and apologize to nearby customers for the disturbance. He lay unconscious on the floor, his lips still murmuring Haru's name in a delirium. Meanwhile, Stardust was still sobbing amid the ruins, utterly helpless.